trade agreement between the EU and the US to have serious consequences for the German economy. Mayors described the agreed 15% tariff on exports to the US as a considerable burden, adding that it was not satisfied with the outcome reached in Scotland over the weekend. However, given the difficult starting position, it was obviously not possible to achieve a better deal, he said. Mayors also expressed his belief that the tariff would harm the US too, by fueling inflation and having an overall negative impact on transatlantic trade.
I perceive the reactions from the German business community to be somewhat more nuanced. Some companies and industries are relieved that things will not remain as they were before. The tariffs that have been imposed to date are in some cases twice as high as those agreed yesterday in Scotland. But I am fully aware that the tariffs that remain in place, in particular the 15% tariff on exports from the EU, compared to the 0% tariff on US imports into the European Union, represent a considerable burden on the export-oriented economy of the Federal Republic of Germany. That is perfectly clear. I am not satisfied with this outcome in the sense that the deal, is satisfactory, but I am simply saying that, given the starting position we had with the United States of America, it was obviously not possible to achieve more. In plain language, this means that the German economy will suffer considerable damage as a result of these tariffs. But I am quite sure that it will not be limited to Germany and Europe alone. We will also see the consequences of this trade policy in America. Not only will there be a higher inflation rate, but it will also have an overall negative impact on transatlantic trade. I am firmly convinced that these tariffs are not in the interests of the United States of America.
Young people from all over the world gathered on Tuesday in St. Peter's Square to see the Basilica pass through the Holy Door and mark the start of a Jubilee of Youth, a global Catholic celebration at the Vatican where over 500,000 young Catholics from 146 countries are expected to attend, serves as a spiritual launch of a week-long program. Pilgrims express their joy at being the event, saying it brings hope and joy.
Happy is not strong enough of a word. I think there's hope, there's joy, there is inspiration of the Holy Spirit. I think it's overwhelming. I think people are going to be processing all of this for months to years after it, because this is a beautiful moment of hope being planted, and it's just something that's going to take root and spread.
Very happy, very excited to be here with all these pilgrims. Very excited to see Pope Leo and to grow in my faith as we come here on pilgrimage.
Exciting. We're all here exciting. We're just excited just to be here. It's a huge blessing from God that we get to be here with not just like people from our same nationality, from different nationalities. Like it shows that like the youth are the next generation. We are the next generation, the new hope for Christianity, for Catholicism, and it's such a blessing, and it's such an amazing time to be a young person in the Jubilee.
This is, for me, it's like a heaven. It's something special for me to be here. It's very, very, I don't know how to say this feeling, how to describe him, because it's something special. It's a very beautiful place.
In the days leading up to the main events, pilgrims will take part in prayer services, confession, and processions through the holy doors of the city's 4 papal basilicas. Events will take place from July 29 to August 3 and include 2 key moments with Pope Leo XIV's leading evening vigil on Saturday and a morning mass on Sunday. A wildfire raged near the village of Canelas in Portugal's Aroca region on Tuesday. 500 Portuguese firefighters were battling the fire that started on Monday. It's desperation to watch this disgrace, said local resident Rafael Suarez, who hoped for air support to help contain the flames, as temperatures were expected to reach 33 degrees Celsius during the day.
It's desperation to watch this disgrace. We had the same situation on the 17th of September in Alvarenga, nearby municipality, and now we have this scenario here in Canelas, and I don't know how we can sort this out. We need help, we need air support. The life in the rural world changed a lot. Climate change doesn't help either, with these temperatures. And maybe some psycho caused the fire, because it's impossible otherwise. These are not natural fires, this has to be caused by a human.
September 2024, more than 6,000 hectares were destroyed by a wildfire in the nearby village of Alvarenga, also in the Aroca region. That's the news this hour. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Barry Kumo Ado.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attain to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out to vie for political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women, so that we'll see what will happen when women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women, only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women, so that we will attain so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian Constitution, you will find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time. It has not been attained by women. When you have 3 senators, you have only 17 members in the House of Assembly. That means we are nowhere. Women are nowhere. Even the quota has not been met.
Welcome to Eva is the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Mukunta. So today's Tuesday, and yes, the month of July is fast approaching. It's almost coming to an end, and a whole lot of people are having so many emotions going on that, oh, they've not achieved what they're supposed to, they've not done this and they've not done that. No worry. This is coming from me to you. You go make them, no worry. So yes, I have interesting stories, I have guests, and of course, I have social trends for you today. This show is going to be very interesting and you don't want to miss on that. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Big Brother Naija Season 10 took an emotional turn after housemate Coin broke down in tears following a heated argument with fellow housemates K Bobo. The confrontation began in the kitchen during a discussion about sharing food. Tensions flared when K Bobo accused Coin of disrespecting him, sparking a verbal clash that quickly turned personal. Coin, visibly taken aback by the accusation, attempted to defend himself, but the exchange escalated as both housemates raised their voices. Despite efforts by other housemates to intervene and calm the situation, the emotional impact lingered. Not long after the confrontation, Coin was seen in tears in the garden area. Visibly shaken by the argument, several housemates gathered around Coin, offering comfort and support as he tried to come to terms with the emotional fallout of the incident. Now the question is, so someone shared this to me on Snapchat. Actually, someone shared this to me on Snapchat, and the question, she was asking, why would a man be crying? Why would you be crying for your fellow man? Is this supposed to be crying for his fellow woman? I don't understand. But I mean, I think there are people that you have different ways to express anger and pain and all that, especially if they know they can't do anything to you. All right, don't forget, this argument started in the kitchen over food. This food was the cause of this issue, because me personally, I had to look at it in a different direction, and I'm like, food is the cause of this problem. How? Of course, food is not the number one foundation of Nigerian problem, you know. But on the second thought, this is Big Brother Naija house. There's food in the house and you can always grab something to eat and all that. Of course, yes. The head of house gave a strict warning, and I think he assigned 2 people to be in charge of the kitchen. So, but I don't know. I've not been following him. Sorry, I don't know if this happened because, oh, they didn't let him go into the kitchen to get his own plate of food, or they didn't let him get something for himself. Because K Bobo, on the other hand, was really, really yelling at him and telling him, do you know, it was very heated. It was really, really heated. But why were you crying? That's the question. Why are you crying? Some people said, oh, this is a strategy for him to gain attention in the Big Brother house. This is a reality TV show, let's not forget. Real life, right? But of course, the question is, Oga, why are you crying? All right, let's move forward. Popular Nigerian actress Iyabo Ojo has opened up about her past, describing her failed marriage as a sacrifice for her daughter Priscilla's future happiness. The emotional revelation came during Priscilla's baby shower, held in Canada on Sunday evening, in a heartfelt moment, captured in a raw viral video. Iyabo prayed for her daughter, expressing her deep hopes for a lasting and successful marriage. She said, even if her own marriage didn't work, her daughter's marriage will, drawing cheers and emotional reactions from guests. Iyabo, who has been a single mother for over 2 decades, following her separation from her ex-husband, Ademindu Ojo, shared that her personal struggles were not in vain, but rather a foundation for her daughter's brighter future. And that's a mother talking. I think that's why they call her Queen Mother. You know, she always brings prayer to literally everything, right? We could remember when Priscilla was about to, walk down the aisle and do her marriage, her traditional marriage and all. Iyabo Ojo literally called her children, because they were not together, on video call, like they were praying on social media. The intentionality when it comes to your children, it's what gives us the goosebumps, right? The interest to always want to be glued to what's really going on, right? This whole thing started when we got to find out that, oh, she's pregnant, and if you listen to the video, she came up and she was like, why are you hiding? This is a bundle of joy. This is this and that, because we all were surprised. But the good thing is she prayed for her daughter. Of course, there are people, haters, that have been giving comments and laying curses on her and all. Okay, let's move forward. Veteran entertainer and activist Charles Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, has lent his voice to the ongoing debate over the ownership and identity of Lagos State, asserting that the city does not belong to any particular tribe. In a recent interview, Charlie Boy backed the widely debated notion that Lagos is a no man's land, drawing a comparison between the Nigerian megacity and New York City in the United States, a place known for its diversity and openness. Charlie Boy's remark comes in the wake of his dissatisfaction with the remaining of prominent bus stop in Lagos, previously named after him, to Olamide Bado, in honor of Nigerian hip-hop star Olamide Adedeji. The change was carried out by the Briga Local Council Development Area, LCDA. Now, known for his bold activism and leadership of the Our Mumu Don't Do movement, Charlie Boy, also referred to as area father, criticized the Lagos State government for what he described as tribal politics and accused them of being jittery in their handling of public affairs. His comments have sparked renewed conversation about identity, inclusivity, and governance in Nigeria's commercial capital. These have been heated for a while now. All right, let's move to the next story. Let's move to the next story. Yeah, still talking about Big Brother Naija. In a surprising twist during Monday's eviction nomination, Big Brother Naija organizers placed all 28 housemates on the chopping block, leaving fans and contestants stunned. The housemates, who were just introduced over the weekend, had just been called into the diary room to nominate 2 fellow contestants for possible eviction. However, in the dramatic turn, Biggie discarded the nominations after initially calling out Sabrina, Mide, and K-Bobo Biggie paused and instructed every housemate except the head of house to stand. He then announced that all of them were up for eviction. Adding to the tension, Biggie warned the housemates against campaigning for votes or discussing potential voters, declaring such behavior a punishable offense. The first eviction show of the season is set to take place on Sunday night, and with all housemates at risk, the stakes have never been higher. I'm scared. I'm scared on their behalf. I'm scared on their behalf. Okay, let's move on to the foreign scene. Members of a preview audience in Taiwan watched the first episode of Taiwanese TV drama Zero Day Attack. The series kicks off with China sending military boats and planes for a blockade of Taiwan after a Chinese warplane goes missing near Taiwan. Then chaos ensues on the streets of Taipei just after Taiwan elected a new president. Members of the audience expressed support for airing a TV topicalizing conflict with China, something they see as a timely wake-up call for Taiwan's public. For years, a war with China was considered a topic too sensitive for many Taiwanese filmmakers and television show creators due to fears of losing access to the lucrative Chinese market. The show is set to premiere online and on Taiwanese public television on August 2nd. Streaming in Japan and other countries is to follow soon. Take a look.
请问你们全家都放弃美国国籍了吗？
这个问题我们已经回答过了。然后其实 Oliver 其实。
中共的一架运发侦察机是在今天早上10点越过南海，在东台湾太平洋坠海消失。接着，共军就以搜救的名义出动大批海空军往东海以及南海挺进。目前，大批的海空军形同包围台湾海。
首先第一个案子，全台网络断讯已经超过24小时。哎，这是飞弹吗？
你去问资讯部，你去问国防部，看真的假的。
MV 对不对？对，因为我们在台湾拍戏在。其实所有的犯罪的探讨都会跟犯罪的形成都会。
That the series is close to reality is exactly why it should be filmed, because if you avoid talking about these issues, it doesn't mean that it will not happen. Presenting such a situation of conflict can lead to more discussion about what we should do if it really turns into reality one day.
计程车里面跟那个民方要去做间谍一样那样，所以说就是这个哪一个是？
本月攻击的制作人郑欣妹，好。接下来是，
所以不一定你是台湾人，看到这个作品才有感觉啊。这个就是我觉得这个作品最好的地方，就是如果它当中有娱乐性的话，这个已经很足够。
90、100分，那你就没有任何其他的理由。
不是因为就是讲到，您是攻击那时候在。
I have been paying attention to the Zero Day Attack series when it was first launched. The preparations for this started maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I have been paying attention to these issues, and regardless of blue, KMT, or green, DPP, regardless of politics, I think that the liberal democracy of the Republic of China, or Taiwan, must be maintained.
As for this drama series, the motivation...
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, I'll review my social trends to you, so stay with us.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Here comes my social trend. So a whole lot of drama has been happening since the Big Brother Niger show started today. We'll be going through comment section concerning Sultana's statement about Dede, which have been trending on socials. Sultana had a conversation with some of the housemates, stating that whatever is fascinating about Dede is what you see on her, and that's it. So let's go over to the comment section. Here comes my first comment. So this person said, but Sultana is low-key right. I have not seen Dede's personality aside from people shipping her with every guy. Okay, let's see the next comment section. Sultana has the right to talk her mind about any housemate she wants. We are not canceling anybody this season. Talk your talk, pretty girl. I mean, Sultana is actually a very pretty girl, if I must say. This person said, fine girl, but you are hating on all the girls because of men. Which one is Dede has no depth? Auntie Sultana, give yourself sense. I wanted to throw... Okay, I mean, let's check the next comment section. Everything Sultana said about Dede was projection. Imagine saying you see girls that do makeup, girls that wear strong perfume. Me, I can wear makeup. My makeup artist is the best. Like, girl, you had to put Dede down to make yourself look good. Ah! So this is what I wanted to say anyways. Now, the next comment section is, we can all agree Dede is carrying the show. And that's the truth. It's just not even doing so much. But attention is focused on her. All right, let's see the next comment section. Dede already said in her intro, though, if I'm doing too much, maybe you are doing too little. Laugh emoji. Maybe, unquote. Let's have the next comment section. Inferiority complex, unfinished Sultana. Just hating Dede because she looks good and dresses good. I mean, she actually does. And anyways, let's have the next comment section. This person said, also, you've seen Dede with and without makeup. And I'm glad to announce to everyone that she eats both faces. Let's not even cap. I mean, Dede is that girl that wears lip gloss and glasses. Let's have the next comment section. Dede doesn't even know that much has been said about her. Laugh emoji. Baby girl just want to look good and be happy. I mean, let's see the next comment. Sultana, whatever is fascinating about Dede is what you see on her, and that's it. There is no depth to her. Same with people that wear too much makeup and use strong perfume. What are you hiding? Wahala. Because what do you mean by someone is trying to look good and you have a problem with that? Someone is wearing a nice perfume, you have a problem with that. Someone applies lip gloss and you have a problem with that. But again, this is the Big Brother Niger house. Everybody have the right to say whatever they want to say. It is a reality TV show. So, but I'm happy they're keeping us entertained with drama and all. So, congratulations to them. Yup. Next on my list is conversation with one of my guests. We've had him one certain time, so we felt we could have him again. And, we'll go on a short break and I'll review him to you, so stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here with me is Chioke Kosiso, aka Makati. He's a traditional musician. We'll be talking about Ogene as a vessel of Igbo tradition. So thanks for joining.
Good day.
Yes. All right. So, tell me in few sentences, what's the impact of Ogene in Igbo tradition?
Yeah. The impact of Ogene in Igbo tradition. Ogene have created like so many impacts in Igbo tradition. One, Ogene have served as a means of communication.
Okay.
Yeah. Back in the years.
Right.
When there were no mobile phones, Ogene have served as a means of communication from a community to other communities.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Two, Ogene have also served as.
All right, sorry. Let's go on a short break. We'll return in few minutes, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. So back to you, Chioke. So you were telling us the impact of Ogene in the tradition. No, Igbo tradition rather, sorry.
Impact.
Continue.
The number of impacts of in
Yeah.
First of all, Ogene have served as a means of communication. When there were
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT 1600 hours GMT.
All right, over to you again. Go on with what we're saying.
Okay. The number one impact of Ogene to Igbo tradition is that Ogene have served as early means of communication between our forefathers, which we use in communicating the community or alerting them for a vital information or any necessary information in the community. Okay. So the first impact of Ogene to Igbo land is it has served as a typical means of communication between our forefathers. So secondly, Ogene, in the musical aspect of it, the impact it has created in Igbo land, which we are doing today. Ogene is the root of Igbo traditional music. The root as the number one Igbo traditional music is Ogene, which has created much, let me say, it has also created employment to some of our youths today, and also used in entertainment, in festivals, churches, many places, many occasions. So spiritually, Ogene have a spiritual impact too. Okay. In Igbo land. Spiritually, Ogene serves as a means of interaction between human being and spirits. It is used to alert the gods. In Igbo tradition, Ogene is very, very important and is an inherited traditional music that is from our forefathers till today. Is still in existence.
Actually, I agree with you. All right, so in few seconds we would have he and his crew members to entertain us with you.
That's the musical aspect of it.
Yes, the musical aspect of it. So stay with us.
We are local.
People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, so we have Ogenu Umubo of Africa live here with us. So they're going to play and we'll listen to them. So over to you guys.
Francis Jawala, Roma, no Katami, Wogan, Roma, or some white, Roma,
Thank you so much. High five, high five, high five. I had so much fun, and I'm sure you did too. I'm sure you were dancing, right? So yes, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow, same station, for more exciting stories. I'm breathing hard, I've been dancing. Alright, that's all I have for you in the E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attains to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out to vie for political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women, so that we'll see what will happen when women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women. Only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women, so that we will attain so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian Constitution, you will find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time. It has not been attained by women. When you have 3 senators, you have only 17 members in the House of Assembly. That means we are nowhere. Women are nowhere. Even the quota has not been met.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursday.
We will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
President Bola Tinubu has conferred the National Honor of Officer of the Order of the Niger on Super Falcons players who won Nigeria's 10th title of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco. Tinubu, who hosted the players at the presidential villa, also announced a cash award of a Naira equivalent of $100,000 to each of the 24 players, an equivalent of $50,000 to the 11-man technical crew. Tinubu said his administration would continue to encourage the team, which he said has inspired millions, especially young girls, who now see the proof that their dreams are valid and achievable. Players and officials were also given the sum of 350 million naira by the Nigerian Governors Forum, taking the cash reward to 4.9 billion naira. Nigeria won the WAFCON title for a record-extending 10th time on Saturday, after coming back from 2 goals down to beat host Morocco 3-2 in the final at the Rabat Olympic Stadium. The team landed at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja on Monday before proceeding to the reception. Earlier, the captain of the team, Rashidat Ajibade, expressed gratitude to the president for his unwavering belief in the team. The victorious players and other members of the team were earlier received by the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, after they landed in Nigeria. The Super Falcons also dominated the tournament's awards, as Captain Rashidat Ajibade won the Player of the Tournament. Chiamaka Nadozie was named the Best Keeper, while Coach Justin Madugu won the Best Coach award. A thrilling dominance marked the 10th triumph of the Falcons on the continental stage after the previous triumphs in 1998, 2000, 2002, 2004, 2006, 2010, 2014, 2016, and 2018. The federal government has launched a loan fund to support staff of tertiary institutions, to be known as Tertiary Institution Staff Support Fund, designed to enhance the welfare and professional development of academic and non-academic staff in universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. Each academic and non-academic staff member will be eligible to receive up to 10 million naira, capped at 33.3% of their gross annual salary, to be used for transportation, medical support, and micro-enterprise ventures such as poultry farming. A statement by the Director of Press at the Federal Ministry of Education, Folashade Boriowo, said the initiative was unveiled during a high-level stakeholder engagement session held in Abuja. Said the fund is part of the administration's broader effort to reposition tertiary education in the country and ensure that the education workforce is supported to live well, grow professionally, and continue contributing meaningfully to institutional excellence. The program, she said, were implemented in partnership with the Bank of Industry, which would manage the disbursement process to ensure transparency, accountability, and effective delivery, noting that a robust monitoring and evaluation framework have been embedded to track progress and ensure the long-term success of the fund. The Ebonyi State government has initiated an investigation into the recent collapse of a hostel building at Alex Ekweme Federal University, Ndufu-Alike, Ikwo. The Commissioner for Capital City Development, Sunday Inyima, led a delegation to access the site and evaluate compliance with the eviction order issued by the governor. Inyima said the state government has provided temporary accommodation for displaced students within the school premises to ensure their safety. He stressed the importance of adhering to building codes and planning regulations to prevent similar incidents. Governor Francis Nwifuru of Ebonyi State has suspended 87 government aides, including commissioners, senior special assistants, and permanent secretaries, for failing to attend a government function. Affected officials who are to proceed on a 1-month working suspension without salary include 25 commissioners, 14 senior special assistants, 24 special assistants, and 22 permanent secretaries. A statement signed by Monday Uzo, the chief press secretary to the governor, said officials were suspended for failing to attend an important government function. According to the statement, the suspension takes immediate effect, and the suspended officials are barred from signing any official documents during the period. The statement, which instructed the commissioners to hand over to their respective permanent secretaries, maintains that Governor Nwifuru remains firm in ensuring that all government officials uphold the highest standards of conduct and dedication in serving the people of Ebonyi State. Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has expressed concern over Nigeria's growing debt burden, describing the current borrowing trend as unsustainable and lacking in accountability. Obi was reacting to the recent Senate approval of an additional $21 billion, €2.2 billion and 15 billion yen in external borrowing for the 2025-2026 fiscal cycle, and approval of a 750 billion naira domestic bond issuance and a 65 billion euro grant. In a statement on Tuesday via X, Obi noted that Nigeria's public debt, already standing at 149 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025, in newly approved loans estimated at about 37.2 trillion naira, would raise the total debt to approximately 187 trillion naira. The one that the figure could exceed 200 trillion naira by year end. Obi lamented that the borrowing spree has yielded minimal returns in critical areas such as education, healthcare, security, and infrastructure. The former honorable governor highlighted a persistent deterioration in human development indices, noting that education is underfunded, healthcare remains inaccessible to millions, and insecurity has worsened, while infrastructure across the country remains in disrepair. A physician, cardiovascular medicine professor, and the Anglican Bishop of ENUGU Diocese, Right Reverend Professor Samuel Ike, has clarified that sudden cardiac death is a natural and unexpected death caused by heart-related complications, said that this often occurs within 1 hour of the onset of symptoms. Professor Ike gave his explanation during a public lecture organized by the Enugu State Government in collaboration with the College of Medicine, Enugu State University of Science and Technology. Event held at the International Conference Center with the theme Sudden Death, Case Presentation and Post-Event Management emphasized the common warning signs to include chest pain, shortness of breath, and irregular heartbeat. Ike urged the public to take such symptoms seriously and seek immediate medical attention.
Incidents that of sudden death in Nigeria. In Southeast, UNTH, some work was done a few years ago. Sudden death constituted 13% of all autopsies. So Professor Robson is winning. Out of every 100 cases of autopsy, sudden death, 13 of them, if not 14. Now, South, Port Harcourt, sudden death, 2.7%. Male-female ratio, 2:1. Southwest, in Oshogo, sudden death, 4% of deaths, with hypertension responsible for nearly half of them. Then, Akinwusi reported a sudden death accounted for 4% of all adult medical mortality, 4 out of every 100, and 1 out of all adult medical admissions. Further, 2% of all deaths were attributable to sudden cardiac death. And now listen to this. Only 8 of the 29 cases of sudden death reached the hospital alive. 72.4% died before arrival.
Representing Governor Peter Mba, the State Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, reiterated the administration's strong commitment to healthcare reform. He announced that 260 primary healthcare centers are currently under construction across all political wards in Enugu State.
Governor Peter Ndubisi Mba has carefully mapped out how to make sure that ENUGU stays healthy and better than many other states, and in fact, an example in Africa. He has a holistic approach that is already yielding results. He's not tackling it just from the four walls of the hospital. He's tackling it even from the development indices and making sure that poverty rate is brought to zero so that people who are alive can live well. His Excellency took time to think about those in the rural area where the ongoing 260 type 2 primary care centers are being put together using WHO standards to ensure that, the causes of sudden death differs. There are some people that ordinary dehydration can lead to their sudden death, and they are still members of the society. We need to open up the horizon like that. Then in the general hospitals, His Excellency is rebuilding and revitalizing most of our general hospitals and putting on equipment that were not there before to ensure that even defibrillators and other basic things that you need to revive someone will be available.
Led by Dr. Yomi Jaye, Special Advisor to the Governor on Health. Dr. Jaye unveiled the government's plan to take CPR training to the grassroots, covering communities, markets, schools, and all primary healthcare centers across the state.
Primary healthcare all across, they are going to be training them on CPR and then putting effective machinery, AED that I mentioned over time. And we're going to take it to the grassroots in terms of, we teach them in a way that everybody that can hear a word. No, you don't need to even speak English. If you can speak English, you can learn it, right? So that is what His Excellency has done. This lecture is just to tell you again that we are not just doing it amongst ourselves. It's a public lecture. We want it to be for the grassroots, and everyone is able to learn one thing or the other. I can tell you today that nobody here that can say he has not learned something that he can take home and even teach others.
The event organizers emphasized the importance of raising public awareness on the causes, prevention, and emergency management of sudden death. As part of its efforts to create mental health awareness in the society, a non-governmental organization, Cody Mental Health Academy, brought its campaign to the Raymond Dokwesi corporate headquarters of Signature TV at Thinkers Corner, ENUGU. Correspondent Christopher Lele was there.
In today's fast-paced, high-pressure world, workers face more than just work challenges. From social pressures to personal struggles, they bear the weight of stress, anxiety, and depression while navigating their career. This growing crisis highlights the urgent need for a workplace mental health awareness campaign to address the emotional and psychological well-being of workers. Speaking at the training, co-founder, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation, Mrs. Uzoamaka Nwachiku, stressed the need for mental health awareness, especially in workplaces. She said that people must begin to accord priority to their mental health the same way they treat their bodies.
And that is where work comes in. If you work in a toxic environment or live in a noisy environment, it will definitely affect your well-being. Is that not true? If you stay in a noisy place, it affects your well-being. So I want us to go with few things. Concept of mental health, what mental health is and what mental health is not. Because when we come to the workplace, we come with many baggages, coming from the family, coming from our relationships, coming from our children, coming from our spouses. And you now come to your workplace and our guy in charge will expect us to do magic. Of course, you have to be productive. No be so. They pay you now, you have to be productive. So mental health awareness has been linked to enhanced productivity.
Like every other training, there was a practical session where the staffers were engaged in some tasks.
Okay, please, 5 in one group. Then choose a leader and group name. Leader and group name, please. She has now. If I'm not operating as a team, give her. So I don't know your group. Let's give me one more. Somebody has been here. You have been here now. Come up. Anywhere.
So, right.
FPP.
Right.
No APC group. PDP. Somebody's not.
Another resource person, Ebere Amarizu, took the people through some neurocognitive sessions and the importance of taking care of the brains as the root cause of mental health issue. He also talked about the digital footprint on social media.
To look good and presentable. Good. Now, as you do those things, do you take care of one particular thing called brain? How many people understand the importance of brain? And now we don't have no problem. Hey, now I want to make this or that. You don't see people discuss about how to improve their brain health. So the brain enables you to think out something and come out with problem-solving mechanism measures. That's why it's quite important. That's why you have to enrich it. Eat something that will improve your brain health. Sleep well. Then social media, we are there. And social media makes you don't sleep, you don't rest. It affects you and all that. It affects your brain. You don't need to relax. You don't do that.
There were also questions and answers between the facilitators and the participants.
What came to your mind? Who would like to share? Why are they disturbing us in the mental health? Just be sincere. What came to your mind? You are smiling. Tell us now. So no guy have noticed that these things they enter our brain somehow. We don't normally do. Eh? Okay, so you want to say something?
About sensitization of
Okay, thank you. I like what he said. And that is another place we are getting it wrong. People focus more on the body, physical fitness. They tell you to exercise, right? They tell you to sleep. Meanwhile, man is what? Body, soul, and spirit.
I want to know who values his work over his brain. Is it possible? So between your brain and your work, whatever thing you are doing, so which one do you prefer? It's okay. Madam said brain. This one said brain. Okay, now, between your brain, how often do you take care of your body the same way you take care of your brain? Who does that? You take care of your body, right? You do your pedicure. Tell us now what you do to your body. Who can tell us what you do to your body? Huh? No, every person. Just tell us. No, every person be talking. Tell us what you do to your body. Well, we are practical session. I don't want to give you. Yes. Yes.
The state of physical and mental well-being of every individual impacts greatly on his level of productivity, both at home and in workplaces. This makes awareness campaigns such as this necessity in every work environment for the good of both the employees and the organization. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV. In today's fast-paced...
Up ahead, RISEC unveil revised electoral timetable, fixes new date for local government area poll. Police recover body of murdered Kogi journalist, name colleague as killer. Details of these and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The chairman of the River State Independent Electoral Commission, Michael Ode, has unveiled the timetable for the forthcoming local government election in the state. Speaking at the event in Port Harcourt, Ode also announced a shift in the election date from 9th to 30th of August in all the 23 local government areas of the state. He assured stakeholders, including voters and all participating parties, of a free, fair, credible and inclusive election.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen will recall that the General Stakeholders Meeting was convened by the 6th Commission on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, when upon Saturday, 9th August 2025, was proclaimed as the date of local government council elections in Rivers State, prior to the advent of emergency. Here now, the 7th Commission of Research, taking proper cognizance of Section 13, sub 5 of the Research Law, which provides that when the Commission appoints a date for holding an election, and there is a reason to believe that a serious breach of peace is likely to occur when the election is held on that date, or is it possible to conduct the election as a result of natural disaster or any other emergency? Emphasis on any other emergency. The Commission may postpone the election, provided that the reason for the postponement is cogent and verifiable. Therefore, by the power vested upon the Commission by this provision, I hereby announce the postponement of the local government council election earlier fixed to hold on Saturday, 9th August 2025 for a very obvious and incontrovertible reason.
While a few other political parties, including the All Progressives Congress, welcomed the revised timetable, others expressed their discomfort with the poll, which they describe as illegal and unconstitutional. They called on President Bola Tinubu to suspend the process and reinstate the suspended governor, Fubara, to conduct the planned election to avoid wastage of River State resources, since the outcome of election will be challenged in court.
It's actually this point in time in a clear need for development and good positive governance. Every other state are doing better. Other states are challenging and in competition with democracy and development. It is only Rivers State that is suffering democratic value. So we call that this local government election should be suspended until the suspended governor has been reinstated to conduct the election so that Rivers State resources will not be abused. What we call on Mr. President to understand that we are not comfortable and we do not accept a non-indigene as the chairman of this sector to conduct the government elections for the first state.
It's a good thing that we are beginning to talk about democratic processes that should signal the return to full democratic governance in Rivers State. But sadly, from what I observed in today's engagement, there wasn't enough time for stakeholders to truly engage. And then the chairman left very quickly after he spoke. So, but there needed to be time for stakeholders to express themselves, to ask key questions as regards the election.
According to the revised timetable, the council poll was kicked off on July 28, with a meeting of the stakeholders would end on September 13, with a second runoff for the chairmanship election. Former members of the All Nigeria People's Party have warned President Bola Tinubu that they will dump the All Progressives Congress unless the vice presidential slot remains with their bloc. The aggrieved members will disclose their grievances at a press conference in Abuja, allege that the group was being marginalized by both the Congress for Progressive Change and ACN blocs and the tripartite agreement that formed the national government in 2015. In a communique read by the national coordinator, Vitalis Ajimbe, members of a bloc operating under the aegis of the Association of Former ANPP members, demanded inclusivity in the APC government, insisting that the position of VP remained sacrosanct for the ANPP bloc. Ajimbe alleged that the bloc, after being marginalized under former President Muhammadu Buhari, despite being a major partner in the merger and producing figures such as Vice President Kashim Shettima, Governors Babagana Zulum and Mai Malabuni, and several senators and former governors, has also been excluded from Tinubu's appointments so far. The group vowed to begin state and zonal consultations in the coming weeks to brief members on its next steps. One person was killed following the invasion of displaced hippopotamuses in the Guyuk and Sheleng local government areas of Adamawa State. The chairman of Guyuk local government, Shalom Kasa, said on Monday in the Bin Jiram community that a young man was reportedly killed by one of the animals during the attack. Kasa said hippopotamuses displaced by flooding around the Kiri Dam in Sheleng were now within communities, farmlands and riverbanks, causing fear among residents. In response, Kasa, alongside the chairman of Sheleng local government, Alhaji Abubakar Abba, and traditional rulers including Kwande Durungraya of Kuyuk, Kuruhaye, had visited the seat of government in Yola for help. Kasa also extended his condolences to the victims of recent flooding in Yola town. 5 persons reportedly died and 55 others were hospitalized. Secretary to the state government, Awal Tuku, who received the delegation, assured them that the government would address the situation. In the same vein, President Bola Tinubu has condoled with families of victims and communities affected by the recent severe flooding in Yola, Adamawa State, and a fatal boat accident in Niger State. In a statement, Tinubu praised the efforts of emergency agencies, local divers and volunteers involved in rescue and recovery operations. The president, while acknowledging climate change as a major factor behind the rising floods, urged Nigerians to avoid actions that worsen the crisis through stricter adherence to waterway safety rules, encouraged authorities to intensify public awareness, and ordered NEMA and the National Emergency Response Center to work closely with state governments for immediate relief. Flooding in Yola claimed 5 lives and injured 55 over the weekend, while a boat carrying 39 people capsized near Guni village in Niger State, killing 13, including women and children. Anambra State Police Command has taken delivery of a new armored personnel carrier, APC, to tackle criminals in the state. The armored vehicle was delivered to the command by the force headquarters on instruction of Inspector General of Police Kayode Betokun. Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Ikioye Orutugo, who received the heavy-duty military equipment, expressed happiness about the gesture, which he said would help the command to tackle criminals in the state. Orutugo expressed appreciation to the leadership of the Nigeria Police Force for the delivery of the equipment. The body of photojournalist Ayo Ayekpeko, allegedly murdered by his colleague Oluwapelumi Adebayo, has been recovered by police in Kogi State. Police spokesperson Williams Ovie Aya confirmed the body was found Sunday evening near the WAEC office in Lokoja's Crucial Zone 8 after Adebayo reportedly hid the body in a deep freezer before dumping it in a bush. Investigations revealed Ayekbeko was killed on July 22 in an office near the Government House area. Residents discovered the corpse after noticing a foul odor and alerted authorities. Earlier reports had mistakenly identified a different suspect, Jacob Belumi, a correctional service officer, who was later found dead in a Lokoja hotel, believed to have taken its own life. Police are appealing for information to aid the investigation. Meanwhile, Ayekbeko's family is demanding justice and has called on Governor Ahmed Ododo and security agencies to ensure those responsible are brought to book. The Delta State Police Command has arrested a suspected self-kidnapper and accomplice after they collected 3 million naira ransom in the state. Police Regulations Officer for the Delta State Command, Bright Edafe, disclosed this in Asaba, the state capital. Edafe said the command had continued to record operational milestones in its relentless war against crime and criminality in the state. According to Edafe, the suspect confessed that she faked a kidnap and received a ransom of 3 million naira out of which she gave her accomplices 500,000 naira while retaining 2.5 million naira for herself. Said all the suspects involved in the fake kidnapping had been arrested while an investigation was ongoing. Next is business and stock market news.
Central Securities Clearance System CSCS PLC has launched its custodian portal, a user-centric digital solution designed to optimize custodian operations through intuitive, secure, and efficient features. Managing Director CSCS PLC Haruna Jallo Wazari said the custodian portal offers a streamlined experience for market participants with powerful tools that facilitate comprehensive portfolio and trade management, document tracking, share transfer operations, client symbol search, and real-time access to vital data. He said the portal, operating through a flexible subscription-based model, empowered users to manage their records effortlessly and securely through convenient payment channels such as GTPay and Paystack. All custodians in the Nigerian capital market have now been successfully onboarded on the custodian portal, marking a significant milestone in CSCS's ongoing drive to enhance collaboration, standardize operational processes, and promote digital adoption across the market. The federal government says it aims to create over 2 million jobs through its Renewed Hope social housing program, which will deliver 100 housing units in each of Nigeria's 774 local government areas. Housing Minister Ahmed Dangiwa disclosed this during a session with the House Committee on Housing and Habitat, explaining that the initiative targets low-income earners, the unemployed, and displaced persons. He said funding would come from the Renewed Hope Infrastructure Development Fund, with further details to follow pending presidential approval. Dangiwa also noted that several ongoing housing projects under the Renewed Hope cities and estates are nearing completion. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has urged the new leadership of the Nigeria Deposit Insurance Corporation to uphold its mandate in safeguarding financial stability. Speaking at the official inauguration of NDIC Managing Director Thompson Sunday and Executive Director Operations Dr. Kabir Katata in Abuja, Edun called on the team to leverage their experience in steering the institution through Nigeria's broader economic reform. The appointments, confirmed by the Senate in May following President Bola Tinubu's nomination, mark a new chapter for the agency, which plays a critical role in the financial safety net. In response, Sunday, who takes over from acting MD Emily Osiju, thanked the president for the opportunity and pledged to deliver on the corporation's statutory functions. He also assured staff of a collaborative leadership approach aimed at advancing NDIC's performance and policy objectives. Aliko Dangote has called on President Bola Tinubu to include refined petroleum products under the government's Nigeria First import restriction policy, a move quickly rejected by oil marketers and analysts. Speaking at the Global Commodity Insights Conference in Abuja, the Dangote Group president said local refiners are being undercut by cheap, often subsidized imports, including toxic fuel that wouldn't meet European standards. He warned that continued fuel importation is crippling domestic refining and discouraging investment. The Nigeria First policy, which already bars government agencies from procuring goods available locally, should be extended to petrol, diesel, and relatable products, Dangote insisted. He urged that it's not about monopolizing the sector, but protecting local industry as practiced in the US, Canada, and EU. However, many marketers disagreed, warning that banning imports without adequate supply safeguards could worsen the fuel supply situation. And that's business news on Global News. I am Thompson Natus.
Still to come, North Korea says Trump must accept new nuclear reality. Wildfire rages in Portugal's Aroca region. Do stay with us.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
China will maintain close communication with Cambodia and Thailand to help consolidate the consensus over a ceasefire between the two Southeast Asian nations, the Foreign Ministry said on Tuesday. Ministry spokesperson Goh Jia-kum made remarks when asked to comment on Thailand's military, saying that Cambodia violated a ceasefire that had come into effect from midnight.
Over recent days, the international community, especially Malaysia, the current ASEAN chair, has actively mediated and urged the leaders of Cambodia and Thailand toward de-escalating the situation. China appreciates and welcomes this. China supports Malaysia in continuing to play its role as the ASEAN chair and promoting a political solution within the ASEAN framework. We support all efforts that enhance mutual trust and promote reconciliation. As a friend and close neighbor of Cambodia and Thailand, China will maintain close communication with all parties involved, including Cambodia and Thailand, and continue to work in its own way, in accordance with the wishes of both sides, to play a constructive role in consolidating the ceasefire agreement.
Military commanders from Thailand and Cambodia held talks on Tuesday as calm returned to the disputed border and displaced residents began trickling back, a day after the Southeast Asian neighbors announced a truce to end 5 days of fighting. Thai and Cambodian leaders met in Malaysia on Monday and agreed to a ceasefire deal to halt the deadliest conflict in more than a decade that has killed at least 40 people, mostly civilians, and displaced over 300,000 in both countries. Russian Minister for Resources and Ecology Alexander Kozlov met with North Korean officials after landing on the first direct passenger flight from Moscow to Pyongyang, a North State media reported on Tuesday. In a footage provided by North Korea's official news agency, KCNA, Kozlov was seen being greeted by North Korean officials at Pyongyang International Airport and meeting with North Korean Premier Park Tae-sung on Monday. The start of regular flights between the capitals for the first time since the mid-1990s, according to Russian aviation blogs, follows the resumption of Moscow-Pyongyang passenger rail service, a 10-day journey in June. Russia's Civil Aviation Authority, Rosaviasia, granted Northwind Airlines permission to operate flights between Moscow and Pyongyang twice a week. The Transport Ministry said in a statement that for now, flights would operate once a month to help build stable demand. South Korean Foreign Minister Cho Hyung said on Tuesday that he would hold his first meeting with his Japanese counterpart Takeshi Iwaya in Tokyo since taking up his post this month, before traveling to the U.S. to support trade negotiations. Cho would have his first meeting with U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio on Thursday, as Seoul makes a final push to secure a trade deal to limit the impact of punishing U.S. tariffs due to come in on August 1. As for his Japan visit, Cho said it would discuss important bilateral issues, including historical disputes, in a future-oriented way, and agree to cooperate going forward. South Korean Finance Minister Ko Yoon-chol said on Tuesday they were trying to derive a mutually beneficial trade agreement with the United States in comments ahead of its departure to Washington to meet U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Seoul officials are scrambling in an all-out push to clinch a trade deal ahead of a Friday deadline to avert punishing tariffs threatened by U.S. President Donald Trump against the country's key industrial exports to the United States. Cole's plan to travel to Washington last week for talks with Bessent was postponed due to the U.S. Treasury chief's scheduling conflict. Cole also said he would be joining Industry Minister Kim Yuan-kwan and Minister for Trade Johan Ko, who will be holding talks with U.S. officials, including Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, on an all-out response. North Korea said on Tuesday The United States must accept that reality has changed since the country's summit meetings in the past, and no future dialogue would end its nuclear program, state media KCNA reported. Kim Yo-jong, the powerful sister of North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, was believed to speak for her brother, said she considered that the personal relationship between Kim and U.S. President Donald Trump is not bad. Asked about the North Korean statement, a White House official said Trump was still committed to the goal he had for the 3 summit meetings he held with Kim in his first term. At the first meeting in Singapore in 2018, Trump and Kim signed an agreement in principle to make the Korean Peninsula free of nuclear weapons. Subsequent summit in Hanoi broke down due to a disagreement over removing international sanctions that had been imposed against Pyongyang. U.S. Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick said President Trump was in the driver's seat on tariff policy during an interview with Fox News Channel's special report that aired on Monday. Trump said on Monday most trading partners that do not negotiate separate trade deals will soon face tariffs of 15% to 20% on their exports to the United States, well above the broad 10% tariff imposed in April. Trump was vowed to end decades of U.S. trade deficits by imposing tariffs on nearly all trading partners, has already announced higher rates of up to 50% in some countries, including Brazil, starting on Friday. Announcements have spurred feverish negotiations by a host of countries seeking lower tariff rates, including India, Pakistan, Canada, and Thailand, among others. The U.S. President on Sunday clinched a huge trade deal with the European Union that includes a 15% tariff on most EU goods, $600 billion of investment in the U.S. by European firms, and $750 billion in energy purchases over the next 3 years. That followed a $550 billion deal with Japan last week and smaller agreements with Britain, Indonesia, and Vietnam. Other talks are ongoing, including with India, but prospects are deemed for many more agreements before Friday, Trump's deadline for deals before higher rates take effect. The German economy will suffer considerable damage as a result of these tariffs, Merz said on Monday in Berlin. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz expects the new trade agreement between the EU and the US to have serious consequences for the German economy. Merz described the agreed 15% tariff on exports to the US as a considerable burden, adding that it was not satisfied with the outcome reached in Scotland over the weekend. However, given the difficult starting position, it was obviously not possible to achieve a better deal, he said. Merz also expressed his belief that the tariff would harm the US too, by fueling inflation and having an overall negative impact on transatlantic trade.
I perceive the reactions from the German business community to be somewhat more nuanced. Some companies and industries are relieved that things will not remain as they were before. The tariffs that have been imposed to date are in some cases twice as high as those agreed yesterday in Scotland. But I am fully aware that the tariffs that remain in place, in particular the 15% tariff on exports from the EU, compared to the 0% tariff on U.S. imports into the European Union, represent a considerable burden on the export-oriented economy of the Federal Republic of Germany. That is perfectly clear. I am not satisfied with this outcome in the sense that the deal, is satisfactory, but I am simply saying that, given the starting position we had with the United States of America, it was obviously not possible to achieve more. In plain language, this means that the German economy will suffer considerable damage as a result of these tariffs. But I am quite sure that it will not be limited to Germany and Europe alone. We will also see the consequences of this trade policy in America. Not only will there be a higher inflation rate, but it will also have an overall negative impact on transatlantic trade. I am firmly convinced that these tariffs are not in the interests of the United States of America.
Young people from all over the world gathered on Tuesday in St. Peter's Square to see the Basilica pass through the Holy Door and mark the start of a Jubilee of Youth. The global Catholic celebration at the Vatican, where over 500,000 young Catholics from 146 countries are expected to attend, serves as a spiritual launch of a week-long program. Pilgrims express their joy at being the event, saying it brings hope and joy.
Happy is not strong enough of a word. I think there's hope, there's joy, there is inspiration of the Holy Spirit. I think it's overwhelming. I think people are going to be processing all of this for months to years after it, because this is a beautiful moment of hope being planted, and it's just something that's going to take root and spread.
Very happy, very excited to be here with all these pilgrims. Very excited to see Pope Leo and to grow in my faith as we come here on pilgrimage.
Exciting. We're all here exciting. Yeah, we're just excited just to be here. It's a huge blessing from God that we get to be here with not just like people from our same nationality, from different nationalities. Like, it shows that like the youth are the next generation. We are the next generation, the new hope for Christianity, for Catholicism. And it's such a blessing, and it's such an amazing time to be a young person in the Jubilee. Yay!
This is, for me, it's like a heaven. It's something special for me to be here. It's very, very, I don't know how to say this feeling, how to describe him, because it's something special. It's a very beautiful place.
In the days leading up to the main events, pilgrims will take part in prayer services, confession, and processions through the holy doors of the city's 4 papal basilicas. Events will take place from July 29 to August 3 and include 2 key moments with Pope Leo XIV's leading evening vigil on Saturday and a morning mass on Sunday. A wildfire raged near the village of Canelas in Portugal's Aroca region on Tuesday. 500 Portuguese firefighters were battling the fire that started on Monday. It's desperation to watch this disgrace, said local resident Rafael Soares, who hoped for air support to help contain the flames, as temperatures were expected to reach 33 degrees Celsius during the day.
It's desperation to watch this disgrace. We had the same situation on the 17th of September in Alvarenga, nearby municipality, and now we have this scenario here in Canelas, and I don't know how we can sort this out. We need help, we need air support. The life in the rural world changed a lot. Climate change doesn't help either, with these temperatures. And maybe some psycho caused the fire, because it's impossible otherwise. These are not natural fires, this has to be caused by a human.
September 2024, more than 6,000 hectares were destroyed by a wildfire at a nearby village of Alvarenga, also in the Aroca region. That's the news this hour. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Barry Kumon Ado.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good day and welcome to another interesting episode of From the Correspondent on Signature TV. I am Emmanuel Tewasi, and as you know how we do it, we have interesting stories lined up for your viewing pleasure. But first of all, we'll look at the former Akwa Ibom State Governor Obang Victor Atta, who criticized the 1999 Constitution as a military constitution, calling for a more robust move to rewrite the constitution. That happened at the National Summit on Nigeria's Constitutional Democracy in Abuja. Then we'll look at the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board recently set a cut-off mark for tertiary institution at 150 for universities and 140 for College of Nursing Sciences and 100 for polytechnics and colleges of education. And we'll look at Nigerians' reaction to these cut-off marks, particularly as it concerns the colleges of education, which their its cutoff mark is 100. Someone who is supposed to impact knowledge and value into the younger generation would be enrolled into a higher institution of learning with a cutoff mark as low as 100. What do you make of that? Then we'll look at efforts by Siege of Support Foundation in partnership with OGR Fair Foundation to sensitize inmates and students of ENUGU State College of Health Technology in Oji River on medical practices for healthy living. Then we'll look at efforts by philanthropist Everest Naji, founder of Odegene Foundation, who donated 56-room hostel to Godfrey Okoye University and was officially commissioned by the Catholic Bishop, Most Reverend Dr. Callistus Onaga. Then finally, we'll bring you stakeholders in the oil and gas sector are divided over a proposed new agency for decommissioning of oil and gas installation, with lawmakers and regulators recently debating its merits and demerits. We'll be unpacking all these and more right after this break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is From the Correspondent on Signature TV. Here we bring you stories behind the headlines by engaging with our correspondents to hear firsthand their experiences on the field while trying to get information that satisfy our information need. And today on our lineup, the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Obang Victor Atta, has faulted the 1999 Constitution, describing it as a military constitution that lacks the input of Nigerians and not in the interest of the majority of Nigerians. Atta stated this at the National Summit on the Future of Nigeria's Constitutional Democracy that took place in Abuja. Let's take a look at how that summit went.
The Abuja Summit, which will run for 2 days, aims to push for fundamental amendments in the 1999 Constitution to make it inclusive and equitable. Political leaders, patriots, intellectuals, and interests from across the country are taking part in the Abuja Summit.
What's going on this week is just like a climax. This thing has been going on for various zones.
All the 6 zones have had cause to come together to evaluate, to make comments, to make suggestions. And what we're just trying to do, like I've said earlier on, is to collate all of this, distill them, and then turn them away from a cacophony of voices to a solid document.
This constitutional conference, we are seeking that powers to be devolved. Too much power at the center. Unitary system has not favored us. We never favor us. We are a federation, and so the federating units must have enough power.
Where are the granite pyramids? We don't see them again. Where is the huge? We're number 1 in producing cocoa in the world. Why don't we produce again? Because everybody is today depending on the oil from Niger Delta. We'll come and sit down and share the oil. But our fathers didn't do that. Our fathers had granite pyramids and they had all these other things to produce. We're a productive country. We're not only consuming.
The former governor of Akwa Ibom State, Victor Atta, faulted the 1999 Constitution as a document forced on the people. He said that the Constitution needed to be amended for inclusivity and to promote constructive collaboration among all sectors of Nigeria.
The legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution, the viability of our current political system, the path towards restoring true sovereignty to the Nigerian people. This agenda, therefore, is not only the right one, but it is in fact the only one that matters now. We endorse it in its entirety because the truth is this: the 1999 Constitution was not the people's constitution. It was a military decree imposed without the consent of the people. The military suspended the 1963 Constitution, which remains the last legal expression of our people's collective will and agreed terms of conditions for staying together. That Constitution, I'd like to emphasize, was suspended.
While officially declaring the event open, former Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Chief Emeka Anyaoku, spoke on the significance of the summit.
Our present 1999 Constitution, as amended, is not such a constitution. It was not democratically formulated. It was instead imposed on the country through a decree by the military administration. And the governance system derived from it is not only non-inclusive, but also induces over-expenditure of the nation's resources on administration rather than on capital development. Hence, the need for a new constitution made by the peoples of our country.
Other delegates spoke to journalists on the expectations from the summit.
103 million Nigerians are living under multidimensional poverty. 18.5 million Nigerian children are out of school. More than 70% of these numbers that I just shown out are children with disabilities and people with disabilities. And there's a correlation between poverty and disabilities.
Whether it is the present constitution, as imperfect as it is, or a new constitution, if it stems out of platforms like this, it doesn't really matter if the operators of the constitution are not ready to live by the rule of law. So it is very, very important, value reorientation and, coming up with handlers who will see the constitution as not just an ordinary document, but the very document that creates our existence, creates all the organs and the institutions within the federation called Nigeria.
I believe women already are 50% of the population anyway. And to find that in the National Assembly and in many other positions, we find women in very, very almost skeletal positions. This needs to be done, and things need to be done to improve this. Also, in terms of children, education, I believe education also needs to be placed in a more pivotal position than it is now, especially for childhood education.
The objective of the National Summit is to create from the present Constitution a new document that speaks to the aspirations of Nigerians across all regions and institute a governance structure that frees the potentials of the black man's most populous nation. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman reporting for Signature TV.
The Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, recently announced the cut-off mark for admission into tertiary institutions in the country, while minimum cut-off mark for universities admission is put at 150. The cut-off mark for polytechnics and colleges of education is 100 and 140 for colleges of nursing sciences. Correspondent Nasir Usman took to the streets of Abuja to get Nigerians' view about this development and as it pertains to the quality of education in the country.
This year's entrance examination, organized by JAMB for admission of candidates into tertiary institutions, has witnessed some controversies. First was the issue of alleged glitch that was said to have happened in Lagos and Southeast states, which resulted in abysmal performance by candidates, which compromised some results, with nearly 80% of students getting low grades. The low pass rate sparked widespread outrage, especially after one candidate took her own life, following which the JAMB registrar, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, apologized in tears, leading to some candidates being made to sit for the exam a second time.
As registrar of JAMB, I hold myself personally responsible including for the negligence of the service provider and
for the 2025 UTME, JAMB has set a minimum cut-off mark of 150 for university admission and 100 for polytechnics and colleges of education, with institutions given the leeway to set higher cut-off marks for specific courses. What is, however, disturbing to some education watchers is the consistent reduction in cut-off mark for colleges of education, which are supposed to produce future teachers. They see it as a reflection of the level of neglect of the education sector in the country under successive administrations.
If a student is taught for a certain period, it's expected that the outcome should be good. But now, here we are. Instead of the JAMB to make the cutoff mark for entering into the training institution higher, because for somebody who will teach the ones that will teach the younger generation, of course, you can't give what you don't have. So a teacher is supposed to be an embodiment of knowledge, where you can be able to guide these children so that they can achieve greatness. Now, JAMB is coming up with the reverse. Honestly, this thing needs to be reviewed again, because to say that the failures are the ones sent to the teacher training institution, we are not ready. In fact, it's like we are not really overhauling the education system. Solving the problem of education in Nigeria must start from the basics.
The lower cut-off mark for this year has sparked mixed reactions, with some seeing it as a step towards ensuring that more people are given opportunity for higher education, while others interpret it as lowering of standard.
I think it will greatly affect them in a negative way, because these are teachers and this cutoff mark is for College of Education. If it's reduced, and then I don't think quality teachers can be produced, and thereby it is going to affect the upcoming generation. Yes, that's my own opinion.
Actually, reducing this very point, honestly, will not enable most of these students, to read very well and read very wide. Because as a result of that, honestly, it will reduce the quality of education.
Want to feel that it's going to affect the quality of education negatively, because gone are those days when we have quality teachers that they go for this work because they have passion for it. They have passion for it. Now that JAM has come to a joint admission matriculation board, has reduced the mark, the cutoff mark to 150, I think it's going to affect the educational background.
Depending on the individual, because if the parents are to do the needful, caution them, they should read very well towards the JAM. Honestly, it's a good development to them. During our time, I believe that for you to get 120 is not an easy task then. But now, 150, we are in digital world, we are no longer analog. So I believe that it's just a fair and fair for them.
So reducing that mark to that extent will really help in making people go to school, and in turn, those people will acquire knowledge to come back and also impart knowledge to those that are coming up.
Perhaps time has come for the various levels of government to evolve ways of attracting the best brains to study education as a course, while giving incentives to the colleges of education to produce persons who will be equipped to impart quality education to their students. In Abuja, Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
Following this development, Nigerians are now calling for a critical review of the benchmark for colleges of education, arguing that the institution responsible for training future teachers, lecturers, and educationists should not be undervalued, as they remain a cornerstone for national development.
Many Nigerians perceive College of Education and Polytechnics as fallback options for students who fail to meet university admission requirements. However, this perception may be misplaced, as both institutions play distinct and vital roles in national development. Colleges of education are particularly crucial as they produce the teachers who nurture the future generations from basic to secondary education. The consistently low admission cutoff marks for these colleges have raised concerns, as citizens argue that such policies may unintentionally devalue the teaching profession.
How relegating education to as low as 100? Why would you want that kind of person with such kind of mentality to teach the students when they graduate? They're supposed to be a very high standard of grade to level them with, so that they will match up. You understand? There's a certain, just like they are not looking up to that education to be something that has better impact in the people. Because if education had been valued, people with high intellectual quotient are supposed to be the people that will be admitted into it. What may be the cause of this is the payment system, because they are not paying the teacher very well. If they have been paying teachers very well, they will know that this course demands people of intellectual high capacity.
That place is the source of all the education. Even all those hierarchies, like doctors and everything, all those people raised from that place. And it's supposed not to be so. That place is supposed to be the pipeline. That's supposed to be the energetic, the power of the education. But it was not so. They saw that place. They see that place as a place that is not worthy to. Then why the place is the pipeline? On the faculty, because they have all those things in education, they don't value it.
Some senior secondary school students who just concluded their NACO examinations spoke of their career choices, none mentioning the teaching profession.
My name is Abamba, DJ Valentino. I want to be a lawyer. Law. I don't know why. I don't know why.
You,
okay, my name is Susan Novelos, aka Energy. I want to be a nurse in the future. I want to be a legal practitioner in the future. To attain mercy for those, for less privileged.
It's my last day in secondary school. I want to be a medical doctor. That's my dream. That's my passion. Because I want to save lives. It's my last day. I want to be a doctor.
An educationist, Onyemechi Ndubisi, attributed the low cutoff marks for education courses to dwindling demand, especially when compared to other fields such as medicine, law, and engineering. According to him, fewer students aspire to become teachers, which in turn affects admission thresholds for colleges of education.
So education, as you know, is the foundation of life. But many people regard people in education as not very rich. And because of young people need quick money. If you ask students now, what department do you want to belong? What do you want to do in future? Less than 10% will mention to be a teacher, educationist. But about 90% of them say, I want to become a medical doctor. So because of high demand, more people, more scores are cut off with the high.
He insists that meaningful reforms are urgently needed, not just in admission standards, but also in funding, curriculum, welfare of teachers, and career opportunities to elevate the status of the institutions and align them with their true value to the society.
The society. I'm not talking of, you talk of passion. So have volunteer workers under what UNICEF or UN. So you can do a job because of the passion. So maybe no passion, and the economy is so hard that they take their salary. So the take home is very poor. So you want to become like that person. Like if you're a farmer, if you're not proud of being a farmer, if you're not getting enough money, you may not advise your child to become a farmer.
The values placed on these institutions by successive administrations in the country is no doubt a reflection of the level of importance placed on education and the practitioners. Perhaps time has come for rethink and for the various levels of government to come up with deliberate policies that will elevate the teaching profession, right from teachers training to those who teach at all levels through welfare packages and other incentives. After all, no nation can rise above the quality of its education, and no education system can thrive without well-trained and dedicated teachers. In Enugu, Chinemere Mikebunam reporting for Signature TV News.
You're still watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. This is where we look at stories behind headlines and appreciate the efforts that goes into sourcing, packaging, and disseminating information. We pay attention critically to human development stories in order to appreciate what the reporter or correspondent experience on the field. Today, I'm joined by our correspondents from Abuja, and here in Enugu with me in the studio is Chinemere Mikebunam, who is our Government House correspondent, who will be talking to us about this cut-off point for institutions and colleges. Then on the phone I have Nasir Usman all the way from Abuja, who will also be talking to us about what Abuja residents think about this cut-off mark and the National Summit on the Constitution reform in Abuja. Nasir, thank you so much for joining us. You're welcome. All right, so Chinemerem, let's begin with you in the studio. It's quite shocking that education, which is being marketed to us as the most valuable, highest achievement one could attain as a young person. Where I remember growing up, I wanted to do a side business. You know, just deviate from school, and but my dad would say you need to go to school. Yes, at some point I graduated and got a job. He insisted, no, go further. You don't need a job. You don't have, I take care of you, blah blah blah. You know. Then we just discovered that the cutoff point for those who are supposed to be teachers, who are supposed to impact value into the younger ones, is the least among all cutoff points. First of all, as a person, looking at our system, we are the only country who have so many bodies. You need to write WAEC, NECO, JAM before you get an admission into higher institution. Looking at a holistic picture of our education system, what do you make of this recent cutoff point based on what you got from the people you spoke to outside?
Okay, let's start with what is actually the need for this JAMB entrance. Because growing up, I know that we write WAEC as an examination to see us through, that we are over the next level after your SS3 class. Yes, you write an entrance called WAEC examination. Then the JAMB basic when you join matriculation examination, it's more like where students are being scored, and courses also given from what they get. And now you now see a situation where these courses that are given, you write a JAMB, you see dumb, or let me not use the word dumb, like you see those that come out with a low score, asked to go to either any of the polytechnics or college of education. That is where they fall back to, because universities are always most especially federal universities, having this high score. Then you begin to wonder, is college of education or the polytechnics actually meant for students that are not well equipped with knowledge? Let me go with that. But then again, taking what polytechnic, this is polytechnic when you talk about technical knowledge and all that, and take college of education, they are meaning what they are meant to portray is totally different from what the society we belong in, the Nigerian society is taking them to be. Because now you see JAMB JAMB directors now giving it a different meaning, where they now tell you that federal universities take that of probably maybe 200. This is the least we have, like 150 is the least. Normally they will tell you federal universities or state universities 200 is always their cutoff mark. Then you see 150, 100 for polytechnics and college of education, which if you look at it, I was talking to someone and he said it's because of demand. When demand is kind of low, because everybody wants to go into university, everybody wants to go into federal university, or find themselves in states, because even with the federal and states, there's also that kind of will I call it rush. There's this rush in federal that is not common in states. That is why we always have states as the second choice. So I think it's something that has to do with the way JAMB has actually positioned it, and it needs to be looked into, because if you say that colleges of education is where you train out or you churn out teachers, those that will teach these professionals, then you should also look at the structure that you've actually laid for them, because I think it should go beyond. College of education now should not do with the cutoff mark, it should do with the passion, because it's not everybody that goes into college of education that comes out becoming a teacher.
Well, but most people see polytechnics and colleges of education as a soft landing. If I apply for a university course and I don't get it, instead of sitting back for 1 year, let me just go do a year or two, but that has to do with the whole educational structure of the country. But then I want to ask you, while you were on the field seeking for information, I believe you might have made efforts to communicate with JAMB authorities in ENUGU and other professionals in the educational sector. What did you find out about that before we go to Nasiru, who is waiting for us?
Okay, like I said, I tried reaching out to the director here in ENUGU, and she said she could not talk. Reasons because they are all government workers and they are always restricted to talking to the press. That if I would want any information regarding the way things are being done in the JAM, that I should meet with those in Abuja. So I think Nasiru will actually do us justice with that.
All right, Nasiru, if you can hear us, you also sample the opinion of Abuja residents on this issue of JAM cutoff point, particularly as it concerns the colleges of education. Nasiru, what's your finding?
Good afternoon. Chinebele, thank you for the points you have raised over there. You see, the issue of JAM and the new cutoff mark has raised diversity among Abuja residents, whereby some people are seeing it as a welcome development, whereby it will give more students opportunity to go to school, while some are seeing it as a way whereby the education system in Nigeria is getting to collapse gradually. Because, if you remember during the press conference held in Abuja here at the JAM headquarters, whereby the JAM registrar, Professor Ishaq Oluide, was regretting why they had a lot of failure in their system. And from what we gather, it seemed like there were 80% of students that are affected with low grade, especially in Lagos and some southeast states, whereby the student has to sit again. And the JAM register was kind of regretting. He came out to tell Nigerians that yes, from their own hand, they have a problem and they are ready to work on it. So if, for instance, JAM said they have a problem and they're working towards it, I believe the students also, they have their own part to play, whereby for you to appeal, definitely maybe you have not been preparing for that exam, or you didn't really study hard for you to have a good grade. But if you actually study hard, for this, and just like Chinemere said, during WAEC and NECO, you have to sit down, study hard to make sure that you have your 8 or 9 credits for you to enter the higher institution. But for JAM, people just see it as, let me just read, let me just do it anyhow. If I did not go to university, the Federal College of Education is there for me, or the Polytechnic is there for me. So a lot of people in Abuja were not in support of the new cutoff mark by JAM, whereby they're saying Polytechnic is being given 100. If you have 100 mark, you can study in the Federal Polytechnic. While if you have 100, you can also study in the College of Education. And if you have 150, you can go to the university. So for Abuja residents, what they're saying is that for education, because education is very important, education is paramount. Education should have been given the highest mark. Instead of giving 150 to the university, you can give 200. That if you don't score 200, you won't go to the Federal College of Education, because that is where the teachers are being produced. And you cannot give what you don't have. As long as a teacher is not productive, is not good, is not well trained, and is not well outspoken, whereby the person is good, there's no way we can produce the upcoming teachers that are going to train the students that are coming. So for them, they fought in JAM that they shouldn't have reduced the score of education to 100. At least it should have been better than 150 or 200 marks. But for a lot of people, when some Abuja residents spoke, they said reducing the cutoff mark to 100, it will make the students to be lazy, whereby they just see it as what is there in 100 to score out of 400. I can easily score 100. So it will make them lazy and they won't read again. And the level of seriousness that we usually have in those days is going to reduce gradually. While some are saying that some school teachers don't complete their school curriculum, because if a teacher can complete the school curriculum at the end of the term, at least they usually write JAM in second term, I think. The teachers, if they have done their own parts, they see no reason why the students should be failing. Because these students, what is there for them not to pass? They are not paying their school fees, they are not paying anything. Everything that they need, their parents are supporting them and they're providing everything for them. So their own is just to sit down, read, and pass. But a lot of people still blame it on the level of maturity that they're having now, whereby the social media has taken over everything. a lot of people, students that are supposed to be studying, they're on social media, they're on TikTok, they're on Instagram, they're doing one thing or the other, at least which is distracting them, unlike the normal way that they're supposed to have read, add, and pass.
Okay,
so for a lot of...
Sorry to cut you short. You said the students may seem to be distracted, and it kind of look as though the cutting down of this cutoff mark for JAM looks like encouraging laziness and lukewarmness towards education. Because if students already are distracted, do you think it was a wise idea to beat down the cutoff mark down to as low as 100 as we have it now?
No, I don't think so. Because the best thing should have been is you should maintain that normal mark which has been there before. So now reducing it or bringing it down again is not good at all. You know, during the course of my report, I interviewed the principal of government secondary school, Dobi in Gwagwalada, and that man was so much in pain, whereby he was really not happy with the way JAM used the cutoff mark, whereby he said the present administration is like they didn't value education, or they didn't put much hope on education, whereby if the Nigerian government is really serious about education and about producing the next generation of teachers, they shouldn't have reduced that cutoff mark, whereby if possible the education should have been given the higher points or higher score. You know, for instance, now if you're applying for JAM, you know, we have first choice, second choice, third choice, and fourth choice. The first choice is usually the university, while the second choice is Federal College of Education, and third choice is Federal Polytechnic. So, even in the Nigerian system or in the Nigerian educational something, they regard education and university as the number one, while giving less priority to Federal College of Education, whereby if you didn't pass or if you are not getting admission in the federal and the university, let my people go. You can easily go to the College of Education or you go to Polytechnic. So there, whereby you have a lot of crowd in the classes and a lot of things are being done there, which is not supposed to be the right thing. So a lot of people are saying the education, and especially the education, should be given more priority than university or the Federal College of Education.
All right, Nasir, thank you so much. You made a lot of points while talking. I would like to know if you made any efforts to get clarification from the JAM headquarters on why this decision became very imperative for them. I don't know if you were able to succeed with that.
Well, no, because the reason was because there was a summit here in Abuja, I think earlier this month, or yes, I think it was in June or July, whereby the JAM register and the vice chancellors from all 30 states in Nigeria, both private and government universities, they meet in Abuja here, and a lot of things were deliberated on. And from what they discussed at that meeting was that since there was mass failure in the 2025 JAM, so the best way or the best thing they can do is to reduce the cutoff mark for the students, whereby the students will have opportunity of going to the university, while some will go to the Federal College of Education or some will go to the Polytechnic. So at that meeting, it was agreed on by the JAM register that the new cutoff mark for 2025 is 150. It was at that forum that they decided on that. And the JAM register made mention that every university has its own right of making their own cutoff marks themselves, whereby, for instance, if you want to study medicine, let me take, for instance, ABU as an example. Now, multiple universities are there. If you want to study medicine, if you score 150 in JAM, they can say for you to apply for medicine, you must score 200. Okay. Or for you to apply for mass communication, you must score 180. So JAM has given their own, while the universities across the country are also given the mandate to set their own cutoff marks themselves, so that they will have the best student at the end of the day.
All right, thank you so much, Nasiru. You just mentioned that JAM gave universities liberty to set their own cut-off mark. It kind of as though sounded as if while they're trying to gather and control, they are also at the same time making it a loose end, because if JAM said cutoff mark is 150, then go ahead to give universities the opportunity to set their own cutoff mark. Do you think this whole issue of cutoff mark in the first place will even yield result? But before you answer, Nasiru, please let me get Chinemerem's view on this before I come back to it. Please stay on there. Chinemerem, please. The cutoff mark. New cutoff mark. JAM has said 150, but then went ahead to give universities the opportunity to set their own cutoff mark. Don't you think it's a loose end in terms of what the educational sector is already experiencing? Do you think it will yield any positive result? Why not have a uniform cutoff mark in the first place?
Yes, from what you're saying, I still believe that universities also have their own standard. I mean, you cannot be telling a University of Ibadan to be looking at 150 as their cutoff mark. So I think universities, also giving the universities opportunities to also put their own cutoff mark aside what JAMB has already done is, trying to maintain the standard of these universities, because education, like I said, is something that is a serious thing. It's not something we should look at, take it as the unseriousness of the society, even when the society happens to be unserious, like Nasiru had earlier mentioned about, social media taking over and all that. Universities also have standard, and they should flow with that standard.
I believe in your report I saw you talking to students, based on what Nasiru said about distraction, social media. You engaged the students.
Yes.
What was your line of conversation with? How did it go?
Okay, I engaged with students of the SS3 class, from the SS3 classes that just finished their NICO examination. Okay. And from what I saw, you can also see this influence of this society thing, because immediately they finished their GUAEC exams, they were not actually bothered about, how was the exam we just finished, right? And hope we were, well, checking out to know, what they have not really answered correctly and all that. They were all jubilating, pouring water on themselves and all that. And most of them, they don't really say that they want to go into the education angle. Some of them say they want to be a lawyer, and they don't even know why they want to be lawyers. Oh. Yes, and it was very few of them that said, I want to be a lawyer because I want to be a mouthpiece of the poor, to speak for those that are not opportune. But I spoke to one, and the girl said, I want to be a radiographer, and all of a sudden started telling me, because I want to, when someone dies, I take their pictures and all that, So it's actually, I just saw a group or a set of, ignorant students that don't really, in the point of, going to the next level, defining their future themselves. They are still ignorant of what they want to be and how they are going to take these steps. I wonder why somebody would say she wants to be a lawyer, but she does not know why she wants to be a lawyer. But she feels she wants, maybe it's even the parental, influence. My daughter, you must study law. So she wants to be a lawyer. And, even with the parental influence, they have not been able to, because the society also has a lot to play. They have not been able to take these children through, like, I want you to study law. So I would want you to always go hang out with, with my friend that is a lawyer. I remember my parents always, trying to associate you with what you want to be, so that you start having that feeling, you start, associating, you start understanding where you're going to earlier in life than, what we are seeing now. So talking to those students, I think that we still have a lot to do as parents, as teachers in the universities and the secondary schools, because a whole lot still happen in the universities. University is just like a wall where everybody come together, interact. It only takes someone that has focus, someone that has vision, and is determined to actually toe the right path. Because if you don't have that knowledge, if you don't have that vision, you obviously not even achieve anything in the university, even with your high cutoff mark.
Thank you so much. You've made a lot of points. It's so sad that you mentioned that someone who wants to be a radiographer just to take pictures. I don't know.
I was trying to understand it.
View of who a radiographer is, but because of time, we'd like to draw the curtains on this discussion here. Thank you so much for coming. Nasiru, if you're still hearing me, just a parting word in 60 seconds. Just what do you think should be the right steps in order to ensure that our educational standard does not get destroyed at this point? Because from what you told us about the summit and the decisions that they took, one would have expected a unanimous decision from JAM and all the leadership of various universities across Nigeria. But then again, we have this disparity of, okay, this is our cutoff point, but if you want to set your own, you can go ahead. So it's something that we really need to recalibrate to actually ensure that we come at a common ground to ensure that our educational system does not get destroyed. Thank you so much for joining us, Nasiru, if you can hear me.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Moving on, the seizure. All right, so Chinemena, I would appreciate you as well. Thank you so much for your time in the studio. All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll bring you reports from the Seizure Foundation, who, in partnership with OGR Fair Foundation, is sensitizing the youths on medical practices for healthy living. Stay with us. The program's continues after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is from the correspondent on Signature TV. The Seizure Support Foundation, in partnership with OGR Fair Foundation for Children with Disabilities, conducted a free seizure first aid and CPR training at the ENUGU State College of Health Technology, Oji River. The Seizure Support Foundation also conducted a comprehensive medical outreach for inmates of the Oji River Medium Security Custodial Center in ENUGU. Let's take a look at how that event went.
Commissioned in 1992, the Oji River Medium Security Custodian Center was established to rehabilitate convicts serving light sentences. However, due to its location and limited logistics, inmates frequently face challenges including inadequate health facilities, insufficient food, clothing, sanitary wares, and delayed court hearings. This medical outreach by the Seizure Support Foundation and its partners therefore offered a rare opportunity for the inmates to benefit from vital services such as checks on blood pressure, pulse, random blood sugar, and administration of essential over-the-counter medications. Member for Oji River constituency in the Enugu State House of Assembly, Honorable Osita Eze, voiced concern over the living condition of inmates of the custodian center.
A lot of things are lacking. Basic amenities, condition of living here is not satisfactory at all. So it's meant to be a correctional center, and the inmates are struggling to live. So That's the impression of what I met here today. The infrastructure is good, but more needs to be done in terms of facilities and also what they need to live with. There's of food, there's of beddings, there's of clothing, and also health.
He called on other non-governmental organizations and individuals to emulate the efforts of the Seizure Support Foundation by coming to the aid of the center, now housing 149 inmates, over and above the 80 inmates envisaged for the center.
We are not going to leave everything to federal government. These people come from our various constituencies. They are our people. So it's going to be a collaborative venture. The federal government will do what they need to do, the state will do what they need to do. Then individually, community, churches need to put hands together to see that the purpose of bringing these people here is not defeated at all. So we have to collaborate with them. Whatever we have in terms of medical, this will provide. In terms of clothing, like the sanitary wares, we need to provide some of them.
At the ENUGU State College of Health Technology, the Seizure Support Foundation, in partnership with the O.J. Ajayi Fair Foundation for Children with Disabilities, was equally at the ENUGU State College of Health Technology, where it conducted a training session to equip the students with critical life-saving skills on first aid for victims of seizure and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, to help them save lives of those who experienced cardiac arrest.
You're going to count with me. 10. And then for the rescue breaths, you do what we call held teeth chin lift maneuver. Like you lift the head up, but you have to make sure that the person is not, maybe if it's a fall and then there's a case you are suspecting that maybe the neck is broken, just open the mouth like this. Open the mouth very wide. And then each breath you're making, make sure it's up to 1 second breath. You're not just doing, no, you're giving a deep breath that is up to a second.
You need to stabilize everybody. Don't allow overcrowding. So utilize the crowd, make sure you stay calm. So while she's still checking, what's the next one? A, avoid restraints. To see issue here, a cococha haka. In a minute, a seizure, checking. You meet into go haka at that point. The muscles are free. So what do? You lift one of her legs, flex it up, flex the knee. Then the next thing you should do is you bring in her hands towards her chest. So you're looking at this position. Then you place one hand on her knee, place one on her shoulder. Then you turn her.
The interactive training encouraged student participation through a question and answer session, which left attendees appreciative and motivated to apply the newly acquired knowledge.
I learned a lot, about the seizure and the CPR. Understand? This is just a life-saving technique that can, give to anybody. It can be emergency, even your brother or sister, anybody at all. So I learned, from the experience to practicalize how to, aid someone that is, a victim of the seizure.
I'm so happy today. At least based from the things that they've been teaching us in the class, though they've been doing practical for us, but I've gained more knowledge today. At least anywhere I see someone that needs CPR, I can equally give it out. Anywhere I see someone on choking or of anything or drowning, I can give CPR. If I give anyone that have seizure, based on what we've been taught today, I can equally resuscitate the person and give the person life before taking the person to the hospital. I'm so happy. I say, more grease to their elbows.
Executive Director of the Seizure Support Foundation, Dr. Chigi Chiagorom, shared her passion and motivation behind organizing both the training and the medical outreach. She expressed gratitude to all partners, especially the O.J. Ajayi Fair Foundation for Children with Disabilities, and supporters who made the initiative successful, underscoring the power of collective action in transforming lives.
Purpose is birthed from places of pain. So it was a result of someone very close to me that was diagnosed with seizure disorders. And I had issues with his schooling, I had issues with his health. And I thought to myself, if I'm going through it, there are several others who are going through it as well. So that was how Seizure Support Foundation came into being. So we offer support, education, health support to children who have special needs, especially those who have seizure disorders. I had a conversation with Reverend Father Ago. So he too is a humanitarian. So he handles prisoners' needs. So we got talking. He told me the things that he's been seeing in the prisons, especially the OG prisons, and asked, since I'm in the development space, if I could join him. And I told him that we have our niche. But there was something he said that caught my attention. He said prisoners are also vulnerable. Since we are out to take care of people who are vulnerable, who for some reasons do not have a voice for themselves or of themselves. So when he said that, I said, well, let's jump on it. A big thank you. You missed out on another partner of ours, OJ or Jaifia Foundation for Children with Disabilities. They also partnered with us for this particular training. So I thank them immensely. I also thank the correctional facility superintendent. He was really very graceful. He really accepted us. I thank Honorable Ositeze, the Honorable Member for Oji River constituency. Kudos to, of course, Reverend. It's not a Catholic priest, Reverend Francis Ago. He was the one that actually planted the seed that took us to Oji River Correctional Center. And I don't think Seizure Support Foundation is going to stop with this particular trip to the prisons. I think it's something we want to continue doing and expand on as time goes on.
The smiles and stories of hope from both the inmates and students are clear indications of the profound impact of dedicated service and efforts to build healthier and stronger communities across Nigeria. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is from the correspondent. Nigeria's Super Falcons won their 10th WAFCON title, defeating the host nation Morocco 3-2 in a thrilling final in Rabat. This victory marks a sensational second half comeback which reaffirmed Nigeria's dominance in African women's football. Indeed, Mission X has been accomplished. And that's it for today's episode. I remain Manuel Tewase. See you next week and remain blessed.
Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. The weather is, what do I say? It's a bit cloudy, but it hasn't rained today, and that sounds great. But I've also heard that it had rained on some other parts in the southeast. But for the farmers, this is a great season. Looking forward to a heavy harvest. Let's go straight to the headlines. NGO takes mental health campaign to Signature TV in ENUGU. Governor Winfrey suspends 87 top government functionaries. This and more will certainly come your way. Wait.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
In the society, a non-governmental organization, Koli Mental Health Academy, brought its campaign to the Raymond Dopesi corporate headquarters of Signature TV, Thinkers Corner, Enugu. Correspondent Christopher Lele was there.
In today's fast-paced, high-pressure world, workers face more than just work challenges. From social pressures to personal struggles, they bear the weight of stress, anxiety, and depression while navigating their career. This growing crisis highlights the urgent need for a workplace mental health awareness campaign to address the emotional and psychological well-being of workers. Speaking at the training, co-founder, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation, Mrs. Uzoamaka Nwachiku stressed the need for mental health awareness, especially in workplaces. She said that people must begin to accord priority to their mental health the same way they treat their bodies.
And that is where work comes in. If you work in a toxic environment or live in a noisy environment, it will definitely affect your well-being. Is that not true? If you stay in a noisy place, it affects your well-being. So I want us to go with few things. Concept of mental health, what mental health is and what mental health is not. Because when we come to the workplace, we come with many baggages, coming from the family, coming from our relationships, coming from our children, coming from our spouses. And you now come to your workplace and our guy in charge will expect us to do magic. Of course, you have to be productive. No be so. They pay you now, you have to be productive. So mental health awareness has been linked to enhance productivity.
Like every other training, there was a practical session where the staffers were engaged in some tasks.
Okay, please, 5 in one group. Then choose a leader and group name. Leader and group name, please. She has now. If I'm not operating as a team, give her. I don't know your group. Let's give me one more. Somebody has been here. You have been here now. Come out. Anywhere.
So, right.
FPP.
You're right.
No APC group. PDP. Somebody's not.
Another resource person, Ebere Amarizu, took the people through some neurocognitive sessions and the importance of taking care of the brains as the root cause of mental health issue. He also talked about the digital footprint on social media.
To look good and presentable. Good. Now, as you do those things, do you take care of one particular thing called brain? How many people understand the importance of brain? And now we don't have no problem. Hey, now I want to make this or that. You don't see people discuss about how to improve their brain health. So the brain enables you to think out something and come out with problem-solving mechanism measures That's why it's quite important. That's why you have to enrich it. Eat something that will improve your brain health. Sleep well. Then social media, we are there. And social media makes you don't sleep, you don't rest. It affects you. And all that affects your brain. Brain need to relax. You don't do that.
There were also questions and answers between the facilitators and the participants.
What came to your mind? Who would like to share? Why are they disturbing us in the mental health? Just be sincere. What came to your mind? You are smiling. Tell us now. So no guy have noticed that this thing they enter our brain somehow. We don't normally engage. Yeah? Okay, so you wanted to say something?
About sensitization of
Okay, thank you. I like what he said. And that is another place we are getting it wrong. People focus more on the body, physical fitness. They tell you to exercise, right? They tell you to sleep. Meanwhile, man is what? Body, soul, and spirit.
I want to know who values his work over his brain. Is it possible? So between your brain and your work, whatever thing you may be doing, so which one do you prefer? It's okay. Madam said brain. This one said brain. Okay, now between your brain, how often do you take care of your body the same way you take care of your brain? Who does that? You take care of your body, right? You do your pedicure. Tell us now what you do to your body. Who can tell us what you do to your body? Huh? No, every person. Just tell us. No, every person be talking. Tell us what you do to your body. Well, we are practical session. I don't want to give you. Yes. Yes. Yes.
The state of physical and mental well-being of every individual impacts greatly on his level of productivity, both at home and in workplaces. This makes awareness campaigns such as this necessity in every work environment for the good of both the employees and the organization. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Anambra State Police Command has taken delivery of a new armored personnel carrier, APC, to tackle criminals in the state. The armored vehicle was delivered to the command by the force headquarters on instruction of Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun. Commissioner of Police in Anambra State, Ikioye Orutugo, who received the heavy-duty military equipment to express happiness about the gesture, saying it will help the command to tackle criminals in the state. A statement by the State Police Command spokesperson, Tochukwu Ikenga, quoted the CPA as expressing his deep appreciation to the leadership of Nigeria Police Force for the delivery of the equipment. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has recorded a major breakthrough in the war against fake drugs as the agency arrests a suspected kingpin in Aba. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control arrested the suspect, who was known as a notorious fake drug dealer, Lazarus Omukwe, in Osisiomangwa local government area of Abia State. NAFDAC Deputy Director of Investigation and Enforcement in the Southeast and South-South, Omoyeni Babatunde, said the suspect was intercepted while trying to exit his compound in a Sienna vehicle already loaded with various pharmaceutical products. Babatunji said a suspect had evaded arrest since February 11, 2025, when a joint security operation by NAFDAC, the Nigerian Army, the police, and the Department of State Services, DSS, uncovered a sophisticated mini drug production hub in its residential compound. The facility, according to the agency, was used to revalidate, repackage, and rebrand expired drugs for public distribution. An NAFDAC official revealed that despite the earlier sealing of the buildings, the premises had been shockingly rented out to new tenants. However, no drugs were found inside the compound during Thursday's raid. In a dramatic twist, the suspect, Lazarus Omunkwe, who admitted ownership of the buildings, claimed ignorance of NAFDAC's prior operation. According to him, the property served only as storage for genuine foreign drugs, and he denied ever dealing in expired pharmaceuticals. The Court of Appeal sitting in Owerri, Imo State, has ruled that the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC, lacks the legal authority to seize driver's licenses, vehicles, or related documents without lawful justification. The decision came in an appeal filed by the FRSC, the Corps Marshal, and an officer identified by uniform number COSS 35 as first to third appellants against Dr. Manuel Sheps. The Appellate Court upheld the judgment of the High Court of Abia State, which had earlier ruled that such seizures amount to a violation of fundamental human rights. Delivering the judgment, Justices Amina Abdullah Wambai, M. Lawal Abubakar, and Ntong affirmed the FRSC's liability for rights violation. However, the court reduced the damages awarded to the respondent from 30 million naira to 10 million naira, covering general and exemplary damages. The case stemmed from an incident in 2020 during a COVID-19 lockdown when FRSC officers stopped Sheps along Bendi Road in Umaya. According to him, after inspecting his car and finding no fault, the officers demanded a bribe. When he declined, they conducted a second inspection, claimed his tire was worn out, and subsequently retained his driver's license and issued a 3,000 naira booking. Governor Francis Mwifuru of Ebonyi State slammed 1 month suspension each to 87 top government functionaries over the failure to attend important government functions without salaries. In a statement from the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Monday Uzo revealed that among the categories of a functionary suspended includes 25 commissioners, 14 senior special assistants, 24 special assistants, and 22 permanent secretaries. According to the statement, the Governor of Ebonyi State, Francis Mwifuru, directed that the functionaries proceed on 1 month working suspension without salary for failure to attend the government function. They include Stanley Lebechimbam, Professor Leonard Uguru, Matthew Mwabashi, Wogo Obasi, Victor Chuku, Jude Okbo, Ikewo Mebe, Chidi Onya, Oguzofia Mwale, Ben Rochiodo, Donatus Elang, Ngozi Obichuku, Moses Ekumai Kenai, Richard Idike, Felicia Wampuma, Chinedu Nka, and Obonna Obasi Abare, among others. Sorry about that. And that's the news. When we return, we'll start our conversations.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Still on Southern News, we are now in a conversation session where I'm going to Ebonyi State, where Amechi Odo is not just waiting, is eager to intervene in this discussion. Just yesterday, we were talking about a building collapse and talking about the committee that is going to investigate that incident. And ironically, by today, late yesterday actually, news making the rounds showed that some of those in that committee have been suspended. Why? Because they didn't attend a government function. But Amechi Odo is in a better place to tell you about that. Amechi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Barry.
And how are you this beautiful day?
I'm fine, if not for the kind of news that is emanating from here, which is keeping or making all of us restless down here because of, the impact on the governance structure, especially at the state level, So, except that, I am fine.
Okay, so can you give us an insight? We kept hearing government function, without even having an inkling about the specific event.
Thank you very once more. The government has been keeping mute as to the nature of the function that attracted this punishment. It was not contained in the press release by the spokesperson of the governor, talking about Dr. Monday Ozo, and I have tried to reach out to him so that we can actually have details of the very function that this number of, members of the State Executive Council, and, senior government functionaries didn't attend, that elicited the type of reaction that we saw from governor. However, this didn't just start yesterday. I can recall that sometime last month, the governor only, raised concerns about the absence of government functionaries in most of his events. He said it was quite, insulting that he would be at a function and maybe after the function and he wants to move to another event, and when he gets there, he will not see, most of his functionaries. He said you cannot go and be enjoying yourself while the governor is still on the field working. He used these words. So he warned them against that, members of the State Executive Council and senior government functionaries, about their failure to be at his events. So that of, yesterday, or that of Sunday, that resulted in most of them being suspended, was more specific as to the nature of the function. Though there has been maybe Facebook, propaganda about the nature of the event, but we cannot rely on that until the government says, look at the very function that these people didn't attend. But as it stands now, there has been reaction back and forth, especially online, with most persons, raising eyebrow, with most persons calling on the governor to reverse his decision, because to them, it means that the government has been crippled because the PAMSECs are involved, the senior special assistants are involved, special assistants are involved, commissioners are involved. So the question they have been asking is, who is there running the government? And he equally placed a ban on the commissioner signing documents. And of course, you know that governance is all about signing documents. So without signing documents, there will be no policy implementation, because that's the evidence that an authority has been given for certain projects to take place.
Yeah, you are right, but let's look at it from the broader perspective. What do I mean by the broader perspective? In governance, for example, one commissioner that was affected is the Attorney General. Now, he also has a PEMSEC. And after the PEMSEC, you have directors under the PEMSEC. So are we saying that governance stops because the commissioner has been suspended or the PEMSEC has been suspended, when we have other people down the line that can still carry out these functions? Remember, the position for commissionership is political. So why are we saying governance will stop or projects will stop for the next 1 month? Because the top, that's the commissioner, is no longer there for the next 1 month. After all, remember, the same commissioners or other people in a ministry can go on leave and others will act. So why are we thinking that governance stops when it hasn't?
Well, Barry, we know that government businesses are often tracked up through a process that can be spotted at various stages. It is not, it's not like a relay. It's not like a relay where you have to run and just hand over the baton to your partner or your mate, and the race continues. There is a process of handover. There is a process of assuming authority, before someone acts in that regard, because definitely there will be references made to the actions taken and so on and so forth. Recall that PAMSECs were among the people that were suspended. And in the same statement, the government said the commissioner should hand over to the PAMSECs. So the question is rather, where are the PAMSECs that these commissioners are handing over to? And there wasn't further instruction that PAMSECs affected should hand over to the director. And, government business cannot be run in secrecy. It is not a personal business. It's something that the public should be meant to understand whom they are dealing with and who is giving what order. Now, practically, we have projects and programs that are being driven by commissioners with their patterns, with their familiarities with other players, and all of a sudden, they are benched. And again, the second in command in the person of the PAMSEC that maybe have been following up in the engagements of the commissioner, is also not there. And you expect the top person on the lineup to assume the position of the first and start driving the process the way it should be. There is going to be jerky. Governance is going to be jerky, for this action that is taking place. That is the truth. Because governance does not stop in maybe moving file from the ministry to governor, for him to sign memo. Implementation is there. Familiarization, with the project concept is also there. And all these things should be taken into consideration when action like this is being taken. Last administration, David Umahi, Of course, he did well by virtue of the level of projects implemented, but it took time. In fact, he didn't work much longer with PAMSEX. And you found out that most things revolved around his office. Though he had his way, and yes, he achieved enormous things, but that is not the right process. The right process is that at every turn, there should be a senior government official that will keep records of the activities and businesses of the government. And that falls on the PAMSEC. And that's why, we've been witnessing, criticisms online, with people saying that the governor should have allowed the PAMSECs to stay back and not to suspend, most of the PAMSECs, suspend most of the commissioners, suspend most of the SAs and senior special assistants, So, and again, they've been complaining that there have been, allegations of malfeasance, which involve some senior government officials, even the one that is in court, that governor, he appears to be reluctant in taking action over them, but he chose to punish those who didn't attend his function. So, we are just watching the dynamics of this controversy and see whether it can be resolved.
Well, I think it can be resolved, but we need to walk through it. I am not a lawyer, but I do know that in governance, or let's say civil service, if you are in court, the government will not throw you away just like that, except you are found guilty. So those who are expecting the governor to take action because the head of service is in a court, I don't think, the SSG is in court with EFCC. I don't think they're getting it right. But now, let's look at this other scenario. Recall that recently, some new commissioners were brought on board, and there was a kind of reshuffle within his cabinet. But he also cautioned that in the shortest possible time, those who do not deliver as they should will be kicked out of office. So, given that this thing was said in less than 2 weeks, you have people who didn't attend that mythical function that is a bit mysterious and we cannot know how to place it. Now, you want to separate the commissioners to say, okay, the commissioners should have been allowed to go while the PEMSEC stay. Was it not the same crime, if I should use that word? The same crime.
The same crime if, proper invitation was placed to the PAMSEC. Of course, like we have been meant to understand that there is a huge difference between, governor's personal function engagements and state government function.
Yes, I agree with you.
Good. And when you talk about, personal functions of the governor, you have his kitchen cabinet. You have people who are working for him, who are working so that the responsibilities of his office can be better achieved. You can't expect, such followership, such presence from such people. But we have also government functionaries whose businesses are to deliver and to be present at government engagements, government ceremonies and events, driving the policies and programs of the government. Now, if you say, is it not the same crime? I wouldn't know, because we have not interacted with the protocol officer, chief protocol officer, to know whether, okay, this very mysterious event, which nobody wants to disclose, where the PAMSECs invited, where the special advisors, special assistants and the senior special assistants invited, and how come we press, we're not aware of such a big event that should attract all these people, because wherever these type of people are, definitely it's expected that we journalists should be there. So, however, governor knows better, and perhaps he acted based on, what he has been seeing in terms of responding to or being present at his event from these functionaries. I think that is what happened. Governor is not someone who is too swift in taking decisions, especially in punishing, those who work for him. He is always trying to be, trying to be diplomatic, trying to make appeals, before he takes actions. And he will always sound like the day I will react, the day I will act based on what people are doing. Many persons will not like it. I think that is what happened. So it has been a piled up, offenses coming from these people. That is what I feel. And boom, he decided to post this and everybody is now complaining. Now, you talked about, what again did you talk about? I think about commissioners, who was commissioners who were warned, something like that.
Yes.
Good. That he just, had to do kind of shufflement to take some commissioners to some other ministries and, brought back some others and so on and so forth. So now it's also part of what just happened yesterday, because we believe that governor was just trying to see how he can rejig the cabinet and see it working the way he expected. But eventually, perhaps to him, they continue to appear to be lackadaisical in responding to his, invitations and so on and so forth. And he decided to suspend all of them without salary. Barry, I think that is where the pain is. Without salary for 1 month in this harsh economic situation that we have in the country. I don't know how they are going to manage it, but I think he has made his pronouncement. And this governor, he takes time before he acts. He takes punitive action. But, for him to have resolved to do this, to say you are going to be suspended without salary, I think he means it. Umahi, in his own style, would say this type of, or impose this type of sanction, but before you know what is happening, he will bring back the affected commissioners through the back door. Much noise will not be made about it. He will not know about it. But he will announce it, where he wants to, punish. But where he wants to forgive, you will not hear about it. Just gently. But this one doesn't punish anyhow. In fact, he has never punished since he came on board. This is the first time. And that is why everybody is jittery whether he will drive it to the end, and if he does, it's going to be painful, I must tell you.
Okay, so basically, we will start a countdown, so to speak. Not that it's going to be anything serious, but a countdown, said 1 month suspension without pay. Now, I know that that behind the scenes, even from last night, people would have been also making cases for the various commissioners, SAs, PEMSECs, and all the rest. You remember, in my introduction, I did say that there was a building that collapsed, a student hostel that collapsed, and one of the commissioners involved and some other people were parts of a group that went to inspect the place, see the place for themselves, so that they be to understand the type of investigation that will take place at Funai. But the situation has changed by Monday night, and they are part of those who have been suspended. But in my thoughts, I recall that some months back, some commissioners were suspended and no issues in terms of salaries were mentioned being suspended to, or the length of time they will stay. And within the shortest possible time, they were recalled. But doesn't that also send a warning that the governor appears to be someone who is easy and quickly ready to forgive, but that he can still strike when the iron is hot? Doesn't that give us the feeling? And now that we have this huge number of people being suspended. Is it not telling us something about governance in Ebonyi? That if you are appointed, you should not just be accountable, but you should be able to deliver on the set goals.
Okay, Barry, I think I'm conversant with the workings of investigative panel when it is set up by the Ministry of Capital City Development. Last time that the building collapsed close to Feta 1, I followed the event up, and I can tell you that the investigation was conducted by regulatory agencies, that is, the state executives of various regulatory agencies that have to deal with engineering, like Coren, Cobot, and the other one. So they were the agencies that conducted the investigation, because government is also trying to give them that independence so that they can arrive at a conclusion and give recommendations that will help government to do better when it comes to supervision of structures under construction. That said, what I mean is that I don't believe that this suspension is going to affect the investigation of the collapsed hostel in Funai. Then, secondly, you talked about commissioners who were suspended before now. Of course, that one was an obvious criminal or suspected criminal activity that was going on, and the governor walked into it, and he had to take action. Of course, the commissioner of health that was affected then, and heads of other agencies and parastatals under the ministry, had to go in for it, because they cannot be heading such ministry and agencies and parastatals, and such criminal activity will be taking place under their nose, and they will claim not to be aware. However, the government handled it the way that it deemed best and brought them back after they must have served their suspensions for, some periods. But this one now, yes, you just, raised the decision, the comments, being made by a section of the society down here, that it is good that we begin to see Governor Winfrey strike from time to time, considering that he appears to be too lenient to his appointees, and that is why some of them are misbehaving. That is the impression being created in some quarters, while others are saying no, that he overreacted by crippling the entire system. So, what our own should be is just to weigh the comments and again see how it affects the government, so that the others can learn from it. If it works, perhaps if they are recalled and we begin to see them attend functions, which is the problem now, that will speak well of the action by the governor. But if eventually it works off on governance and maybe nothing much happens within this period, maybe in 1 month time, next time the governor will not take such action. So that is the way I see it.
Okay. Give or take, it's a story that is unveiling, and we'll continue to focus on it so that we can understand the dynamics of this story. So, thank you very much, Amechi Odo. I look forward to us continuing this conversation if there is anything new coming out of it.
Definitely, we will.
All right then. So, do enjoy your evening as we continue on Southeast News. And while I say thank you again to Amechi Odo, because parts of our conversation did show some of the issues prevalent in governance. But on this particular edition of Southeast News, we want to take a breather. Today, here at Signature TV, something really, really nice happened. terms of music. I wonder what type of music do you enjoy listening to? Come join me and let's find out.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with us. We'll be back tomorrow. I am Barikumo Ado.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We have male dominance in politics, which is number one. Men have dominated the political arena in Nigeria. We have educated women. We have women that have the zeal and the passion for politics, but the arena has been dominated by men. Men that, I'm sorry to say, they don't want to see women reach their desired position. So we have so many problems apart from the male domination. We have the religious problem, especially where I'm coming from. I'm coming from the northern part of the country. We have the cultural biases, we have the religious biases, which work hand in hand to bring women down during the political, in politics or generally in decision making in the country. So these three factors are the hindrance, what brought the hindrance in women participation or women inclusion in Nigeria. The hindrances, we've already overcome some of them, because when a woman goes out to campaign, if you look at the campaign arena, you'll find out that we have a lot of women, especially from the grassroots. You find out that women constitute majority of the voters and mobilizers for their parties, for their candidates. And even if you go to polling units, you find out that 75% of the people lining up to cast their vote are women and children and youths. So women are mobilizers, and at the same time, women usually they come out en masse to support what they want. So that first hindrances we've overcome it, because we can always come out to vote for what we want and what we believe will bring the best for our interests. But when you look at the political institution, a woman will vote, but when the candidate attains to power, she will be overlooked. She will be overlooked, and women interests have been overlooked nationally and internationally. At the local level, at the state level, at the international level, women interests are overlooked, in the sense that women are given negligible positions. Women have not been included in the decision making or in appointment by the political parties or by the governor, which we are calling from the state, from the national level, that women should be included in the decision making as stakeholders, as position holders in terms of appointment, so that we will have a say in politics. Since we have our votes, we mobilize, we gang up, we have loyalty, we have all what it takes. Less women have a voice, less women have a say. And when I talk about the religious biases, we've overcome the religious biases in the sense that women have been urged to come out to vote and to be voted for. It's not against our religion. It's not against our religion, and we've been doing that. We have so many educated women that are politically vibrant. Looking at the women coming out to vie for political positions, women are ever ready to come out en masse to support women so that we'll see what will happen when we women support women. Like the campaign we are having right now, that is women supporting women in the parliament, that will bring a lot of fruitful, encouraging atmosphere for women to be voted for. Like if you take for an example, if you look at the National Assembly, we have only 3 women in the Senate, only 3 women out of the 109, only 3 women are the Senate. So if we have women, a lot of women coming out to vie for Senate seats, a lot of women will come out to encourage them to be part of it, so that we'll have a lot of women senators. When you look at the state, the House of Representatives, we have only 17 members, women, only 17 in the National Assembly. Out of 366, we have only 17 women, which is very, very negligible number. We need to do more. Women need to come out en masse to support women so that we will attain so many positions, viable positions, important positions in the Senate and in the National Assembly, at the state, at the local level, even at the national level. So women supporting women is a very important issue which we need to address as women, and to encourage each other to come out and support each other. And also, when you look at the Nigerian Constitution, you'll find out that we have the 35% affirmative action, which has not been met up till this time. It has not been attained by women. When you have 3 senators, you have only 17 members in the House of Assembly. That means we are nowhere. Women are nowhere. Even the quota has not been met.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m.
This is Signature Television Unscripted. This is where we discuss critical national issues affecting our countrymen and women. And in today's edition, we are going to discuss extensively on the death of the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. Of course, the country is still mourning. The President, Bola Tinubu, declared 7 days of mourning when the former president, after the former president passed away in a London clinic on the 13th of July. Perhaps the mourning period is ending on Sunday. That is tomorrow. And we keep discussing Buhari. We keep discussing his health, his death, because he occupied a substantial space in the political and military history of our country, Nigeria. I recall that he joined the Nigerian Army at the age of 19 and progressed to become a major general in the Nigerian army, which is not, which is a very, very great feat for that matter. Then recall also that he became a military head of state and was in 1984, from 1984 to 1985, following the coup of 31st December 1983, which overthrew the democratically elected government of Alhaji Shehu Shagari. But unfortunately, that military regime of Buhari was short-lived relatively, because there was another palace coup in 1985, 27th of August to be precise, which toppled his government and which culminated into the ascendancy of military president Ibrahim Babangida. And Buhari did not stop there. He continued aspiring to be a president of this country under a civilian administration. He contested for 3 times until 2015, when through a handshake across the western region, across the Niger, he became the president. He was elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the platform of the All Progressive Congress. So he bestrode the political turf of this country, the military turf of this country, and his death will remain a very touchy issue in the annals of Nigeria's history. We are discussing that. We are looking at the legacies that he left. Recall that in 2015, before he became the president, he promised 3 cardinal things: to pursue economic revival, to ensure that the country was safe in terms of securing the country. Then he promised also to fight corruption. And how far did he go in the pursuit of these 3 cardinal issues? These are the issues that we are going to look at. And also the issue of medical tourism to United Kingdom. You see our leaders jumping into the airplane to go to the United Kingdom or United States of America, or any other country for that matter, to receive medical treatment. And it's costing us a whole lot of money. So we are going to look at those issues and how these medical tourism is affecting the economy of the country. Then we look at the constitutional review. Constitutional review is ongoing now. The Senate has done its own. The House of Representatives is also going around the zonal the zones, to seek the opinion of Nigerians on which areas of the Constitution should be amended. In fact, this has become an obsession, so to say. This has become a recurring decimal as far as the National Assembly is concerned. So we look at the merits and the demerits of this Constitution review. It doesn't seem as if nothing has come out of the various previous ones they did. And a whole lot of things that we're going to look into today, including also the resignation from the PDP of the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar. I believe that he resigned to join ADC, where he hopes to contest the presidential election. With me in the studio this afternoon to discuss these issues and more is our regular public affairs analyst, Mr. Martin Hane. Mr. Martin, you are welcome to the program.
Thank you, Chief Ubani.
Yeah, thank you very much. And another senior colleague is here.
The man with the big cap.
The man with the big cap. I don't know why you're not wearing red today.
No, this for this. Every cap for different occasions.
Thank you. Mr. Christian Madoka. You're welcome to
Thank you.
The program. My name is Mike Ubani. Let's start with you, Mr. Ade. Where were you when you heard about the death of the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, and what was your immediate reaction?
Wow, that's interesting. In fact, I was just in my workplace looking at what is trending online. Then I stumbled onto the news item that the revered former president Muhammadu Buhari, had passed on. I didn't shudder. I wasn't worried because for over some time now, the news keep coming up that former president Buhari was dead or is dead and all that. So I wasn't perturbed because quite a few Nigerians, prominent persons, were said to have died, rumored to have died, and at the end of the day, they are still there. So I didn't take it serious. So when somebody muted that to me again, I said no, until there is an official confirmation. So until when I got an official confirmation, I said, wow. Because I know death is the way of all matters. So I sympathize with the family. I commiserate with the Nigerian people that a man like you rightly stated, who has bestrode the landscape, political and military landscape of Nigeria. And of course, I've been a leader for over a decade, from the military era to the civilian 8 years. So I commiserate with the family, and dying at that ripe age also. The Bible says that the days of our life, days of our life is 70, and if by strength they are 80, then they pass away like a watch at night. Yeah. So I sympathize with the family, and then I wish him that his soul will rest in peace. Just like we do, we cannot bemoan the dead, yes, or begrudge the dead. Yes. No matter if even when there are controversies surrounding their existence, that is left for God to judge, because He is the ultimate judge.
Gentlemen, I was fascinated by the promises that the departed general, the departed president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari. I was fascinated by the promises that he made in 2014, leading to the election of 2015. The promise that he made that he was going to eradicate poverty, revive the economy, he was going to fight corruption, he was going to ensure that Nigeria was secured. Boko Haram had been harassing most of the villages in the northeastern states, especially Borno State. And here, an army general, and some of us, welcomed his, aspiration to become the president, because we thought that he had a magic wand. 8 years down the line as president, 4 years, apiece. Mr. Batoka, what do you think he achieved in the area of security? Were we better in 2023 when he left office than we were in 2015 or 2014, now going down?
Borrowing from you, say he came with magic wand. Mm-hmm. And since it's magic, magic can fail. Because somebody who is a good magician, there are times you do abracadabra, and the result is zero. You want to cover it up. So you narrowed it down so that I can chew on security. He came with all the effort he put together as the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. There was not much we felt on the level of what can be called achievement when it comes to security, especially when it comes to terrorism and banditry. Instead of, with his coming, like what the Igbo say, when people heard the former general is coming, and so many things that made us a lot of believe in him to come, people were like, he's going to come, he will have, like you said, that expectation magic wand. But unfortunately, didn't turn out to be so. In that particular aspect, I would say that late Major General Muhammad Buhari scored very low when it comes to fighting insurgency, fighting banditry, fighting. But there are so many things that keep coming up, and people were saying one of his cousins who followed him and was his ally that manages his government too, was saying, recently quoted in newspaper, that people exploited his weakness. Mamandara said people exploited, those are things we call medicine after death. Okay, you were there as a strong man who was managing him, and nobody, he didn't come asking Nigeria to vote for him as a weak man. And nobody in his right senses would have looked at Major General Muhammad Buhari to the face and call him a weak man. So at what point did he become weak? They just fall short of telling you that Nigeria is a complex society until we tell ourselves the truth. Because even smuggling documents is also part of our insincerity. And remember the story of Esau and Jacob, how their father was really weak, and then somebody came and answered the name of the brother and took blessing. And some people manipulated it, and they were there. Their mother manipulated when a junior. Yeah. So somebody who is manipulating that should not stay back, and they were giving it to Buhari. You see, the death of Buhari is supposed to be a call to order to people in power, and it's supposed to be something we look as a case study, to look at where we are failing to change and what we did right to replicate. Instead of all this wasting time talking from here to here and not looking at the right thing, what happened in the past continue to happen in the recent past. You asked me a specific question about General Muhammad Buhari's performance with security. If you ask me, if I score it over 100, it was less than 20%. I'm sorry. It's my own scoring. So scoring General Muhammad Buhari and his security performance according to Chris Madaka, that's my score. And then, of course, if we are so many panels who are scoring, we aggregate the percentage we give him or the scores, and let's see whether he will pass at the end of the day.
Yeah, I do think that they had any impediment, any handicap, because the story that we continue to hear is that while even before he became the president, and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic, there was a time, these terrorists, terrorists invaded a state, I think Borno State, and nobody knew what to do, but he took up arms. I mean, he got soldiers, took up arms, went there, drove those insurgents out of Nigeria. Do you think, as a president, there was a handicap, there was a reason why he couldn't do those things? That, remember, he fought the Civil War too. Yeah. So he was grounded in military strategy.
Given,
so he wasn't a greenhorn in the militme.
Yeah, what you say?
Do you think there's something,
there's something you are trying to, just don't worry, Badrias. Let me help you. He was saying that former head of state of Nigeria, General Abacha said, if insurgency continues after 24 hours in a country like Nigeria, the government in power has a hand in it. You know what what makes you a strong man is to stand on a point of righteousness, no matter whose ox is God. But when the Nigeria, at the point that Muhammad Buhari was being splitted and were divided on ethnic lines more than ever since the independence of Nigeria, then there's something suspicious, because there were religious and ethnic colorations to some of the things that began to happen. Now, when he either because somebody said his weakness or because he had interest, he did not hit it with kid glove, with the iron hand. They need to handle it. And it grew into something that even Katsina State, where it's coming from, were attacked several times by bandits. And a lot of people were killed. So you see, when the Bible said, don't spare the rod and spoil the child, that was some of things that we are saying that may have happened during his time as President of the Republic of Nigeria in fighting insecurity. Some of things he did not. He spared the child, the rod, and spoiled the child. Yeah. And now it has festered into a most full-blown. And some people were benefiting from such whatever has become the weakness in handling at that time, because we get to a point where military's budget was, wow. So it became a lot of interest. Some people were saying it became a business. Yeah. So even the security apparatus of Nigeria, some of them, because of controlling large budget, were also becoming suspect. Is it that they have turned it into a blood or money trade and all that?
Former President Muhammadu Buhari has come and gone. Some said he has done his best, and it appears his best doesn't seem to be the best for us. And as it stands today, we will continue living with this issue of insecurity. You did say that instead of ebbing, the insecurity in the country has increased by leaps and bounds. And therefore, we are just hoping that the incumbent, the sitting president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will do something concrete, to ensure that the insurgency that we are witnessing in our country is reduced to the barest minimum going forward. But we cannot just leave Buhari, discussing Buhari, because there were three cardinal issues that he promised that he was going to achieve in the course of his administration. We have just treated one: security. Mr. Martin, coming to corruption, you recall that when he became military head of state, Buhari became military head of state, he threw many politicians into prison, including late Dr. Alex Ekwueme. Even Shagari was arrested for a while but released. So he dealt massively, without looking back, on alleged corrupt politicians. You recall that Jim Wobdo, who was governor of old Anambra State, he was jailed for 20 years.
When you wasted 522 years to run concurrently, that's 525 years. That was what he got. So, and they said it was the first time we heard about the jail time running concurrently. I don't know what I mean, but I said, Martin has a flaw.
So like I said, I had high hopes that he's coming to deal again with this politics. But how do you evaluate his fight against corruption in the 8 years that he was president?
Well, just like you pointed out, Buhari rode on the mantra of integrity, a strong man who hated corruption. I was quite younger when he came to power, Buhari Diagon regime, 83, and then we learned that those days you couldn't be in a bus and you fling your waist out of the bus, that the fear of YAI men,
war against indiscipline
men, wouldn't even allow you to dare that. So I was actually excited when I heard that a disciplinarian was coming to lead the country with the possibility of a renewed mandate, of course, which he later got for 8 years. So, but I was totally disappointed that nothing changed. Nigerians were behaving the way they were behaving. Parting of budget was the order of the day. The people who are anti-corruption agents were actually corrupt themselves. They were looting and relooting, recovering loot and relooting loot. There was there was no serious effort to stop public embezzlement of public funds. In fact, there was rather a heightened effort to rape the country and then deprive Nigerians of, the infrastructural development that would have come out of this annual budgeting. In fact, it became like an annual ritual where nothing comes out of it at the end of the day. Most of the programs that were budgeted for, nothing came out of it. The roads were still in shambles, the educational sector were still there, nothing new happened. So I would tie all the deficit in development that we had for those 8 years under corruption. Because there was nothing tangible on ground. They said body language, you had this body language. The body language achieved nothing, except for those who are outsiders. But for those who are initiated, who are members of the cabal, nothing changed. There was no fear on the governors from, being free from corruption. So, because it is, there are people say when the mother goat is eating, chewing cud, the baby also watches to see how the mother does it. So, as far as I'm concerned, it was corruption heightened, and it was obvious in our hospitals, obvious in our schools, obvious in the education sector. Of course, their children will always go overseas to study. Of course, they will always go overseas to get medical attention. Of course, they will always go overseas for tourism. Not even as tourism sector was developed, not even an agricultural sector, nothing tangible was done within 2 years. If you go into the economy, it's still the same thing. Dollar, he met it at 190 something, and dollar, he left it at 900 and something. Then this current administration took it from 900 and something to $1 to 1,600 and 500 or about. So, as far as I'm concerned, Nigerians were disappointed that the strong man that we expected would do something. And that is also being likened to the current president of Kenya, Ruto. Ruto had this kind of massive support. Like, the only person that has it in Nigeria currently is P2B, someone who is attuned with the people. Ruto rode on that kind of popularity to gain power. But today, there is so much crisis in Kenya due to economic policies, taxation, and all that. Even as we speak, a lot of persons have died in Kenya, just like they died in Nigeria in the 80s. And the polarization, just to dive into what my brother Chief Madukas explained, the polarization of the country along ethnic lines got to the peak under former President Muhammadu Buhari. There is a particular section of the country was seen as a dot in a circle that didn't vote for him and therefore shouldn't expect anything from him. And he treated them like a trash. All the appointments were lopsided. It was either Fulani, Hausa, or nothing. A few to the west, a few to the south. So that's not how a country should be governed, by persons who want their memory to be etched in the sands of time. So I want to say that while we mourn him, because Nigeria is still 4 days into the mourning or so, but it's good to tell the truth. And people say if you want to talk to the big man, you can use a basket and cover your face and tell him the truth. The truth needs to be told. Those who are living needs to know that they will die one day. And what do they want to carry Nigeria to their grave? The billions of naira they've spent, the looted treasury of the country that would have... I feel so pained that people will go over to UK in a place called London Clinic and spend billions of naira. The same Buhari was having his medical attention there. And does it mean that after 8 years of budgeting billions, including the one they budgeted for Aso Rock Medical Hospital, if you still remember, there was this heavy budgeting that was really controversial that a standard teaching hospital in Nigeria couldn't get under him. But Aso Rock Clinic got it. At the end of the day, Aso Rock Clinic couldn't get qualified doctors, no competent medics, no standard equipment, no 21st century equipment that could treat our dear president. What are they treating? So the point remains that corruption was really at its peak under
Buhari.
And so many of the numbers were really negative.
Yes.
So
yes. I'm just wondering, was it that he was ignorant or he didn't know what to do? And was it that he didn't know what to do, or that he knew what to do but didn't have the capacity to do that? Because don't forget that he kept telling us that he was inhibited by the nuances that you find in democracy, whereby if you catch a thief today, if a policeman catches a thief today, you go through the judicial legal process, and it takes a whole long time for that particular suspect to be dealt with. Don't you think
he was inhibited by democracy?
Inhibited by the demands of justice, bureaucracy, as it were.
Let me just.
And of course, you remember also that while he was his first tenure, he had a majority in the National Assembly.
That's exactly what
he had a majority in between 2019 and 2023 when he left.
That's exactly what I'm saying. There was, for us Nigerians, there was no handicap. He wasn't handicapped by bureaucracy. After all, the National Assembly leadership he got all that he desired. Even the appointment into the judiciary, he got all that. So what stopped him from doing what he wanted to do? I quite agree. There is a possibility that while he was military president, he had that military power and all that latitude to do whatever we want to decree and create state and do all that and do discipline and all that. But then, when he became president, everybody expected that with democracy, he could have done better, because he had the National Assembly. He romanced very well with them. He appointed one chief judge then, I've forgotten his name, that throughout his tenure. So what am I trying to say? And he had all the Hausa Fulani, did all that appointment around him. So I believe that he lacked the political will. And that was why he wasn't coming straight to tell Nigerians what he wanted to say. You kept hearing, oh, body language says this, so let's do this. Body language doesn't say this. If the president doesn't shake you, it means he doesn't like you. If the president shakes you, it means even if you are corrupt, there is nothing that will happen. So he had the opportunity to sack ministers, appoint new ones, get technocrats into, they'll bring in a mix of technocrat politicians into the Federal Executive Council. But then, nothing happened. So I believe it was a deliberate effort to punish Nigerians. That's what we got under his presidency.
Gentlemen, we'll continue.
Because he had all that he needed to do.
We'll continue to talk about the departed president. But we cannot stop for this point in time without looking at his economic performance in the 8 years you know, uh, our president. Are you better off now, Mr. Madoka? You know, the economic tough than you were in 2015. You know, and that will tell you know the scale, rather demonstrate the scale of physical. Economic.
I think he was even better.
Are you
off.
better?
He was better than under Buhari.
You know why, sir?
How
Why
much was he buying fuel?
That's what.
So let's start from the one that touches him.
The incumbent president of Federal Republic of Nigeria in public spaces said he's carrying on with the legacy of Buhari, and people were like, you know, one of the things was when he brought back the national anthem. I said, okay, if you want to take us back to old national anthem, take us back the old good days. You know, people are saying the old good days.
System.
You know, now if you are talking about the economic policies of Buhari, Buhari was conservative. He didn't take risks. It was like, let's just manage on. And he was, you can see the pattern of his life reflected in our economy. Even when it's getting bad, he stood on his ground not to touch his fuel subsidy, no matter the pressure. Because he had been in minister of, remember he was one time minister of oil and gas in Nigeria. And then even as president, he was still substantial minister of oil and gas, even, as a double portfolio is holding. And he lived his life in that sector for a long time. And then, so he resisted that urge to remove subsidy. Remember his own time, they call him the president of the masses. There's this language they call, in a Hausa language, you almost call him the man of the ulamas. That's the wretched of the earth. He lives and he comes around, he visits his community, Daura, more than anybody who has been in top position from that community. He almost comes every weekend. And he entertains people, you know, his house is home for all. So he's in touch with what removing of oil subsidy will do to the life of all those people. He comes every weekend to see. So in that regard, he was saying no matter what price Nigeria is paying, he won't do that. Economically, as for us as Nigerians, what we feel firsthand, Buhari did not remove oil subsidy because of that. That's part of, so you can't talk about these economic policies without thinking about that, because the single removal of our economic oil subsidy by the present government, you know, the ricochet of the multiplier effect he had up to now, like my brother said, what he was still crying and shouting about it. So, you know, still pressing down on us, and we are shouting, allow us to breathe. And that breathing we have not had. So with that, if that alone, because it's not all that we said, it's good also that our approach to the life and times of General Buhari is being picked in bits, so that we don't just put them in one pack and then pass it on. He performed well the only thing that when you're scoring where he performed well, where he performed, probably
Are you scoring him 50% on the economy?
The economy, he gets up to 50%.
Okay.
Because at least what is simple knowledge of economics and commerce tells you, any money you did not spend, you saved it. So So he's the kind of person, in as much as he was like the case of monkey, hugging, having his children at the back, and he's jumping up, and all of them were picking oto, the fruits, and they're eating. So he can stay, but you look at him, you can't say. People went to bury him in his house, his own house, and they saw all he owned. You can't put it that he's a corrupt Nigerian politician. When he declared his assets, he declared he had 150 cows. And if it was what he was turning around, and then probably when you are saying herdsmen, farmers clashes, he will want to say, I know. When you take the problem, you say, I know. He didn't act much on that. So that is on security and insecurity. But on economy, what he didn't spend, he saved. But he didn't also take risk of, because he was being very careful. He was slow and quiet in his way approach to things. So he didn't allow people, the economists and the IMF, the World Bank, to bamboozle him into. His borrowing wasn't compared to what we have now, because when they took him, you look at what our foreign reserve was. At least if he didn't, our foreign reserve, if he spent it, he didn't borrow more to make it worse. So he was being conservative.
Yeah, being conservative. Country as an entity, did we benefit from his approach to economic issues? I mean, for instance, he didn't remove the oil subsidy, which was expected to do, which a lot of people expected him to do because of the corruption inherent in the oil subsidy.
Yeah, he didn't. But he changed the color of our naira. He changed the currency at the later
So how
part.
did it affect
But
the economic, the production frontier level of the country? Because I do remember that before he became president in 2015, in 2014, running to 2015 when he was elected president, he kept talking about Nigerian Airways is not functioning, Nigerian Shipping Line is not functioning, you know, and all that. So many other government-owned corporations that could, you know, if they were functioning at that time, could breathe life into the economy. And when he became president, we didn't see him reviving those moribund, you know, companies.
At the point he came, they've already sold them off by BPE, has already sold off all those companies that were supposed to be public. Yeah. And the few that were left, you know, we didn't see him as taking, that's why I'm saying, we didn't see him as being proactive with their economic policies. He just was quietly living on whatever he inherited. Whether it was getting worse, even until they pushed him into reprinting of naira and all that, and the mass, you know, suffering that followed it and the effect of it.
Did we benefit as a country, given his style of economic leadership, his approach to economic issue? Did the country benefit?
The benefits were not like you can't put it and said, yes, we benefited so well that, like he said, you know, he was just in between. He was in between, and the struggle to break even the break even, we didn't say we break even economically under Buhari. But he did not like take some risk like the present ones are taking. But before you come into power, he said you remove subsidy, and he didn't quite do that. No matter what, because he knew right from time, having lived with most of his life in the oil and gas sector, he knew what subsidy can be. And as far as he believes in himself, he doesn't think he have what it takes to cushion the effect he will have in Nigeria. So he said, instead of making it worse, let me leave it as it is. And he lived his life and he's gone.
You wanted to say something?
Just to add that, the overbloated, what did they call it? Public expenditure, many ministers, many estates, many 360 legislators, 109 senators. He was comfortable with them.
But he didn't create them.
He didn't want to. Yeah,
No, he didn't
but he
create
didn't
them.
change the narrative. He didn't change the narrative either.
Okay.
He didn't create it. But as a leader, you are thrown up there to change the narrative for the good of the people. Now, 109 plus 360 something, they are benefiting. 18 to 20 million plus every month, multiplied by.
Was it during the time they got 160 million SUV?
So,
was it during the time? Was it during the Buhari's time?
No, it was during Tinubu. But then
he didn't refurbish all the Asorok and the Dodan barracks or the vice presidential. He didn't buy Escalade. He didn't buy presidential yacht. His motorcade wasn't blood. He was like so when you look at
they had all that. They had
and I know they were there. He didn't refurbish. The one that he returned just recently was refurbished 150 billion.
No, the point I'm making is that when you're made a leader in an institution or organization, you want the best for that organization.
Yes.
And if you have an overbloated workforce, the first thing you do is to
cut
it down, make it slim and smart, so you can achieve little overhead costs and a lot on projects.
We're trying to look at the approaches. The approach he took was he was just like let's allow it go. Which if or the ultimate at the end of it, might not say is that the best approach. So you have to put what is best against his own and see what we have lost and what we have gained. But if you come and take risk without actually, so who is better? The one who said, I'm not sure what will happen, let me remain where I am, than the one who punched it without even knowing what will happen and took that risk with the life of 240 million people jumping into an ocean with you. You don't know whether...
You have forgotten what happened on that.
Gentlemen, we'll continue.
Quite a lot happened.
We'll continue to talk about
we will not spend all our time.
We'll continue to talk about the legacy
former
of
President.
President.
It was really tough for Nigeria. Don't forget the NSAS.
Yes.
We'll come on to that.
The destruction
that's why I said we'll continue to talk about the legacy. But for now, may his soul continue to rest in perfect peace.
We did discussions around the soul. You said we'll continue discussion. But that's it. Anyway, his soul has rested. We are talking as we went.
So that leads us to another critical issue, crucial issue in our politics. You do know that the National Assembly members are crisscrossing, the country, asking people to give opinion on what our constitution, what our constitution should look like. They call it amendment of the 1999 constitution. The Senate has been here. The Senate Committee on the Review of the 1999 constitution has done its own job. I mean, they were here about 2 weeks ago, and today we have the House of Representatives Committee on the Review of the Constitution. They are here in ENUGU. They're also in Owerri today, working, asking people, how do you want our Constitution to look like? What are the things that you want to be removed? What are the things you want to be added to the Constitution? But interestingly, the Patriots met 2 days ago and say, look, this Constitution was imposed on the people of Nigeria by the military. Let's do away with this Constitution and come with the people's Constitution. Let's do away with the presidential system of government. Is strange to Nigeria. There are other recommendations they made. And here we have the National Assembly members asking people meeting and all that and all that. And every session of the National Assembly do perform these. In fact, it has become a ritual. And nothing happens at the end of the day. And I want you, how do you assess this issue of ritual? How do you look at it? Ritual amendment.
I like that. I like that. The ritual thing sounds like we're coming from Ezenwa and Ezemoke and Okite and Oibobo. What I'm saying, is it that there's something that these people are not telling us? Is it that they are feeling that you will continue to bath pig, continue to decorate pig? One day pig will turn to monkey. From monkey, it turn to Alsatian dog. From turning to Alsatian dog, it become a bull, a fat bull that you have a lot of milk from it. If 1999 Constitution is not acceptable, it's not acceptable. What do we want to do for our girlfriend's son to call us Papa? It's not going to work. And I see another thing with it. It has become color nuts. When they come down, they sell us National Assembly. What's the difference between National Assembly? So you want to review the same constitution document. Senate will go around the geopolitical zones. Their committees go to 6 geopolitical zones, entertain people, spend money to review. When they finish and go back to Abuja, then the Federal House of Reps will come and do the same. The same people, stakeholders you call, the same audience, the same expenses, you run and come. Why not find another way to go for holidays? If it's job is so difficult in Abuja, you want to come for holidays in ENUGU, you are welcome, you come. The governor is also developing ENUGU where you can. ENUGU is becoming a tourist site. You come and enjoy yourself and go. Not in the name of reviewing constitution. How many times will you, like you say, review? Because the same people have reviewed the constitution under the Senate and they've gone. This one coming. And you say ritual. So this ritual is what we don't want to be used Nigerians for. Don't use Nigerians for ritual. Go for your holidays and do all those abracadabra by yourself. You don't need to call us. And we have done this over time. If 1999 constitution is not acceptable, Nigeria continue to sign. The money we have used to review the one that we say is not up to our day, that it was imposed or not, is enough for us to have come up with a new one. After all, it's people that will write it. And they are there they have a constitution committee, which you said they will set up if it is that they have written a new one and they are coming to their stakeholders sampling. If that's what they're doing, Nigeria will have said, looking forward to the day we have a new constitution that will dovetail from, seamlessly from the old one into a new one, because one of the things they use is that you can't suspend a constitution. Nigeria will be in chaos because no country will last for 1 minute without constitution. Fine. So we are running that one. When we have a side one we are working on, and it's ready to, we run it into one without in second. There won't be gap. Let them not stop harassing us.
Yes, I'm happy with what you said about the National Assembly members writing a new constitution, just like what the Patriots have done. They said one of their decisions is that they are going to write a new constitution, present a copy to the president, present as a bill to the president, and another one to the National Assembly, which is if these National Assembly had come with the ones they wrote and said, look at the ones we wrote, are there things that they keep asking us
to come and review the audio?
So Mr. Martin, how do you feel about this?
My take, I feel very bad. I feel very bad that Nigerians are taking on a ride. I think these people believe that Nigerians are fools. Let's just keep moving around. Let's keep making their mind. Let them keep feeling happy that Anioma State is coming up, that this is coming up. This has been canvassed over the years. Under the Deputy Senate presidency of Senator Ike Ekwurumadu, we know their committee did wonderful presentation, and the Senate constitutional constitution amendment proposal. Where are they? Where are the documents? They are lying dusted somewhere. Where are the ones that these ones we end up producing? Then we go back to the archive. This is a country that loves to take people as if the majority of the 250 Nigerians, they are less than 1 million. And the rest of the 240 Nigerians are ignoramus. They are fools. They are daft. They don't know their left and their right. So why would you spend public money going around the six geopolitical part of Nigeria by 360 members, the other one by 109 members? In the first place, we got independence from UK, and we went to start practicing presidential system. That is very expensive. What about the parliamentary system? That's why the Patriots, heavily led by former UN Secretary General. Commonwealth Secretary General, Anyoko. That's why they are coming up with a proposal for Nigeria to return to the parliamentary system. This proposal has come on over and over and over, and it hasn't seen the light of the day because the political will is not there by the former president to make it count. And every day we are talking about the same story. You know, they said that madness, they have forgotten the man that defined it. That is simple division of madness. It's for people to do the same thing over and over.
But there's a consciousness that caused the problem. You want to solve
a different result.
Yeah.
How can you do something that doesn't work over and over, and you don't get the desired result, and the next day you continue? So this is quite unfortunate that we are back to that same familiar terrain where people are going around selling what doesn't. It's like giving you medicine that will never cure you. Yes. And then you go home feeling happy.
A lot
only
of
for you to
Nigerians,
wake up sick.
A lot of Nigerians have said
that's why I describe it.
These, periodic coming of the legislators is a way they look at it from the point of mercantilism.
Yeah, business point.
Business.
Yeah.
Look at it from the business point.
Yeah.
It's business.
But they've not convinced us otherwise. Some people have canvassed a 6 year single tenure, and they're not clean, and they're not talking about that. In the recent headlines, I talked about it on another platform. We're saying even things like that single tenure for 6 years that people are proposing, and nobody is talking about that. And then what? So which one? Because when they look at that anybody who is coming knows you're coming for one single tenure of 6 years. So you plan. Look at where we are now. Midterm into this present government's tenure of 4 years. Only 702 days into that's 2 years. Everything is talking about 2027. And we have not completed this tenure. 2 years, Nigeria has zeroed down to second tenure. But if this incumbency has come with 6 years single tenure, they know they hit the ground running. You know when you enter, you know when you go, and you are not leaving anything in Aso Rock. You're not competing with anybody. And the population of Nigeria, with the ingenuity and the boisterousness and the energy of Nigeria, can survive us for the number of people. We have a lot of people who can always go and replace and all.
Gentlemen, my director is warning
under
me.
President Jonathan,
we have limited time.
Under President Jonathan,
but I'm sorry. We are running out of time.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we are running out of time.
So we still have enough for next.
But we cannot, leave today without, discussing the issue of the former resignation of Alhaji Atiku Abubakar from the PDP. Remember, he was vice president.
Yeah. No, we know that. But each time you want to say it, there's this smile that comes to your face. I don't know. Do you have an interest somewhere?
So gentlemen, no matter the shortness of time, but I think we can just look at the morality, even though they say there's no morality in politics. The morality of this particular man jumping from one party to the other. What's your opinion about it?
You summed it up. In politics, there's no morality. He's searching for his lost. They say if a man looking for a wife, He says he's searching for his lost leaves. So if all the people who want to go to Aso Rock are searching for the key to Aso Rock, and until he finds it, he won't rest. But then get to a point, my only advice is search and get to age of 82. You and I say, do I still have the energy and everything to search? Why not just sit down and become the kingmaker? So it's an option for him, but it depends on what is uppermost in your mind. If to be the king is more important to you than be the kingmaker, then the search continues.
Do you think he should have remained in PDP to amend the the thorn umbrella? Instead of jumping ship.
Yeah, people say that politics is using people to achieve your selfish interests. Some people define politics as that. So the point here is that Atiku Abubakar is a desperate man who is desperately seeking the #1 office of Nigeria. He's at the departure lounge and he's ready to do everything to get there. So the point remains that he doesn't care about PDP, neither does he care about ADC. What he cares is about the presidential ticket. And where the presidential ticket cannot be gotten, with his deep pocket, he could scatter the table, and then everybody will go startling. So the point I'm making is that at the moment, the opposition is only trying to find their footing with all the issues, intra-issues in ADC again. We don't know where we are, but the point remains we are praying that Nigeria will have a credible opposition that can compete with APC in the next election.
Thank you, gentlemen. The acting national president of acting national chairman of the PDP, Damagun, said yesterday that we welcome him back, that he has, this is not the first time.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi decries the country's growing debt burden. Controversy trails revised electoral timetable released by the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission. Russian bombs kill 17 in Ukrainian penal colony. And Iran's Khamenei accuses West of using nuclear demands as excuse for confrontation. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Former presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has expressed concern over Nigeria's growing debt burden, describing the current borrowing trend as unsustainable and lacking in accountability. Obi was reacting to the recent Senate's approval of an additional $21 billion, €2.2 billion, and 15 billion yen in external borrowing for the 2025-2026 fiscal cycle, and approval of a 750 billion naira domestic bond issuance and a 65 million euro grant. In a statement on Tuesday via X, Obi noted that with Nigeria's public debt already standing at 149 trillion naira in the first quarter of 2025, a newly approved loans estimated at about 37.2 trillion naira would raise the total debt to approximately 187 trillion naira. The one that the figure could exceed 200 trillion naira by year end. Obi lamented that the borrowing spree has yielded minimal returns in critical areas such as education, healthcare, security, and infrastructure. The former Anambra governor highlighted the persistent deterioration in human development indices, noting that education is underfunded, healthcare remains inaccessible to millions, and insecurity has worsened, while infrastructure across the country remains in disrepair. Former members of the All Nigeria People's Party have warned President Bola Tinubu that they will dump the All Progressives Congress unless the vice presidential slot remains with the bloc. The aggrieved members who disclosed their grievances at a press conference in Abuja allege that the group was being marginalized by both the Congress for Progressive Change and ACN blocs in a tripartite agreement that formed the national government in 2015. In a communique read by the national coordinator Vitalis Ajumbe, members of a bloc operating under the aegis of the Association of Former ANPP members demanded inclusivity in the APC government, insisting that the position of VP remains sacrosanct for the ANPP bloc. Ajumbe alleged that the bloc, after being marginalized under former President Muhammadu Buhari despite being a major partner in the merger and producing figures such as Vice President Kashim Shettima, Governors Babangida Zulum and Mai Mala Bune, and several senators and former governors, has also been excluded from Tinubu's appointment so far. The group vowed to begin state and zonal consultations in the coming weeks to brief members on its next steps. A chairman of the River State Independent Electoral Commission, Michael Ode, has unveiled a timetable for the forthcoming local government election in the state. Speaking at the event in Port Harcourt, Ode also announced a shift in the election date from 9th to 30th of August in all the 23 local government areas of the state. He assured stakeholders, including voters and all participating parties, of a free, fair, credible and inclusive election.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen will recall that the General Stakeholders Meeting was convened by the 6th Commission on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, whereupon Saturday, 9th August 2025 was proclaimed as the date of local government council elections in Rivers State, prior to the advent of emergency. Here now, the 7th Commission of Research, taking proper cognizance of Section 13, sub 5 of the Research Law, which provides thus, that when the Commission appoints a date for holding an election, and there is a reason to believe that a serious breach of peace is likely to occur, and the election is held on that date, or it is impossible to conduct the election as a result of natural disaster or any other emergency. Emphasis on any other emergency. The Commission may postpone the election, provided that the reason for the postponement is cogent and verifiable. Therefore, by the power vested upon the Commission by this provision, I hereby announce the postponement of the local government council election earlier fixed to hold on Saturday, 9th August 2025 for a very obvious and incontrovertible reason. A few of the political parties, including the All Progressives Congress, welcomed the revised timetable. Others expressed their discomfort with the poll, which they described as illegal and unconstitutional.
They called on President Bola Tinubu to suspend the process and reinstate the suspended governor, Fubara, to conduct the planned election to avoid wastage of River State resources, since the outcome of the election will be challenged in court.
It is actually at this point in time, in a dire need for development and good positive governance. Every other state are doing better. Other states are challenging and in competition with democracy and development. It is only Rivers State that is suffering democratic value. So we call that this local government election should be suspended until the suspended governor has been reinstated to conduct the election so that Rivers State resources will not be abused. We want to call on Mr. President to understand that we are not comfortable and we do not accept a non-indigene as the chairman of this state to conduct the government election for the Rivers State.
It's a good thing that we are beginning to talk about democratic processes that should signal the return to full democratic governance in Rivers State. But sadly, from what I observed in today's engagement, there wasn't enough time for stakeholders to truly engage. And then the chairman left very quickly after he spoke. So, but there needed to be time for stakeholders to express themselves, to ask key questions as regards
The Center for Memories in ENUGU will be holding its monthly Distinguished Speaker Series on Friday this week. This month's lecture, with the theme Igbo Ebezina, reclaiming the Igbo voice in national conversations, without the President and Chief Executive Officer of Signature TV, Vin Martin Obiora-Ilo, and veteran broadcaster, the speaker. The lecture will hold at the Center for Memories, number 2, August Street, Independence Layout, beginning at 4 p.m. To throw more light on the event is a member of the Planning Committee and Director of Programs and Production at Signature TV, Christian Maduka. Chris, you're welcome to Signature TV News.
Thank you, Barry.
How are you this evening?
I'm feeling cool and excited.
You should be, because it's a great event. Now, can you just let us know what this program is all about?
Well, the program is not the origination of Signature TV. Signature TV is just partnering with Center for Memories, ENUGU, a center that has, they have established. The center is established to make sure they promote the events around the Igbo that have shaped their past and even reshaping their future and even their present. And the tagline for the Center for Memories that sticks is Makonya Tata Lechi.
Okay.
Because of yesterday, today, and tomorrow, in the name of Igbo Nation.
So, the choice of the theme for Friday, Igbo Ebezina, would we really describe the Igbos as crying?
You know, the Igbo said that a parcel that is going to be opened, you don't need to pinch it. So, meaning that one of the illustrious sons of Igbo land has been chosen to deliver the keynote. And from the things we have gathered from the topic of the theme of this discussion is that Igbo, Ndi Igbo, Ebezina, somebody has just come to tell Igbo, stop lamenting, stop complaining, stop, sulking like a baby. Igbo is one of the groups in Nigeria, United Nigeria, that have become very, very, crucial in the development of Igbo nation. And if after lengthy years, many decades of our independence, not minding what happened and remember what happened in 1967 and all that, then the Igbos along the line complain of marginalization. They complain about, the federal government not actually promoting the 3 R's of reconciliation, reconstruction, and the other R, and then that has stemmed from what the
reconstruction.
Some of the reconstruction. Then they said, Ebedike, Vin Martinillo, veteran broadcaster, and the son of the soil, was handpicked. It wasn't, and he said, I'm going to come and discuss with my people. He said in Katumib, Garden of the Brethren, to discuss issues that concern us. He said, I'm going to tell my people certain things they should do and stop complaining. It's now you have to take the bull by the horn and blow your own trumpet and do your own thing, because they said the field is green, and and it's big enough to accommodate all of us. So if you do not blow your own trumpet, don't expect anybody, because that seems to be what the Igbo nation is doing. So we are looking forward to Bedike standing before Umibe and telling us, breaking it down, why we should not cry, why we should not complain again, and why we should not sulk again, rather, and face what has faced us, which is development of our own part of the geopolitical zone.
Thank you very much, Chris Maduka, for coming on to Signature TV News. Anyway, it's not strange for you.
I hope you'll be there.
Definitely.
And we are inviting all the
definitely. So we look forward to that event on Friday by 4 p.m. when Igbo, Ebezina, would come to reality, and you hear the CEO of Signature TV talk about it. We're taking a quick break. When we return, you'll hear more other stories.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Governor Francis Mwifuru of Ebonyi State has suspended 87 government aides, including commissioners, senior special assistants, and permanent secretaries, for failing to attend a government function. Affected officials who are to proceed on a 1-month working suspension without salary include 25 commissioners, 14 senior special assistants, 24 special assistants, and 22 permanent secretaries. Statement signed by Monday Uzo, the chief press secretary to the governor, said officials were suspended for failing to attend an important government function. According to the statement, the suspension takes immediate effect, and the suspended officials are barred from signing any official documents during the period. Statement which instructed the commissioners to hand over to their respective permanent secretaries maintained that Governor Mwifuru remains firm in ensuring that all government officials uphold the highest standards of conduct and dedication in serving the people of Ebonyi State. President Bola Tinubu has conferred the national honor of Officer of the Order of the Niger and Super Falcons players who won Nigeria's 10th title of a Women's Africa Cup of Nations tournament in Morocco. Tinubu, who hosted the players at the presidential villa, also announced a cash award of a Naira equivalent of $100,000 to each of the 24 players, an equivalent of $50,000 to the 11-man technical crew. Tinubu said his administration would continue to encourage the team, which he said had inspired millions, especially young girls, who now see the proof that their dreams are valid and achievable. The players and officials were also given the sum of 350 million naira by the Nigerian Governors Forum, taking their cash reward to 4.9 billion naira. Nigeria won the AFCON title for a record extending 10th time on Saturday after coming back from 2 goals down to beat host Morocco 3-2 in the final at the Rabat Olympic Stadium. The team landed at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja on Monday before proceeding to the reception. Earlier, the captain of the team, Rashidat Ajibade, expressed gratitude to the president for his unwavering belief in the team. The victorious players and other members of the team were earlier received by the First Lady, Oluremi Tinubu, after they landed in Nigeria. Super Falcons also dominated the tournament's awards as Captain Rashidat Ajibade won the Player of the Tournament. Chiamaka Nadozie was named the best keeper, while coach Justin Madugu won the Best Coach Award. The thrilling dominance marked the 10th triumph of the Falcons on the continental stage after the previous triumphs in 1998, 2000, 2002, 2004, 2006, 2010, 2014, 2016 and 2018. President Bola Tinubu has condoled with families of victims and communities affected by the recent severe flooding in Yola, Adamawa State, and a fatal boat accident in Niger State. In a statement, Tinubu praised the efforts of emergency agencies, local divers and volunteers involved in rescue and recovery operations. The president, while acknowledging climate change as a major factor behind rising floods, urged Nigerians to avoid actions that worsen the crisis through stricter adherence to waterway safety rules, encourage authorities to intensify public awareness, and ordered NEMA and the National Emergency Response Center to work closely with state governments for immediate relief. Flooding in Yola claimed 5 lives and injured 55 over the weekend, while a boat carrying 39 people capsized near Guni village in Niger State, killing 13, including women and children. Wife of the president and Nigeria's First Lady, Remi Tinubu, on Tuesday announced 1 billion naira to support families displaced by the deadly attack on Yelwata community in Benue State. Mrs. Tinubu announced a donation at a new banquet hall of the Benue State Government House, Makudi, during a condolence visit to the state. Said the intervention is aimed at helping affected families rebuild their lives and expressed deep sorrow over the killings, which she described as heartbreaking. Over 100 lives were lost, many persons wounded, while several households were displaced in June following an attack on the Yelwata community in Guma, local government area of the state. 1 person was killed following the invasion of displaced hippopotamuses in Goyuk and Sheleng local government areas of the state. The chairman of Goyuk local government, Shalom Kasa, said on Monday in Banijira community that a young man was reportedly killed by one of the animals during the attack. Kasa said the hippopotamuses displaced by the flooding around the Kiri Dam in Sheleng were now within communities, farmlands and riverbanks, causing fear among residents. In response, Kasa, alongside the chairman of Sheleng local government, Abubakar Abba, and traditional rulers including Kwande Nunguraya of Guyuk, Kuruhaye, had visited the seat of government in Yola for help. Kasa also extended his condolences to the victims of recent flooding in Yolo town, where 5 persons reportedly died and 55 others were hospitalized. Secretary to the state government, Awal Tukur, who received the delegation, assured them that the government would address the situation. Elsewhere in Ogun State, a wandering elephant from one of the government-reserved forests has attacked and killed a farmer, Musa Kalamu, at Itashi Imobi in Ijebu East local government area of the state. The incident occurred on Monday when a wild elephant invaded Kalumu's farm where it gruesomely attacked him, leading to his death. Residents of the community claim that the animal has been a recurring threat in the community for over 4 years, as it keeps coming into the community to destroy crops and damage fishing nets. The people called on the state government and concerned authorities to intervene before the situation escalates further. The State Commissioner for Forestry, Taiwo Oludotun, confirmed the development and said the government was already taking action on the incident. Commissioner of Police Lanre Ogunlowo also confirmed the attack in a WhatsApp message on Tuesday, said the elephant escaped from government reserve and attacked the victim, who died on the way to the hospital. Up ahead, police recovered body of murdered Kogi journalist named colleague as killer. President and CEO of Signature TV, Vin Martin Ilo, speaks at Center for Memories in ENUGU. Stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, We will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The body of a photojournalist, Ayo Ayekbeku, allegedly murdered by his colleague, Oluwapelumi Adebayo, has been recovered by police in Kogi State. Police spokesperson Williams Obe Aya confirmed the body was found Sunday evening near the WAEC office in Lokoja's Crush Zone 8 after Adebayo reportedly hid the body in a deep freezer before dumping it in a bush. Investigations reveal Ayekbeku was killed on July 22 in an office near the government house area. Residents discovered the corpse after noticing a foul odor and alerted authorities. Earlier reports had mistakenly identified a different suspect, Jacob Belumi, a correctional service officer who was later found dead in a Lokoja hotel, believed to have taken his own life. Police are appealing for information to aid the investigation. Meanwhile, Ayekbeku's family is demanding justice and has called on Governor Ahmed Ododo and security agencies to ensure those responsible are brought to book. The Delta State Police Command has arrested a suspected self-kidnapper and an accomplice after they collected 3 million naira ransom in the state. Police Public Relations Officer for the Delta State Command, Bright Edafe, disclosed this in Asaba, the state capital. Edafe said the command had continued to record operational milestones in its relentless war against crime and criminality in the state. According to Edafe, the suspect confessed that she faked a kidnap and received a ransom of 3 million naira, out of which she gave her accomplices 500,000 naira, while retaining 2.5 million naira for herself. Said all the suspects involved in the fake kidnapping had been arrested while an investigation was ongoing. A professor of cardiovascular medicine and Anglican Bishop of ENUGU Diocese, Right Reverend Professor Samuel Ike, has described sudden cardiac death as a natural and unexpected death caused by heart-related complications, which often occurs within 1 hour of the onset of symptoms. Professor Ike gave the explanation during a public lecture organized by the ENUGU State Government in collaboration with the College of Medicine of ENUGU State University of Science and Technology, held at the International Conference Center, ENUGU. A renowned physician will emphasize the common warning signs to include chest pain, shortness of breath, and irregular heartbeat, urged the public to take such symptoms seriously and seek immediate medical attention.
Incidents that are sudden death in Nigeria. In Southeast, UNTH, some work was done a few years ago. Sudden death constituted 13% of all autopsies. So Prosopopsin is winning. Out of every 100 cases of autopsy, sudden death, 13 of them, if not 14. Now, South, Port Harcourt, sudden death, 2.7%, male-female ratio 2:1. Southwest, in Oshogo, sudden death, 4% of deaths, with hypertension responsible for nearly half of them. Then, Akinwusi reported a sudden death accounted for 4% of all adult medical mortality, 4 out of every 100, and 1 out of all adult medical admissions. Further, 2% of all deaths were attributable to sudden cardiac death. And now listen to this. Only 8 of the 29 cases of sudden death reached the hospital alive. 72.4% died before arrival.
Appointed ENUGU State Commissioner for Health, Professor George Ugu, who stood in for Governor Peter Mba, spoke of the administration's strong commitment to healthcare reform.
Governor Peter Ndubisi Mba has carefully mapped out how to make sure that ENUGU stays healthy and better than many other states, and in fact, an example in Africa. He has a holistic approach that is already yielding results. He's not tackling it just from the four walls of the hospital. He's tackling it even from the development indices and making sure that poverty rate is brought to zero so that people who are alive can live well. His Excellency took time to think about those in the rural area where the ongoing 260 type 2 primary care centers are being put together using WHO standards to ensure that, the causes of sudden death differs. There are some people that ordinary dehydration can lead to their sudden death, and they are still members of the society. We need to open up the horizon like that. Then in the general hospitals, His Excellency is rebuilding and revitalizing most of our general hospitals and putting on equipment that were not there before to ensure that even defibrillators and other basic things that you need to revive someone will be available.
Highlight of the event was a live cardiopulmonary resuscitation CPR demonstration led by Dr. Yomi Jaye, Special Advisor to the ENUGU State Governor on Health. Dr. Jaye unveiled the government's plan to take CPR training to the grassroots, covering communities, markets, schools, and all primary healthcare centers across the state.
Primary healthcare all across, they are going to be training them on CPR and then putting effective machinery, AED that I mentioned over time. And we're going to take it to the grassroots in terms of, we teach them in a way that everybody that can hear a word, no, you don't need to even speak English. If you can say English, you can learn it, right? So that is what His Excellency has done. This lecture is just to tell you again that we are not just doing it amongst ourselves. It's a public lecture. We want it to be for the grassroots, and everyone is able to learn one thing or the other. I can tell you today that nobody here that can say he has not learned something that he can take home and even teach others.
The event organizers emphasized the importance of raising public awareness on the causes, prevention, and emergency management of sudden death. As part of its efforts to create mental health awareness in the society, a non-governmental organization, Koli Mental Health Academy, brought its campaign to the Raymond Opesi corporate headquarters of Signature TV at Thinkers Corner, ENUGU. Correspondent Christopher Lele was there.
In today's fast-paced, high-pressure world, workers face more than just work challenges. From social pressures to personal struggles, they bear the weight of stress, anxiety, and depression while navigating their career. This growing crisis highlights the urgent need for a workplace mental health awareness campaign to address the emotional and psychological well-being of workers. Speaking at the training, co-founder, Cope and Live Mental Health Awareness Foundation, Mrs. Uzoamaka Nwachiku, stressed the need for mental health awareness, especially in workplaces. She said that people must begin to accord priority to their mental health the same way they treat their bodies.
And that is where work comes in. If you work in a toxic environment or live in a noisy environment, it will definitely affect your well-being. Is that not true? If you stay in a noisy place, it affects your well-being. So I want us to go with few things. Concept of mental health, what mental health is and what mental health is not. Because when we come to the workplace, we come with many baggages, coming from the family, coming from our relationships, coming from our children, coming from our spouses. And you now come to your workplace and our guy in charge will expect us to do magic. Of course, you have to be productive. Not be so. They pay you now, you have to be productive. So mental health awareness has been linked to enhance productivity.
Like every other training, there was a practical session where the staffers were engaged in some tasks.
Okay, please, 5 in one group. Then choose a leader and group name. Leader and group name, please. She has now. If I'm not operating as a team, give her. I don't know your group. Let's give me one more. Somebody has been here. You have been here now. Come up. Anywhere.
So, right.
FPP.
You're right.
No APC group. PDP.
Another resource person, Ebere Amarizu, took the people through some neurocognitive sessions and the importance of taking care of the brains as the root cause of mental health issue. He also talked about the digital footprint on social media.
To look good and presentable. Good. Now, as you do those things, do you take care of one particular thing called brain? How many people understand the importance of brain? And now we don't have no problem. Hey, now I want to make this or that. You don't see people discuss about how to improve their brain health. So the brain enables you to think out something and come out with problem-solving mechanism measures. That's why it's quite important. That's why you have to enrich it. Eat something that will improve your brain health. Sleep well. Then social media, we are there. And social media makes you don't sleep, you don't rest. It affects you. And all that affects your brain. Brain need to relax. You don't do that.
There were also questions and answers between the facilitators and the participants.
What came to your mind? Who would like to share? Why are they disturbing us in the mental health? Just be sincere. What came to your mind? You are smiling. Tell us now. So no guy have noticed that these things they enter our brain somehow. We don't normally engage. Yeah? Okay, so you wanted to say something?
About sensitization of
Okay, thank you. I like what he said. And that is another place we are getting it wrong. People focus more on the body, physical fitness. They tell you to exercise, right? They tell you to sleep. Meanwhile, man is what? Body, soul, and spirit.
I want to know who values his work over his brain. Is it possible? So between your brain and your work, whatever thing you may be doing, so which one do you prefer? It's okay. Madam said brain. This one said brain. Okay, now, between your brain, how often do you take care of your body the same way you take care of your brain? Who does that? You take care of your body, right? You do your pedicure. Tell us now what you do to your body. Who can tell us what you do to your body? Huh? No, every person. Just tell us. No, every person be talking. Tell us what you do to your body. Well, we are practical session. I don't want to give you. Yes. Yes. Yes.
The state of physical and mental well-being of every individual impacts greatly on his level of productivity, both at home and in workplaces. This makes awareness campaigns such as this necessity in every work environment for the good of both the employees and the organization. Christopher Lele, reporting for Signature TV.
Dangote Petroleum Refinery and Petrochemicals Company has withdrawn its lawsuits against the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, the NMDPRA, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, and 5 other petroleum companies. In a notice of discontinuance filed before the Federal High Court, Abuja, by the plaintiff's legal team, Dangote Refinery said it had resolved to end the proceedings against all 7 defendants without giving any official reason. In the suit, Dangote Refinery had requested the court to award 100 billion naira in damages against the NMDPRA for issuing import licenses to some marketers. The plaintiff asked the court to declare the NMDPRA as being in violation of sections 3178 and 9 of the Petroleum Industry Act by issuing licenses for the importation of petroleum products. Dangote Refinery, which stated that such licenses should only be issued when a petroleum product shortfall exists, urged the court to declare that NMDPRA violates its statutory responsibilities under the Petroleum Industry Act, PIA, for not encouraging local refineries such as Dangote Refinery. But in a counter affidavit, the marketers requested that the court dismiss Dangote Refinery's claims, insisting that competitive practice are essential to Nigeria's economic health and the oil sector's viability. They argued that they are fully qualified to receive an import licenses, accusing the plaintiff of allegedly seeking to monopolize the petroleum industry in Nigeria which alone would control supply, distribution, and pricing. NMDPRA further clarified that it issued oil licenses to NNPC Limited and oil marketers to address petroleum product shortfalls in the country. The Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, has threatened to delist 100,000 companies from its register over prolonged inactivity and non-compliance with statutory requirements under the Companies and Allied Matters Act, CANA. A public notice issued by the Commission said the affected companies have been identified as either not carrying on business, inactive for at least 10 years, or failing to meet regulatory obligations, particularly the annual filing of returns and disclosure of persons with significant control (PSC). Commission said the move forms part of its broader effort to sanitize Nigeria's corporate registry and ensure that only active and compliant entities remain in the system. It also aligns with ongoing efforts to enhance transparency in company ownership and governance in line with anti-money laundering standards. CAC has given a 90-day window from the date of publication for the affected companies to regularize their status by promptly filing all outstanding annual returns and activation emails to the Commission where applicable. For more business news, over now to Chimeze Zedima.
The National Credit Guarantee Company, NCGC, has urged banks, fintechs, and development finance institutions to collaborate in building a more inclusive and resilient credit market for Nigerians. Speaking at the inaugural Stakeholders Engagement Forum on Monday in Lagos, NCGC Managing Director Bonaventure Okaimo said the goal is to reshape Nigeria's credit landscape and support MSMEs through strategic partnership and credit guarantees. He highlighted the company's mandate to de-risk lending and boost financial inclusion with an initial capital of 100 billion naira. Okaimo acknowledged support from institutions like the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, BOI, Credit Corps, and NSIA, and also praised the CBN and World Bank for their technical inputs. Despite Nigeria's 3.13% GDP growth in Q1 2025, Okaimo said MSMEs still face credit constraints due to high borrowing costs, inflation, and energy prices. He revealed that formal financial inclusion improved to 64% by 2023, but 26% of adults remain excluded. Citing data from the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, he noted a sharp decline in manufacturing exports from 1.4 trillion naira in Q3 2024 to 294 billion naira in Q1 2025, and over 767 factories shut down in 2023, resulting in 18,000 job losses. On consumer credit, he said total outstanding credit stood at 4.12 trillion naira as of January, just 15.5% of bank credit and under 3% of GDP, underscoring a huge financial gap. Okaimo reaffirmed NCGC's readiness to work with financial institutions, deploy technology to de-risk borrowers, and drive sustainable access to credit for Nigerians. The National Directorate of Employment, NDE, has commenced the registration of over 21,000 unemployed youths in Kaduna State as part of the federal government's Renewed Hope Employment Initiative. NDE State Coordinator, Mr. Francis Ambianto, announced during a press briefing on Monday that the exercise, which began July 29th, will run until August 11, 2025. He noted that registration is open for all unemployed persons, regardless of educational background. Beneficiaries will be enrolled in various skills programs including rural employment promotion, for agricultural training, vocational skills development in areas such as fashion and catering, special public works, and small-scale enterprises. Participants will undergo 3 months of training and receive a monthly stipend of 10,000 naira. According to Ambianto, 70% of them will be eligible for soft loans to support small-scale ventures after the training. He also disclosed 2 graduate-specific schemes the Graduate Coaching Scheme and the Graduate Attachments Program, both offering temporary work placements and monthly stipends of 50,000 naira for 3 months. Over 600 youths in Kaduna State are expected to benefit from the graduate schemes. Abianto urged interested applicants to take advantage of the opportunity, adding that selection would be handled centrally by NDE headquarters in Abuja and based strictly on merits. The Rural Electrification Agency (REA) has signed a series of memoranda of understanding worth over 500 billion naira in anticipated private sector-led investments to boost energy access in underserved communities. At a stakeholder forum on Monday in Abuja with the theme Strengthening Partnership for Sustainable Energy Access and Socio-Economic Development, REA Managing Director Abba Aliyu said the agreement represents actionable plans, not just ceremonial paperwork. Aliyu highlighted past MOU outcomes, including the deployment of 4 smart police stations and the Police Trust Fund, the establishment of a renewable energy testing center with Hawaii, and the mobilization of 100 billion naira in debt funding through First City Momentum Bank for energy service providers. He added the engagements with 13 state governments have already led to the development of 200 mini-grids nationwide, as REA continues to partner with sectors spanning security, agriculture, correctional service, finance, and clean energy. This is Business News in Global News. I am Chimizi Setima.
Russian President Vladimir Putin met German Gref, CEO of country's leading lender, Bank, at the Kremlin on Tuesday. According to Presidential Press Service, they discussed bank's last year results and current operations. Gref briefed Putin on the bank's latest services, including Pay with a Smile, a facial recognition payment system, and GigaChat, an AI chatbot developed by Bank. Bank reported on Tuesday a slight increase in second quarter net profit to 422.9 billion rubles from 418.7 billion rubles a year earlier. Bank has coped relatively well with high interest rates, squeezing lending portfolio growth. Banks are set to benefit with interest rates now coming down, allaying concerns about a rise in the share of consumer debt falling overdue. A Russian aerial bomb attack on a penal court in southeastern Ukraine killed at least 17 and injured at least 42 people late on Monday, Ukrainian officials said. Ukraine's Justice Ministry said in a statement, President's dining hall had been destroyed and other parts damaged in a strike that involved 4 high explosive aerial bombs. 2 prisoners said they had seen many dead fellow inmates in the immediate aftermath of the attack. The president's deputy head, Dmitry Azarov, said at least 16 inmates had been killed. Ukraine's Justice Ministry put the overall death toll at 17 people and said 42 were wounded. There was no immediate comment from Russia, which denies targeting civilians in their strikes, but thousands of civilians have been killed in the conflict, the vast majority of them Ukrainians.
There was one bomb, then another one hit the canteen. Then there was a third one. It was dark, there was dust, people were shouting, some were alive, some dead. Some had lost their legs, and half of the people were on fire. I couldn't see anything. I treated one man's leg, I took off my shirt and applied it as bandage. But he didn't arrive to the hospital alive. I didn't see it then, but half of his leg was already missing. Whatever I applied with my t-shirt, I simply took off my t-shirt, didn't help him. 26 people were in our barrack, and 7 people were killed.
The Colombian national acted on behalf of Russian intelligence, carried out 2 arson attacks in Poland last year before setting fire to a bus depot in the Czech Republic, the Polish Internal Security Agency said on Tuesday. Speaking at a press conference in Warsaw, Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk revealed that Polish prosecutors and security services have confirmed these sabotage attempts were carried out at the direct request of Russian intelligence services. The Russian embassy in Warsaw, responding to an inquiry, said it does not comment on such unfounded accusations. Poland has been a target of sabotage, with officials say it's part of a hybrid war waged by Moscow to destabilize countries that support Ukraine and a war with Russia, involving tactics like arson and cyber attacks. Russia has in the past denied involvement in such attacks. In May, Poland summoned the Russian ambassador, said it will close the Russian consulate in Krakow. At that time, Polish authorities claimed they had evidence linking Moscow to a massive fire that nearly destroyed a Warsaw shopping center in 2024. Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said on Tuesday that Western demands over Tehran's nuclear program are an excuse to confront the Islamic Republic, a day after U.S. President Donald Trump warned about renewed strikes if Iran restarts nuclear work. Trump issued a threat on Monday as he held talks with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer at its Turnberry Gulf resort on the western coast of Scotland. Iran, which denies seeking to develop a nuclear weapon, has insisted it will not give up domestic uranium enrichment despite the bombings of 3 nuclear sites. The US joined an Israeli offensive last month and launched strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities that Washington say were part of a program geared towards developing nuclear weapons. Tehran maintains that its nuclear program is for purely civilian purposes. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz says on Tuesday his government will not currently recognize a Palestinian state, since such a move was not the right step. Speaking alongside Jordan's King Abdullah at Berlin's Chancery, Merz also said 2 of the country's aircraft could fly aid airdrop missions from Jordan to Gaza as soon as Wednesday, calling the help a small but important signal. Merz demanded Israel must quickly and decisively improve the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza, adding that there must be no further expulsions and no further steps towards annexation of the West Bank.
We are convinced that a negotiated 2-state solution remains the best chance of achieving this goal one day. However, we do not currently consider the recognition of a Palestinian state to be the right step. It may be one of the last steps on the path to realizing a 2-state solution. The German government therefore has no plans to recognize a Palestinian state in the near future. Secondly, Israel must quickly and decisively improve the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. It must provide the suffering civilian population with humane and urgently needed supplies. We therefore welcome the first steps taken by the Israeli government and Prime Minister Netanyahu. I would also like to expressly add that there must be no further expulsions and no further steps towards annexation of the West Bank. I am in close contact with the Israeli Prime Minister on this matter. On the German side, we are also coordinating with the United States of America and the states in the region. As we stand here, there are currently 2 A400M Airbus military transport aircraft in the air on their way to Jordan, where they will be equipped and refueled so that they can fly the relevant missions from the weekend at the latest, possibly even as early as tomorrow.
China will make to help consolidate the consensus of a ceasefire between the 2 Southeast Asian nations, Foreign Ministry said on Tuesday. Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun made the remarks when asked to comment on Thailand's military, saying that Cambodia violated a ceasefire that had come into effect from midnight. Military commanders from Thailand and Cambodia held talks on Tuesday as calm returned to the disputed border and displaced residents began trickling back, a day after the Southeast Asian neighbors announced a truce to end 5 days of fighting. Thai and Cambodian leaders met in Malaysia on Monday and agreed to a ceasefire deal to halt the deadliest conflict in more than a decade that has killed at least 40 people, mostly civilians, and displaced about 300,000 in both countries. And that's the news this hour. I am Barikumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching. Up next is Signature Evening. Stay with us.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We are local.
Pretemi market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigerians are crying. Benue is bleeding. Who do we run to? These are the questions we'll be asking Nigerians today on the state of Abuja.
How can a fellow human being take his own brother's life and yet live happily with his own family? It is really alarming. If our leaders that we trust, that we voted, and we gave our mandate to represent us, they cannot represent us. It's not by force to be there. The best thing I will advise is, if you know you are not capable, you resign. Then let someone that will be ready to defend us, because our security is one of the main things that we want. If you as a leader, you cannot defend the citizen, then you are not worthy to be a leader. We should be able to sleep with our eyes closed, having you there as our commander-in-chief. So to me, what is going on in Benue State, the state government need to come in, the federal government need to come in, the security, all the chief of army forces, everybody need to come together. It's a collective responsibility. If there is love, if there is oneness, if there is unity, we are to put hands together and fight this thing to a stop. Over 230 people be just a death, just a one day, particular a deal. Then if our politicians are not going to take action, then we as the youth, we have something to take action by ourselves, because we are not going to continue to be living on all this kind of action. No job, nothing. The killing of innocent people is much on this country. Plateau, Benue, some of the northern parts, all these killings much. So our government not supposed to know what are they going to do for us, because there's no time. There's no time. They're hungry. When Nigeria start their own.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shaped.
Good evening. It's always a pleasure to be here with you and every one of us. This is Signature Evening. I am Quinsley Rowland. It's a really cold Friday evening, if you ask me. As always, the weather is really cold. It's been raining cat and dog lately, and if you're within the axis of ENUGU, you understand better. As always, I would advise that you put on some warm clothing in order to stay warm and also safeguard your health. In the highlights, we're going to have a conversation on the U.S. visa restrictions on Nigeria. I mean, there's a statement out there by the United States, therefore, that the visas for single entry by Nigerians is only valid for 3 months, and it's just with a single entry. We're going to have a conversation. Our guest is already in the studio to give us an insight on what this means and what Nigerians are supposed to expect from now going forward. And don't forget, we'll have our regulars on the show. We'll have a chat box and also a political segment where we have an interview displayed for your viewing pleasure, and our news and events. After the break, we bring you signature interviews.
We are local.
International communities just finished the Pretemi market is in chaos. People.
in support of this motion as amended say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And a quote before we start the conversation is, "Justice belongs to those who claim it, but let the claimant beware lest he creates new justice by his claim and thus sets the bloody pendulum to revenge into its inexorable motion," which is by Frank Herbert. The United States of America recently announced sweeping changes to its non-immigrant visa policy for some African countries, cutting the duration and conditions under which most travelers from those countries can enter. The United States Department of State says nearly all non-immigrants and non-diplomatic visas issued to citizens of the three countries will now be single entry and valid for only 3 months. It says this is part of a global reciprocity realignment, a sharp shift from previous visa terms, and also which often allowed for multiple entries over 2 years or more. Nigeria, on the issue of reciprocity by the US, has denied reports that it only offers single entry e-visas for 3 months to US citizens. The Nigerian government has therefore expressed its concern, describing the move as disappropriate and calling for reconsideration. And to have the conversation on the US visa restrictions on Nigeria, our in-studio guest, who is Dr. Emeka Ofo. He is a global thought leader. Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening.
Thank you, and welcome to the program.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for honoring our invitation. So let's dive right in. Most Nigerians might not really understand what this particular development is all about. Could you just give us a background of what this means, hence?
Okay, so thank you for that question. Basically, what it is all about is about movement of people between countries. And in this particular case, the government of the United States, through its Department of State, has decided to update its visa protocol. The implication is that before now, any person from Nigeria, or indeed African countries, because most of this policy did not affect only Nigeria.
Of course.
It affected about 31 other African countries. So basically in this instance, what happens is that when you want to travel to another country, you have to apply for a visa to be able to enter that country. And within that process, you also, if you are granted a visa, you are expected to stay within a certain validity period. It could be 30 days, it could be 6 months. The visa could be a single entry or multiple entry. Before this decision by the United States government, which was announced on the 8th of July, to restrict or reduce the validity to just basically 3 months and single entry, Nigerians could get visas to the United States for 2 years, 5 years, as the case may be. Now, for going forward, based on that announcement by the U.S. mission in Nigeria, Nigerians can only get visa to the United States for a validity period of 3 months, and it should be single entry.
Okay, so what exactly are the key factors that had influenced this particular decision?
Basically, if you look at the statement by the United States mission in Nigeria, apparently they were quoting from a release by the Department of State in the United States. Basically, they want to strengthen their systems. Okay, so that they complained about several things, but key issue there is that they were talking about reciprocity. Reciprocity in simple terms means that when a government acts, another government, that decision is affecting is expected to respond. And usually they respond in the same manner. So if you, in Nigerian parlance, they call it do me,
I do you.
You know, so but basically that's what it is. And that is the core instrument or tool that countries use to relate themselves. They look at the reciprocity. And that reciprocity can be in terms of visa, movement of people across borders. It could be in terms of trade, you know, when the country is dealing or trading with another country. And it could just be merely diplomatic relationships. So in this particular case, we are talking about visa. The American government is saying that they are applying reciprocity, which tends to suggest that maybe Nigeria did something in terms of visa. And a lot of people are claiming it had to do with the e-visas. Because in the e-visas, which is basically like a standard, you see a situation whereby it's for 3 months. But that does not negate that you could get other visas or durations. But that's why the Nigerian government has decided to deny that they will actually tax the post. But basically, the government of America has clarified that it is not just about certain things that people are claiming out there. Things like maybe because Nigeria wants to be a member of the BRICS, maybe because the American government is talking about third-party deportees. You know, when you see American government trying to convince some African countries to allow them send deportees to their countries. And then there are several other issues that have to do with security and other issues.
I was coming to the aspect of security because I saw the statement where it said that if these security challenges are not fixed in the said countries, then they would be part of those to make the list. So because of this particular situation, I think it was given a period of about 2 months to be fixed. Is that a reasonable period of time to resolve whatever security challenges that a country has?
So the Nigerian government, let me respond this way. The Nigerian government also released a statement. And in that statement, they said that they are already working on fixing whatever needs to be fixed. So, but basically they are looking at their systems. They want it's like a review, global review of their immigration protocol, which means that they want to strengthen their system to avoid loopholes that unauthorized people can take advantage of to enter into the country, because there are issues of overstay, for example. There are issues that have to do with making sure that the travel documents are secure, and that the person who is on the passport, for example, on the travel document, is the person that the person claims to be. And then there are issues also around sharing information in terms of security and in terms of several other things that they're interested in. For the American government, the real issue for them, based on the releases that they have made so far and the clarification that they have made so far, is that they want to beef up, strengthen the integrity of the immigration process.
Okay, so with this particular situation, how could these new developments affect Nigerians and people that have families over there, students, professionals that have ties with the United States?
So Nigerians and the United States of America have already been enjoying people-to-people relationship. Some people have their families over there. Some people want to go to the United States, for example, to study. And then some people travel to the United States for tourism and for business. So this particular restriction or reduction in the validity basically affects non-immigrant visas and non-diplomatic visas, especially the B1, B2. The B1 has to do with business visas, people that use that visa to travel to the United States on business. Then the B2 is about the tourist visa, those that just want to go on holiday, on vacation, they want to go and for sightseeing. And it also affects the F visas that have to do with students. A lot of Nigerians travel to the United States to study. And then the J visas that have to do with cultural exchange or exchanges between two countries. So those are the key ones that were majorly affected. The implication for Nigeria is that if you are going for business, then you have to use only a single entry visa, and you have only a validity period
of 3 months.
3 months. So what it means is that if you want to travel to the United States on business, well, you have to go to get visa every time you want to travel. Unlike before, if you have a 5-year visa
with the multiple
with
entry
multiple entries,
option,
you can go several times without visiting them. It increases your cost. It increases the cost of doing business because every time you travel, you have to make arrangements, you have to pay hotel bills, you have to pay visa fees, and so on and so forth. So it increases your cost of doing business. And it will affect Nigerians because most of the time we import into the country. And then for students, you see students that are already there, it will affect them if they are going forward. The good thing is that, well, should I say the good thing? It did not affect government-to-government relationships. So those that are in government that wants to travel is not affecting them.
Okay.
And then also those who already have existing visas that were issued, multiple entry visas, for example, that were issued before July 8th. So those ones are not affected.
Okay.
So when it comes to businesses, when we are looking at relationships, family that you mentioned, it means that you have to go and get another visa anytime you want to enter the United States.
Okay, so what exactly would you say are going to be the likely economic implication of this particular development?
So it will be huge.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it will be substantial. In the sense that not just for Nigeria, also for the United States. For Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians travel. A lot of Nigeria import. A lot of Nigeria rely on the United States for several things. In terms of education, a lot of Nigerians will want to go to the United States to study. So the implication is that they will still be able to go, but it may be more expensive. So for instance, if you're a student and you are going, your visa will not allow you to stay more than 3 months. So the only way you can go to the United States as a student is if you are going for a short course of maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month.
Does that even help?
It doesn't help. It doesn't help. But you should also bear in mind that the Trump administration, even before, during his campaign, made certain promises, and he's trying to fulfill those promises in terms of his overall immigration ideas.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically for business, it will also affect businesses in Nigeria. Maybe Nigerians that used to travel to the United States will have to look for other countries to do businesses with.
Okay. You just mentioned that the angle it affects Nigerian economy. So how is it affecting the United States economy?
Oh, it will affect United States economy in the sense that when Nigerians travel to the United States, they spend money. They invest in that economy.
Okay.
When you travel to a city in the United States, you buy things. So that means you are introducing funds into the country. That will be affected by if you reduce the number of people and the quantum of visits. The school fees that we pay in dollars will also reduce, because if I can't send my ward or my child to study, I won't send money to pay his school fees. Because, I mean, if he's doing a 2-year course, a 3-year course, and I have 3 months validity, single entry, that means before the expiration of 3 months, I have to come back to Nigeria and then apply for visa and go back again. Okay. So there are implications and costs and inconvenience to do with that.
So do you think this particular situation is going to encourage, a form of discourage collaboration, not encourage collaboration?
Wow. Every action has consequences. But in this case, the good thing about it is that if you read the text by the U.S. mission in Nigeria, it's not a closed engagement. The statement also stated that they were already talking with the government of Nigeria. They are applying diplomatic measures to solve the problem. And what Nigeria needs to do is to quickly hasten action in terms of meeting the security and technical benchmarks that the U.S. government has stated. Like I said, it's not just about Nigeria. A lot of people have been saying it's about Nigeria only, but from the text, it's clear and obvious, even within diplomatic circles, that what needs to be done should be done.
So under this time frame, is it achievable, the things that need to be put in order for this to be adjusted? Do you think Nigeria can actually meet up with this deadline?
Oh, sure. What I want Nigeria to do is to be intentional about everything it does. If there is a will, there will be a way. There will be a way if there's a will.
Okay, so how might Nigeria also respond to the diplomatic or legislative in order to reverse or challenge the restrictions?
Okay, so I think what Nigeria should do, Nigeria needs to do a series of initiatives quickly. Number one is that the government of America mentioned reciprocity. And I mentioned that reciprocity is the core of international relations, of diplomatic relations. So Nigeria should apply that tool in addressing this issue. One thing about reciprocity is that it's also a tool that governments or nations use to negotiate. So when a government wants you to act in a particular way towards it, they apply that instrument. So for instance, if I want you to issue visas to your citizens for 3 months, then I'll start by giving your citizens 3 months visa. If I want 5 years, I'll give your citizens 5 years so in this case, I suspect that the American government wants Nigeria to improve the integrity of its immigration system. You know, recently Nigeria introduced the e-visas, and that introduction of that reform was basically to make it seamless, easier for people to get visa. But it may have thrown up some other challenges that maybe the American government is trying to correct. There has been some reports of unaddressed security concerns. There has been some concerns about Nigerians overstaying when they go to the United States. So the concern should be for Nigeria to quickly introduce measures that will encourage its citizens to respect the terms and conditions of the visa. So if you are given single entry and you are supposed to have a maximum validity period of 3 months, go to the United States, do your business, and come back. Apply again. Once you keep respecting that validity period or the terms and conditions of the visa, I guess, and I believe rightly, that there will be no problem with your travel document. They will issue visas to you based on the fact that you have been able to utilize and obey and respect the visa they granted to you. Okay. Number two is for Nigeria to ask the question, why are Nigerians moving in their numbers? You know, Nigeria raised a concern about disproportionate burden on Nigerians, and that disproportionate burden is mainly because more Nigerians go to the United States than citizens of the United States come into Nigeria. So on the scale of balance, it will affect Nigeria more. So because those that will travel will not be able to travel, those that will go to school will not be able to go to school as comfortably as they could have done it in the past. So Nigeria should, in the first instance, try to address some of these key issues that encourage Nigerians to stay in another country. If there are issues that will help Nigeria, those are like reducing inflation, for example, reducing the cost of food, improving on infrastructure, improving the ease of doing business, and then making it safer for Nigerians to stay in their own countries. Nigeria, like I said before, needs to be intentional about some of these things. Another thing is for Nigeria to quickly initiate actions and begin to introduce reforms in line with global standards. Okay, so America is saying that the reason why we are making this update is simply to protect the integrity of our immigration systems. So every country has immigration laws, and it's those laws that form the bedrock of the visas they give people that will come into their country, for example, and how long they will stay. It's those the immigration law that provides an answer to those kind of questions. So if Nigeria has already done the e-visa, are there issues in the e-visa that are of concerns to other countries? Incidentally, it's not even only the United States that have imposed sanctions on Nigeria.
Even the
United States Kingdom, United Arab Emirates. In fact, the one for United Arab Emirates is even more worrisome because it has been a long-standing battle for some years now. Presently, what they expect you to do is to, if you are between the ages of 18 and 45, you have to get somebody to accompany you.
So you should be older.
You should be older. And then when you are older, they say you should have $10,000 domiciled in your account for a period of 6 months on a monthly basis. So when you convert that to Naira, you now know what we are talking about and how many people will keep maintain $10,000 in their current accounts for that purpose. I think another thing that Nigeria also needs to do is to basically deepen relationships with the United States. Presently, Nigeria does not have an ambassador at the United States. We do not have an ambassador. When this issue happened, the Nigerian government, led by the Minister of Interior, went to the American Embassy in Nigeria and met with the ambassador. We need to build trust, especially with key countries who have a sitting ambassador in that country or in those countries who can quickly address issues and represent the interest of Nigeria in those countries. Okay. That is very important in building trust. And then once you build trust, you deepen those relationships so that when they want to, like I mentioned before, only 31 countries in Africa were affected. What happened to the remaining number that made up 55 nations in Africa?
Maybe they met up with the terms.
Exactly. And it's all about relationship. It's all about relationship. So Nigeria should be intentional about deepening relationship with the United States of America, with the United Kingdom, with United Arab Emirates, and indeed the key economies of the world.
Okay. So how exactly, or rather to what extent, is the Nigerian internal immigration services responsible for this particular ban from the US?
So Nigeria has denied that it has nothing to do with their policies and it has nothing to do with their immigration laws. They mentioned that they are willing to engage the government of the United States to resolve whatever issues they have. But like I said, the United States government were clear in their clarifications they gave that they just want to strengthen the integrity of their immigration system. They want to be sure that the people who enter the country are the people who should enter their country. That they will not enter with 1 month visa or 5-year visa and then they will overstay their welcome. And that Nigeria should also begin to share security information with them. I don't know, maybe Nigeria has not been sharing, because if you watch the release they did after the first meeting, after the meeting with the United States Embassy in Nigeria, one of the things that came out from that meeting had to do with strengthening the integrity of our systems. The process we use to get people to issue our travel documents and to increase the security of the documents itself. And then the second one had to do with that information, sharing information on criminals. The United States will not, or indeed no country will want criminals to come into their country. So if somebody is identified as a criminal or poses security threats, they expect that the two countries will work together to control that menace. Okay, and so those are the key concerns. So if Nigeria can do those things, I believe that the issue will be resolved. And why I believe so is that the government-to-government relationship between the government of the United States and the government of Nigeria remains intact. It's not affected, because they can still go and apply and get visas for 5 years, 2 years, as the case may be.
So how does this particular situation balance the security needs and also the economic and cultural exchange that between Nigeria and the United States?
It does balance it. I mentioned reciprocity, right? And reciprocity is also a tool that nations use to balance those items like the security, the economic consideration. And I mentioned trade. So they use it also to say, yes, I'm giving you this quantum of trade, you need to give me this quantum. So there should be balance of payments, as the case may be. And so it is very important for countries to take this process very seriously, in the sense that it has wide-ranging implications on business and then on the socio-economic development of both countries.
So, okay, let's look at the solution angle. What steps can be taken in order to resolve this particular situation, in order to make the United States feel like there's a proper relationship between Nigeria and them as well?
It's dialogue. The basic tool that we use in diplomatic relationship is to engage. And I'm happy that Nigeria responded swiftly. Going forward, it will be better to be proactive and don't wait for things to happen or to go bad before you start to react. But I give it to Nigeria that in this case, Nigeria responded swiftly. The announcement came out on the 8th, and I think by the 9th, the minister and his team had already gone to the embassy to sort it out. So whatever agreement they reached at that meeting, Nigeria should begin immediately to implement those resolutions.
Okay, so let's look at the situation where this talk might take some time. What exactly should the Nigerian citizen do for people that have plans to travel to the United States for this particular period of time that this policy has been brought to the table?
So Nigerians should basically go to the embassy and apply for visas.
It's just for 3 months.
Yes. Most visas actually, except for multiple entry. If you are going for business, for example, you don't need to stay in America for 3 months to do your business. The people that I feel it will affect more are the students. But I'm sure with negotiation and engagement between government, it will be resolved. I don't think it's a permanent decision. I mean, this is not the first time the government of America is issuing restrictions on Nigeria. And the good thing about it is that they did not say Nigerians should not come to the United States. All they are saying is that they are limiting the validity period of their visa. I've been to countries where they gave me a visa for only 7 days.
Really?
Yes, I've been to a country. My visa was for 7 days. I just went in, did my business, came out.
And you finished this business under 7 days?
It was a conference, so it was a 2-day conference. I didn't need 3 months. And after my conference, I came back. It was a business conference.
Okay, so far, what do experts have to say about this particular situation?
There has been variety of diverse opinions by experts, and people were making claims or assumptions. And most of the time, in diplomatic issues, people tend to read between the lines. So if a country has an issue with another country and they are throwing out statements for the public, they may not say exactly what the issues are. And like I said, countries use reciprocity to engage and negotiate and influence the decision of other countries. So if they want to go in a particular direction, they think through the process of what they need to do to get that person to come to the table. So in this case, several analysts or several experts have come out with their opinions. Some have said it's because Nigeria joined the BRICS. Some have said it's because of the refusal of Nigeria to allow the United States to bring in third country deportees into Nigeria. Some have come up with several indices or assumptions of what they feel could have been responsible for those issues. But I would like to stick with the statement by the United States government that they just want to strengthen the integrity of their system. There is a global review going on at the moment, and that if we can quickly strengthen the integrity of our system, that was good for us. Not just even for getting, for Nigerians to be able to get visas to the United States on multiple entry terms, but it is also important for Nigeria to take this as a lesson point.
Okay.
Or a learning point.
You had mentioned earlier that Nigerians that travel there and their stay time had already expired. Instead of coming back as they're supposed to, they rather stick around, and this is actually a problem to the United States. With this particular situation, what should be done in order to avoid situations like this? Maybe from the Nigerian government angle, in order to help, the relationship that they have already with the United States, and not because of situations like this. We keep getting reports about Nigerians that have refused to come back due to the expiration of their visas.
I think that it's not only Nigerians that overstay their visas, period. I know that even in Africa, a country like Algeria is reputed for overstaying.
I mean, we'll not be worried about Algeria if we are not Algerians.
Exactly.
So we'll just be worried about
So for Nigerians, and indeed, it's not only Nigerians. I just mentioned Algeria in passing. There are several other countries where people overstay their visa. And even in Nigeria, some people that come to Nigeria also overstay their visa. So it's a global problem. The solution for me is to ensure that you improve the well-being of your citizens. Do have a reorientation whereby your citizens begin to love their country and be ambassadors and be proud and patriotic about their country. And they can only do that when the environment is conducive. And then there is need for mass reorientation for Nigerians to obey visa restrictions or visa terms. If we begin to do that, it's not a short-term measure, because when you talk of reorientation, you need to let people understand. You need to mount a campaign to say, when you travel, please obey your visa terms, so that you can get visa to travel to that country again. Because once you flout visa guidelines or visa terms, the next time you go there, they will not grant you visa. So that's the way I see it. And then everybody's business, not just the government. The need to build trust is important. The need to build trust is important between both nations.
Okay, so let's say, peradventure, at the end of this conversation that they are having, and we still don't meet up with the deadline and the things that you're supposed to do in order to, reverse this particular visa restriction, or rather adjust it a bit, what's going to be the fate of Nigerians?
Basically, I see Nigeria meeting the times.
Oh, really?
Yes, Nigeria will meet
even with the security issues that we still have in Nigeria currently.
So when they talk about security issues, they are not referring only to insecurity.
Okay.
They are referring mainly to the process of issuing travel documents. There may be these concerns that people can get passports anyhow. Non-Nigerians, for example, can get passports, allegations. But Nigeria has been strengthening that process. For instance, you cannot get Nigerian passport without having a name, NIN, right? So when you have NIN, you also need to, you also have to go back to strengthen the process of getting NIN. Maybe you might need to be identified by somebody, by the chairman or your traditional ruler.
Just to be sure.
Just to be sure that, yes, this person is from our village, is from our town. So, and then that the travel documents you are also giving them are secure. They have all the required security marks on them. You know, there was a time that somebody can travel with a passport that is not his. But that was in days, years ago, or decades ago. But now, there are biometric indicators that you will check. There are so many things embedded, security features embedded in the passport. So you can't do that any longer. So those are the issues. So what Nigeria needs to do in this instance is not that they should even complete the whole thing, but there should be a clear indication that Nigeria is following that path. You know, there was a time that there were restrictions on Nigeria. Nigerians was blacklisted, and that had to do with issues about corruption, issues about drug, and so on. And then the process had to go in such a way that they were watching Nigeria, they set up NDLE, they set up EFCC, they set up something. So it's a statement of intent that we are working towards achieving that rule. And I believe that if they see that intention on the part of Nigeria, they will lift the sanctions. They don't have to wait until they've completed the entire process, because even the American government has not completed theirs. Okay. That's why they say they are reviewing it, to bring it to global standards. Best practice. So is that intention? That's why I keep talking about Nigeria and being intentional in whatever they do. If you want to be on that list, if you want to be excluded, there are things that you need to do. Get cracking and do it. Okay. It can be done in 1 month, 2 months.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we still have time to cover up whatever it is and give hope to the people.
We can.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution on this particular subject matter. Our guest is Dr. Emeka Ofo. He is a global thought leader. The conversation is on the U.S. visa restriction on Nigeria. We'll go on a short break, and after this, we will have we'll have an interview replayed for you.
We are local.
International communities observing where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken this by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. We are going to replay an interview that we had earlier on Signature Evening on women in politics and 2027 political build-up in Nigeria. Barrister Mrs. Obiajulu Chess Ethel was our guest, and she is a Secretary Oji River Local Government Area. Minus, you are right on time. Nigeria is a multicultural nation, and every community in Nigeria has its own peculiar culture that keeps to the value of the people, and every culture carries with it the popularly accepted values that are morally acclaimed. The movie industry provides a means of entertainment for the people of any society. The intention borders not only on entertainment, but also indoctrination and enlightenment of the members of the society. Portrayal of traditional values of any culture requires a high degree of accuracy. Some Nollywood films have continuously provided a misrepresentation of the indigenous culture and traditional values of the Igbo people. Over the years, this misinformation has continued to serve as a guideline in the perception of their custom, which stems from a place of colonial inferiority and bogus capitalist tendencies. Finding has shown that many Nollywood films has hastily churned out and distributed with little or no research. Let's have the conversation on abuse of Igbo cultures and other affinities, Nollywood perspective. Our guest, in-studio guest, is Mahansa, aka Ezengwoko, who is Enugu State Cultural Ambassador. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you very much. It's Ezengwoko.
Ezengwoko. Okay, that's a very rare name, if I must say. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
So just as we have said, Igbo culture has been misrepresented in the Nollywood space. You know, people have a different perspective of the Igbo people. Whenever you have a conversation with people from other tribes or what they think the Igbos are, they feel, oh, they are money-minded, they are really wicked, you know, so many things. How would you say Nollywood has really represented the Igbo culture out there, the traditions, the norms, and every other thing that has to do with the Igbo people?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I will say that truly the Igbo culture has been misrepresented over the years. And, you know, because we have different cultures and their peculiarities based on different locations in Igbo land. Like people from Osoka have their different culture, just, you know, but then the people from Ojebo Guinea will have their different culture, you know, and then the people from Imo State or Hafia, wherever, you know, they have their different cultures. But what I have seen in Nollywood was something I had been talking about for years, and I'm very happy that such a topic is being raised. I started talking about this more than 20 years ago. Or thereabout. Yes, I said what we are doing is that we are crushing the very fabric of the Igbo nation, you know, as a people. And this misrepresentation has a lot to do with the stifling of the value system that we have here. But if we look at the history of what we had gone through during the Nigerian Civil War, you will see that the Igbo man actually was, okay, the war wasn't fair on the Igbo man, okay? And the strategies that was raised by the people who were running things as at then was to give the Igbo man 20 pounds after the war. So it made the Igbo man start afresh, which gave rise to more individuality rather than collectiveness. And that individuality is what we see today as, you know, created some kind of a very terrible, monstrous situation in our system. Before then, we had the Onyaga na Nwanneya philosophy, which means you go, you carry your brother along. But this time around, there is some kind of unhealthy competition that happens.
among the
Igbo people. You know, you want to make money more than your brother. You want to sell your brother and make money, and then, you know, because that competition was something that was created by the system after the war. Okay? So where Nollywood, or I can say Nollywood has a very terrible, I'll use the word terrible because it's really, really affecting what we see today in Igbo land and in the world at large, because what you present to the world is what the world takes you for, you know. And this get rich quick thing that is being pushed out there is really, really affecting us.
I mean, with what you just said, that the Igbo people, before now, you have to carry your brother along, but now it seems like everybody wants to be richer than every other person that they're associated with. And what the Nollywood is doing, is this as a lack of, they don't do the proper research before carrying out certain roles in the movie industry? Is it their fault?
It's just like the way Nigeria is. A carpenter is a mechanic. Yes. And then a newscaster is a preacher somewhere. Okay? So we have misplaced priorities, and, you know, everything is jammed up because people have to survive. So in the course of survival, all sorts of things can happen. People who are not experts in something, you see them doing it because they have to eat. So it affected a lot of things. It has a multiplier effect, maybe it's a domino effect in the system.
So looking at this thing, what is so far going to be the long implication, or what has been the long implications of this particular situation?
You see, this is a very, very important question you asked. You look at our situation now in Nigeria. Look at the Igbo man. The Igbo man, like I said, is trying to survive. Now, some of us have made the money, but the rudiments of how this money, and the background of making this money, is not very clear most times. Some will tell you, okay, they are doing business.
What business?
That's it. You say, we're doing business. And I'm at China. Oh, wonderful. You're doing business. There's no problem about that. But will you allow us to come look close to your business to know what you're doing? That's where the problem lies. And by so doing, we also have a system where the government promotes people like that. Somebody makes too much money, nobody asks questions, and the next thing, the person is a politician. So how can a man who has children, of course, there are so many parents who are criminals, of course. I'm sorry, but that's the reality, okay? What moral value is he going to impart on these children? Some parents buy results from for their children. So what are they going to tell these children? You know, so this thing is eating too deep into the Igbo society that I don't know how we're going to come out of this. Probably some kind of reorientation is going to happen. But the people who you are trying to reorientate, are they really ready to be reorientated? Okay, we have a situation whereby a young man buys a car, he's still in the university. He buys a car and the parents are celebrating it.
We see cases like that a lot.
And then if you put on the Nollywood, if you put the Nollywood narrative, you see a man who has committed all sorts of things, and at the end of the movie, to God be the glory. I don't understand that. He's been, you know, killing people, doing all sorts of rituals, and then, or doing some kind of shady business, and at the end of the day, he now repents. Maybe one of the people he killed now comes in as a ghost, and then he cries and shouts and jumps out, and then he's found in the hospital, and after that, to God be the glory. The movie just ends there. So there is no implication, there's no consequence for whatever thing this person has done. That's why I said these things more than about 10, 20 years ago. I said this thing is going to cause a problem. But now it's good you're bringing up this topic.
Okay, so the frequent portrayal of Igbo people as evil, when it comes to Nollywood, obviously, the portrayal of Igbo people as evil with, you know, a different mentality, would you say this is as a result of the colonial period?
That's what I said. This thing happened after the war, because the Igbos weren't like that.
Oh, really?
Yes, they weren't like that. We had this Onyagana one layer thing, you know, and the colonial masters as well. I wouldn't have to, you know, exempt them from this, because in the olden days we were polygamous, and the essence of polygamy was because of our economic system. Agriculture, trade by barter was our economic system. You understand? Means of exchange. So a man can have 4 or 5 wives, and he has children, maybe 20 children, and then they all have their portions in the farms, and everybody's got their products, and then they all come together in the marketplace. Someone has this person has this, you have rice, this person has yam, this person, and then you exchange. You understand what I'm saying? So it was the introduction of the fiat money that the white man did to us that brought about all this whole catastrophe. Because when that money was introduced, that fiat money was introduced, you can now see somebody who will just be a kidnapper, and the white man pays him money. You could see an assassin, they pay him money to go and kill somebody. Maybe this guy's been giving problem to the state, and that's it. And of course, trust our people, they always learn bad things very quickly. So that is it.
Okay, so with the things, with what is going on now and the attention that the Nollywood have, can we really trust it to still preserve some part of our culture, irrespective of the culture now?
Everything depends on the government.
Really?
Yes.
Even in Nollywood?
Yes, everything depends on the government. You know, like people look at Hollywood. The Hollywood has a great influence in the minds of people all over the world. You know those days when you watched Sylvester Stallone in First Blood, and Rambo goes to Vietnam and fights and destroys everywhere just with one gun, and all the other soldiers are shooting him. It portrays America as, yeah, this is a very strong nation. You know, and one of their mercenaries goes in there and does all that, disorganizes the whole country and comes back. It's not real. But then whenever you see that American flag and whenever you see an American soldier, that's the first image you see. Do you understand? Just like they have in Nollywood, I want to also bring in another aspect, which is music. Because music, as audio and visuals, they go hand in hand. You look at the kind of music we listen to now in Nigeria, and you see that it's a curse. We're not going to come out of this. Unless the government says, okay, because I used to know they have a census board.
Yes.
Before you bring out anything, you have to go through the census board. I don't know what happened about that census board. Okay? So anybody can just sit in the comfort of his room, record whatever thing, post it.
And it sells.
However it sells, I don't know. How they push it, I don't understand it. But then you see them all over the place. And then these things are being fed to our children. They're being fed to the adults as well. You know, and when you continue hearing one, that's the power of promotion and the power of sound. When you continue hearing one thing over and over again, and you continue watching one thing over and over again, it forms your psyche. That is exactly what is happening. So the government needs to come in and don't say, oh, well, they are paying tax. It's not about paying tax. Anybody can pay tax. But you have to regulate what happens in your system. For instance, the TikTok, everybody's going, we're doing social media, right? Mm-hmm. But what you're doing in TikTok is not what they're doing in China. If you go and see Chinese TikTok, is a different thing. You see technology, you see children producing all sorts of things. But here, people are jumping up, throwing their naked bodies that are not even interesting, up and down, just to get content, and then to be monetized. Do you understand? So it's an aberration on us.
Okay, let's look at the misrepresentation of cultural symbols. I'm talking about rituals, masquerades, and even proverbs. You see these things happen in Nollywood movies. Growing up, I understand that masquerades are like a very sacred thing to behold. Not everybody sees it, but you would see representation of these said sacred masquerades in the movie industry, and even to the point of bastardizing it. It means as if it has no meaning again attached to what it's supposed to be. So now, are we really losing the identity of the Igbo people even without understanding it?
You see, just like I said, the most important thing is to have the right people do the right thing. Get the right people to do the right thing. Like this is a TV station, right? This is a TV station. Wonderful. You can't get an auto mechanic to be doing presentation just like you're doing. True or false?
True.
Good. So you have to use the right personnel for what it is supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be for the right personnel. Do you understand? Now, you talked about masquerades. From my history, by my study of history in of the Igbo people, masquerades were more like mediums of control, more like mediums of maintaining law and order in a system. Do you understand? And that there's some also other masquerades that are for entertainment. Every masquerade has a function in the system. Do you understand? Now, who are these people who are producing these Nollywood films? These are basically, most of them are just people who have just made money and they say, oh, film gives money, and then they jump into it. That is where the problem is. If we have a theater arts department in the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, or some other university, they should have people who are experts in this thing. We're not trying to say that somebody who didn't read theater arts might not be able to act, but at least there should be some level of training, competition. Even let's call it competition. The Nollywood people will do their own. Those people in the academic section will do their own, so we can have a balance. But here, you just have people. Anybody can just wake up one morning, get a camera, and then they are shooting a movie. Do you understand? When experts handle things, it comes out differently. Because they will think it through. Whatever detail, they go through it and then it's okay, why do you have to put this here? This is why we're, okay, what is it going to cost in the system? They dissect these things. Sometimes I watch Nigerian movies. I don't even know if it's a horror movie. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what they're doing. So I don't watch it anymore. I'm sorry, I don't watch these things because I'm not intellectually challenged by what I see. Okay? Some time ago, when I was, that's about 15 years. It's a long time. It's a very long time ago. They did this Nollywood travel agency. They came down to ENUGU here. It was organized by Charles ENUGU and his group. So, we had this workshop and then we had to write, stories and scripts and stuff. So I did my own story. Fortunately, my story came out the first. It came out the best. Because I was writing something else. Away from whatever every other person was writing. Areas where people are not even thinking about. We write stories that, okay, it's all about love, Satan, Jesus, blah, blah, blah. That's what they write about. Has anybody ever sat down to write about exam malpractice? Do you know what exam malpractice has done in Nigeria? That's where we're coming from. So, but back to the subject, Igbo culture and values. It is fully misrepresented. When we say that someone is a dibia, for instance, a dibia is a doctor.
A native doctor.
A doctor. Call it whatever you want to call it. He's a doctor. Because even those who studied orthodox medicine, in some countries they study ancestral medicine. Yes. Okay, you see these guys in China, these Chinese people doing Tianxi. What's Tianxi? It's Chinese traditional medicine. So why do we have to demonize ours in Africa? Why do we have to do that? So a dibia is a conserver and preserver of life, of nature. But the Nollywood will present a dibia as somebody who kills people. Okay? In those olden days, when there is a problem, a dibia will do divination, afa, to ask the gods, what is this? What is this problem? How do we solve it? After that happens, he will say, okay, go to so and so person. That was division of labor. We had a system that was working. Okay? And once somebody is called to preserve life and conserve life, you are not supposed to take life. That's a dibia for you. Because he has been called to conserve and preserve nature. That is why he will speak to the herbs, or he will understand the language of the herbs, and understand the language of the cosmos. So these things they are doing in Nollywood is really, really damaging the Igbo culture. It's damaging what we are doing.
Let's look at the role that even the audience has to play in this situation. The audience have a way of, prompting what comes on screen, the ones that they have that is in high demand, the kind of stories that they would like to listen to. I can remember some of the movies like Lionheart, Living in Bondage. They even had to do a new one, since the other one was an old one, and so many of them. The audience has a huge role to play in the kind of movies that interest them. So would you say that the Nollywood film producers are going in accordance to what the audience would prefer to see?
Okay, you see, this is a very important question you asked. You can't eat your cake and have it. You cannot continue to be feeding yourself rubbish and expect to have the best society in your system. I'll give you an instance. There's some songs I might not even be able to sing here. I will I will hear these songs.
We need to censor the words.
Please. There are songs I will hear. And I will wonder, if you are pumping this thing in the heads of people and you say this is what people like, then the people are doomed. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. You can't eat your cake and have it. If we keep on projecting negativity, if we keep on swallowing negativity, everything we do will be negative. It's as simple as that. Now, when you talk about the people, I just look at it and say, why do we always want to say, okay, this is what people like? Why don't you say this is what people have been given? If you do a good movie, people will watch it. But if you continue doing a movie that is just, I don't want to use the word rubbish, but it is rubbish because it is affecting the people negatively. It will give rise to some things in the system. Vices. Number one is crime. And then when the crime comes, you start running around and saying, there's so many criminals. You caused it. Because you've been feeding people with crime and stories about crime. If you feed people with ritual killing and then success and all those kind of that, whatever success attached to it, people will start doing it. It's what you feed them. That's the power of the media. That's the power of these things you see. When you see a South Korean who doesn't understand English dancing to Michael Jackson, you think it's a joke. And he's singing Billie Jean, but you think it's a joke. That's the power of promotion. It's what you have given him. What's made available to him. So that is the problem. Yes, the Nigerian people are just, I don't want to use some kind of words, but I'm not going to use these words here, but because you see them. You see even the people who you think the elite. The so-called intellectuals you see. And you see the kind of things they watch and see the kind of things they listen to, and you just begin to wonder. I remember those days. I think when I was in the university in the 90s. It was 91, 92, about that time. When I was in the university. 92, about that. 92, 93. When, I'll call the name, Oliver the Cook. Of the blessed memory. When he sang Anemu Budemwe. I sat down and watched that thing and listened to that music. And I said to people, I'm sorry, but this music is going to create something in Igbo land. And then he starts mentioning names of Ndimo Obodo. And then you look at these people who are being mentioned. That was when I knew that we've entered some problem we might not be able to come out. Because as a matter of fact, when we were students, some students went into fraud as at that time.
As at that time?
Yes, in the 90s. Because there were some names that were mentioned. And that's what most of them were doing. And go and look at the roll call. Majority of them are dead as we're talking. So do you think something negative comes in and you think it will just, move away like that? It's become ingrained in our DNA. It has come into our DNA. And we have to flush it out from our DNA. That's the only way we can do it.
Okay, looking at the influence of the global popularity of the Nollywood, how has it influenced what people think of the Igbos internationally? Because it's not just in Nigeria that we consume Nollywood movies. People abroad also consume these movies.
When I was in South Africa, they would tell me, "Oh, I like your music. I like your Nollywood," and I was just looking at these people. Say, "You like it? Do you really know what these things are talking about?" And they say, "Oh, they're so nice. The Lagos is fine." I said, "Leave the niceness and fineness. Do you know the message behind this?" And they say, "No, tell me." I want to say, "Oh wow, oh wow." Okay, fast forward it to the era of xenophobia. These people have consumed it. They've consumed the material, and then they come out.
It's just seeing us as threats.
And then you have to ask yourself, what our guys are doing there? Because they watch the thing, and somebody comes in a movie and said that they tell you Odogwu, Odogwu, and he starts throwing money up and down. These things have a way of affecting the people's psyche. And then imagine a little boy who is born in a ghetto. The father is not, his father is just one man, maybe a security guard somewhere, the mother sells food stuff in the market, and then he's watching that thing. You think that boy is going to remain there? He's going to wake up one morning and say, "Okay, right, I have to get a metal, man, and get this thing done." And that's it. Because he doesn't want to go back to where the father is. He wants to even elevate the family. That's it. So it has a negative impact, a very serious negative impact in our society. And it's not portraying Igbos in the right way. It's not.
Okay, so, and just as you mentioned, you see a movie, you have, you get influenced by this movie. We've seen cases like that. I think sometime, few years ago, there was a movie that trended, and I think it was a robbery scene. Then this young boy decided to, you know, do a replica of this in real life. He tried to rob a bank. I can't remember exactly if it was a bank, but you see these things happen. How has this really affected the minds of people? How can we move from, you know, creating an awareness that these movies are just for viewing pleasure and not for you to pick the bad lessons in it and replicate it in real life?
You see, the human mind is a very complicated thing. A hungry person only thinks about survival. And as long as you're showing him pictures of, okay, this is how it works, and then somebody does crime, and then from the crime he gets to some level whereby the society accepts him without asking questions. What does this man do? There's no remedy for it. I'm sorry. Unless we begin to say, because I remember those days when I was growing up, I bought a watch. I saved money, I bought a watch, I came back. And my dad looked at me and said, "What's this? Where did you get it from?" That was how it was then. You have to explain it. But today, because nothing is controlled anymore, people are wild into the system. Everybody wants to make money. All the songs in the air are talking about money. All the movies are talking about money. You see, if the government does not come in to regulate this thing, the criminal tendencies in this system will get higher.
I don't know if you've seen the movie Things Fall Apart.
Yes, I saw it a long time ago.
Okay, the movie. With what you had seen in this movie, with the much you can remember, how well was the Igbo culture represented in this movie?
It was represented properly, and then it gave us some class. It gave the Igbo man some class in the system. And then somebody who has watched Things Fall Apart turns around to come and watch these things they are doing now. An international person saw Things Fall Apart, you know, when Things Fall Apart was, you know, produced, and then comes to see what these people are doing these days. Hey, come on.
There's a big difference.
No. I wouldn't even look at it 2 times. I wouldn't even think about it twice. Because it's not representing who we are.
So with all this being said, you've been mentioning the government. What exactly can the government do? Because can you really capture all the producers of Nollywood movies and put them under a particular regulation or whatsoever that is supposed to be done?
If the government is serious, if the government is not serious to do anything, They're just serious to make money. If the government is serious to do anything, they should have researchers in the system who will know the impact of these things. And they will have a framework to say, okay, Nollywood, start producing things that are in this direction. They can even give what you might call grants for production of such things. Create platforms and then promotional platforms for it, sponsored by the government. Yes. So if people are flooding something in the market and there's no opposition, no competition,
Computer.
you understand what I'm saying? That's what's happening. That's what's going on. Everybody just keeps bringing something to the marketplace and there's no counter to it. But when they have brought this and then the government spends money, gets the experts, do something serious, and then promote it, they have the money to do it. The government has the money to do it. That's where the orientation will start from. What is the ENUGU doing? National orientation. What are they doing? We have a national orientation in Nigeria, and Nigeria is like this.
I'm not the best place to answer.
No, but I'm asking a question. What are they doing? They have a DG for crying out. They have it's an office. Okay, what are they doing?
A functioning one.
We have the census board. What are they doing? Is it when these children turn to monsters and shoot all of us? That's when everybody start running around and doing one fire brigade promotional thing. It doesn't make sense. We should be proactive. Like look at things and then start on time to understand what we are doing.
Okay, another point where the Igbo culture is misrepresented. You see people put on the red cap. Growing up, I understand that the red cap is for chiefs. You have to go through a certain process to it's like to get this red cap. Right now it's something that is sold everywhere, even the Ishago. You see, even people that don't understand what these things represent, they have it on because in a movie it's like easily as it's a costume for them and you can easily assess it. What would you say about the misrepresentation of things like this?
Once you monetize anything, you kill it. Culture. Once you monetize, even spirituality, once you monetize it, you kill it. An Ozo title holder is like a demigod in those days.
But it's not exactly, it's not the same right
in those
now.
days. It's the monetization that cost it. And part of these things I would also say is the problem of the colonial masters, what they did to us here.
But we play a huge responsibility in preserving these things as well.
I'll tell you what the colonial masters did. They came down here, they saw a system that was working and imposed their system on it. Created an elite class from that system that they created. They were like, from our people, they sieved out some of our people and made them the elite. And they became the lackeys that they use to govern us. By so doing, they watered down the things that we had in our system. Our shrines, our sacred sites. Some of them were even asked to get them as artifacts, to take them outside Nigeria. You take them abroad and they put them in museums and all that, all those kind of things. And then you ask yourself, why were they doing those things? Why were they? What did they need those artifacts for? Because they were tapping the energies in it. What our ancestors used. Okay? So when you look at that, you will see that there became a corruption of what our culture was. Today, just like I said initially, we talked about the creation of fiat money and the trade by barter thing. So with fiat money, the system became corrupt. And in the course of that corruption, all sorts of things started happening. Don't forget that they created warrant chiefs. And those warrant chiefs were people who were used against their people. Do you understand? So that they can have an effective administration of whatever system of government they brought. So there is no way we can talk about this thing without looking at the white man and saying, this is what you did to us. But of course, look at our government system, or the structure of government. It is still the white man that did it. Here you see a governor of a state paying Igwe's salary. And they say they have what you call it, autonomous community. What's that? And I asked somebody a question some time ago. Is the Prime Minister of UK higher than the King of England? Is the Prime Minister of UK higher than the King of England? The answer is no. So why is it that in Africa
it's not the same?
It's not the same. And then you claim you have their system. You copied their system. That answers this question. Once there is corruption, it has a chain reaction.
Okay.
And once you monetize anything, you kill it.
Okay, we understand that you are the ENUGU State Cultural Ambassador. And with this conversation we are having now, what have you been doing so far? What has been put in place so far to help preserve the Igbo culture as well?
The first and foremost thing you have to also know is that I have been creating music over the years. This is about my 35 years in professional performance. But the question, like I said, is who is listening? They're not singing about, I don't want to mention what they sing about, but because we're on air here, I'm not singing those things. So nobody will listen. You're talking something serious. They say, this music is too serious. I beg, give us something that we can dance. And you look at people and say, do you still dance under this condition?
Of course.
How can you dance under this condition?
To relieve the stress.
Okay, after dancing, what happens?
Go back to reality.
So it's a placebo. It's not a cure. It's a placebo. It's just to tell your psyche, oh well, let me just dance and enjoy. Your rent is getting high. Your landlord is disturbing you. Everybody is harassing you. MOT has just clamped your car. In a place where they've not written no parking and they're clamping your car. Nobody's saying anything. That's how it works. That's the system you find yourself in. So if we take things seriously and say, okay, let's do things the right way, fine, it will be fine. I've been talking musically because that's the medium I can talk with. I've been having interviews locally, internationally. Well, I've been saying it. But, okay, you write something and say, okay, you want to go to the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, you want to do this, you want to do that. You get in there. What are you going to have there? After the long talk, long back and forth talk, and everybody, you write a proposal, before you know it, it's gone. And you don't even want to, okay, just like you said, this question you asked me is a very important question. Some time ago, I was invited to represent Nigeria in New Delhi, in World Culture Festival. To represent Nigeria, not ENUGU State, we're Nigeria. So I came down here and I spoke to the people who were in charge. I said, okay, let's see, if we do this thing, you guys are going to say, we don't have money. They never have money. So I said, okay, give me a letter of endorsement because I'm going to project ENUGU State in New Delhi. They saw my works and then they came for me. ENUGU State, as at that time, they never gave me that letter of endorsement. You know where I got the letter of endorsement? I got it in Abuja. So how can you contribute to this kind of system where people cannot even know when there's an opportunity? So that's it. The letters are there, the documents are there.
So, okay, with all this being said, it seems like the system is so rigid and it's just hard to walk around with what is going on. What are those elites, the Igbo elites, what can they really do exactly to promote? Because they are out there, you know, they represent Nigeria, they represent the Igbo people, even on the global stage. Every other person, like you're in the music industry, we have other people in the music industry that are Igbo people that sing traditional music, and they are global, they are not just within the states. What exactly, how would you say they go about, you know, representing the Igbo people and reminding people that it is way beyond what they see on screens, that Igbo people are likely misrepresented in most cases and it's not always what they think?
Just like I said, you can make noise from here to Babylon. What the people have seen, you see this thing called TV. The screen is very powerful. Media is powerful. It is only the government that can do that thing. If they begin to put serious checks on this thing, start regulating these things, it will change our orientation. In fact, before you throw out a movie, it must go through the censors board. Even if the Nigerian, it doesn't go at the national level, the Igbos should have it.
To preserve their own.
Yes, they should have their own state censors board. So if you are producing anything from here, it has to go through the process. We look at what you're producing. We can start it from any other part of Nigeria can be doing whatever they want. But a tourist who is coming into Nigeria, okay, he looks at Nigeria and says, okay, where can I find a place with a very safe environment and a culture that is very appealing? And then in the southeast, the Igbos, they'll say, okay, there's something about these guys. They have everything in place. That's the way they think. The person will come here, then you boost your tourism. But if we keep shooting this thing we're shooting and saying we are doing movies of ritual killing and all those kind of things, and then ill-gotten money and somebody's throwing money up and down, jumping up, it's not going to take us anywhere.
We keep saying the government. We have other bodies in the music, and we have the DJ, and that's the Director Guild of Nollywood. We have AG and the Actors Guild. So many guilds that represent under Nollywood. What can they really do within them to help with this situation? Because they see these movies, they produce them, they invite directors, they have actors as well.
First and foremost, just like I said, if we don't have a regulation on this thing, okay, you're a businessman and everybody wants a product that's substandard. You will give them a product that's substandard. People go to China and bring in goods into Nigeria. For instance, your charger. I'm very sure your charger is from China.
Of course.
How many weeks has it worked?
I just got it.
How many weeks? Okay. So let's start timing. When did you just get it?
I think about 2 weeks now.
Okay, so let's give it like 1 month and see if it's still working. That's what we were talking about. So if the government says, okay, this is a standard, everything will start working. Because everything in Nigeria as a whole revolves around government. So if the government is nonchalant about anything, people will just be having a field day and be doing whatever they want. But when they say, listen, if you're going to produce a movie, we are going to look through it, everybody will sit up. And then they have to also clamp on the internet. Let's see what you are pushing from here. It's only the government that has the power to do that. But if the government, okay, look at somebody's playing that kind of thing, and then they invite government officials and they're dancing to that kind of music. So what are you saying? It's an endorsement. They're endorsing it. And when you look at the people in the government,
now we don't have to push blames to the Nollywood people, the government, Igbo people. What are they really doing? Are we even representing ourselves out there properly? Talk more, so that even if they see you and they'll be like, you behave differently from what I thought. Are we really representing, as an individual, representing the Igbo people out there?
When you talk about individuals representing Igbo people, an individual is an individual. A tree can't make a forest. A tree can never make a forest. Something has to happen to have a radical change in this system. And there has to be some level of control. If you don't control it, it will keep multiplying. And that, okay, I make a movie on masquerades and all those kind of things, fine. So what happens if he makes a movie that is almost half pornographic? It will have more traffic. We know what we're talking about. So what are we talking about? That's what are we saying? And then with this monetization of social media, and everybody is mad. The system is just crazy. With this thing we're doing now, you say we're monetizing Facebook, we're monetizing. You will just see people who are naked jumping up and down. And then you're having 1 million, 10 million followers, 10 million views.
Okay, I think this is the most we can have on this conversation because of time. Thank you so much for your input so far on this particular topic. Okay, our conversation was on abuse of Igbo cultures and other affinities from the Nollywood perspective. And our in-house guest, in-studio guest, Mahansa, aka Eze Ngwoko, I got it right, Ngwoko, ENUGU State Cultural Ambassador. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll have our next conversation for tonight. Stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing
Where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigerians watch with surprise as top Nigerian politicians put aside their differences aimed at forming a coalition to topple the APC administration. The unlikely alliance brought together Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, David Mark, Rauf Aregbesola, Nasir El-Rufai, among other politicians. Today, we took to the street of Abuja to get the reactions of Nigerians.
So what I know about the coalition is just to try to vanquish Tinubu. But according to my own understanding, nobody will defeat Tinubu because it's too late. When you say you want to fight someone, you have to start it from the beginning. But now, 2 years remaining for Tinubu, and now you say you are correlating and leave your parties, PDP and other parties. You understand? And Tinubu has already established himself from INEC, officers and other things. You understand? Governors, and he has followers. As you know, wheresoever Tinubu is going now, you see a sign of, you understand that Tinubu, nobody will defeat him.
Well, whether it's work or not, we are Nigeria. But what I see, those people the camping, they are still in one party before other. So all the same thing, but they only change the position. So what I see there is that we are only begging God to give us the good day that will lead us. Whether they are the camping or not, all the same parties, the same politicians, they leave one party to other. They are seeing Tinubu this thing. But what we are seeing, Tinubu is trying, they will progress so that Nigeria will be moving forward.
I believe and I know with the current thing on ground now in Nigeria, what is happening now, the economic situation, the hardship, and other things. And we, the youths of this country, we've been saying it over and over, that if things continue being like this, if there is no change in this administration, I believe the youth, it is time for us to rise up, to come together to remove this government. With the caliber of people that are moving into this coalition, I believe they will do something tangible. And with the youth, we are going to massively support them to make sure that we unseat this government of President Bola Tinubu.
My reaction towards it is that even 2027, we don't know whether we are going to reach or not. Everything is from God. And I believe that God Almighty, that have the heaven and earth, will choose a better leader for us. Because we too, we may not know. We think this one is good, this one may not be, until you read the hot seat. Before you know, it's not easy to control the whole country. I believe that it's God that will touch 2027, because this so far is enough. See our young, see our youth, see we mothers, we are crying. We have all our money to make them a better future than us. Then look at today, we are still feeding them. See, we are pity for them. That God Almighty should touch our leaders, and mostly our Almighty God should help us to choose the best. Either they come from one place or another. Nobody knows what tomorrow may be.
This is not the first time. I have told you several instances from 1960 to 66. I have told you now. Namzi Azukwe and Sadana and so on, Awolo and Aminu Kano, Ibrahim Mama and all those, they form this this coalition. So now we have heard that they are conducting a convention political of renowned politicians like Konkoso, Peter Obi, Atiku, Kashim Ibrahim Imam, a lot of them to mention that they want to form a party in order to win election, to change this government, ENUGU government, through election. It has happened several times. But then, what we are just saying that they have to convince us, how will they change the government? Because this one that they want to transform another government, without it, they have to convince us what are the programs on ground, what is their objectives, what are the programs that would benefit Nigerians. Up to now, we don't have constant electricity. So these coalition guys that they are convening now to form a party in order to win election, are they going to fulfill those promises?
Actually, I feel so sad for the Liverpool club, and it came to me as a shock when I saw it, because it's a guy that I know very well. When he's got to a Liverpool player, ENUGU Jota, so I was very shocked. But all I want to say is I send my condolences to the Liverpool, and I also send my condolences to the family of ENUGU Jota. May his soul rest in peace. Also, the teammates also try their possible best to help the family, if possible, raise the children for him in his absence. So for the younger brother, may his soul also rest in peace.
First of all, I saw came online, I saw ENUGU Jota trending on social media, especially Twitter. So I followed up and I saw that he played for Liverpool FC. Checked out and I saw that he died in a Lamborghini at age of 28. Got married just a few days ago to his sweetheart that he had dated from childhood. Had 3 children. I felt very bad. And then coupled the fact that he died with his younger brother, who also played for a second division side, in Portugal, and both of them also play for the Portuguese national team. So I felt very bad. I tried to imagine the kind of the emotional distress the family would be passing through, and actually my heart actually reached out to the family. I felt very bad about it. I came online and I saw that Peter Rufai died. That was the one that hurt me deeply, because right from childhood we always loved Peter Rufai. When we play street football, the guys that catch the ball the best always called Peter Rufai as a nickname. So I felt very bad about his death. Back in the day, 1994, secondary school, we followed up with the World Cup and the Nations Cup. We used to watch it on the streets. The reason about his death is actually devastating, because that one, I can actually say that as a Nigerian, I have this personal connection with him.
Well, as a human being, when you see your fellow human being dead, or some people soloing, and you feel the impact, despite that it not happen to him, it happen to anybody. But for the case of Peter Rufai, as a Nigerian man, as a celebrity footballer, Nigeria Super Eagles, former Super Eagles, I felt so sad when I heard the news. For a moment, I feel like Nigeria have lost, despite that he's still not playing for Nigeria. I've lost a great man during his time. He performed well, he took Nigeria very far, made Nigeria proud at a time. But may his soul rest in peace.
I felt so bad about it, most especially for our own player, the person of ENUGU Jota himself. It was a die-hard Liverpool player, and I'm also a Liverpool fan as well. So when he died, when I heard of it, I was so shocked. Things do happen. I just take it. He's a legend. He's a legend, and then he also, how do I put it? He stood for Nigeria. He stood for, I would say, my condolences to his family.
It's a painful exit. About Peter Rufai, he served his country faithfully. And one thing about our own legend in Nigeria is that after sacrificing for the country, The Nigerian government do not value them. Even after they retire, the people they don't have anything. I don't know what keep Peter Rufai, but in case of Rashidi Yakini, he was sick, but there was no assistance from any government official. You understand? Which some people feel like sacrificing for this country is a waste. That's why some people give their allegiance to foreign country than serving for Nigeria. Even I myself standing here, if I have the opportunity, I'll go out. Then may his soul rest in peace. And may the good Lord console his family, his immediate family, his extended family, the Nigerian nation at large. I'm a family of Liverpool. It's a painful exit too, and it's a shocking news. I feel so sorry about it. And I pray that the Lord should console the Liverpool family, his immediate family first, and the good Lord should console his family too, and give them this to bear the loss.
From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
The Media Engagement Workshop has its theme Bridging Media and the Disability Community for Inclusive Electoral Participation in Anambra State. Executive Director Media Rights Agenda Editian Ojo, in his paper, called the attention of media practitioners to the existing legal rights of persons with disabilities, which meant to reduce the hurt suffered by persons with disabilities. His paper is titled Reframing Media Narrative on Disability.
Well, when you look at the statistics of the number of persons with disabilities in Nigeria, which is put at about 30 million, that's quite a large number of people. If for various reasons of disability they are not able to participate effectively in the electoral process, then that affects the elections and affects representation of a country if about 30 million people are excluded. So it's important that we look specifically at the electoral process and how it can be more inclusive of persons with disabilities, but obviously also their participation in governance and all the things associated with society as a whole are under consideration.
Senior Communications Officer, TAF Africa, Lynn Aguncha, said the disability community has suffered a great deal due to some unintentional actions and utterances of members of the public which hurt them. Aguncha said TAF Africa decided through the Able to Vote Media Engagement Workshop to arouse the interest of media practitioners in highlighting the wrongs with a view of getting them addressed. She said that with Media High, those charged with logistic preparations and conduct of the November 8 Anambra governorship elections will make it conducive for persons with disabilities to participate.
It's an advocacy that needs to be made by persons with disabilities themselves. Now, the media, your job is to highlight the issue. Who has been sanctioned? Do you understand? Now, the lack of compliance does not really affect you as a person without disability. Those that affected the persons with disabilities should leave their advocacy. So your job is to highlight that who has been sanctioned. 5 years later, what has happened? Not till 6 or 7 years later now, what has happened? Who has been sanctioned? This is where you begin to call out the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, NCPWD. They have an executive secretary, and it's an agency under the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. So, what have they done in terms of compliance?
George Anwai, a senior programs officer in the organization, spoke on understanding disability and intersectionality in elections. He explained that Section 5(4) of the 2022 Electoral Law provided for inclusion of the PWDs and enjoined the media to monitor for provision of ramps and other accessories for the physically impaired at continuous voter registration centers and polling booths. Members of the disability community and media practitioners in Anambra State participated in the 2-day program. Precious Chagor, reporting for Signature TV.
Back on a conversation, teachers' education is generally conceptualized as an educational program designed to equip prospective teachers with the knowledge, attitudes, behaviors, and skill they require to perform their task effectively in the classroom, school, and wider society. The concept teacher education can be understood to mean many professional program that is related to the development of teacher proficiency and competence that would enable and empower the teacher to meet the requirements of the profession and face the challenges therein. Since it is a preparatory program designed to equip the would-be teachers with knowledge, skills, and attitudes before assuming the role of professional teachers, the question then is, how effective is the process in Nigeria compared to the internationally accepted academic standard, especially in terms of the type of training teachers themselves give out to potential students? And to have this conversation on teachers training and the training teacher give is our guest standing by on Zoom, Martins Okay, who is an educationist and public affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Martins. And let's just dive right into the conversation. Our topic is teachers training and the training teachers give. Mr. Martins, how would you assess the training that teachers get and how well they train these students in school?
How would I, sorry?
Assess the training that the teachers receive and the training that they also impact into the students.
All right. First of all, I should say that it depends on the area. It depends on the part of the world. If the training is here in Nigeria, of course, which should be our focal point, and Southeast especially, I should say that it is not enough. The reason is that teacher training has to be done during the process of education. That is, the person should, after graduating from secondary school, the person should enroll in a teacher training college or in a college of education or in the university, especially in the faculty of education or through NTI or enrolling in another program elsewhere that can certify the person online. I should say that the training is not enough. The reason is that sometimes they certify a person to become an education expert within a year, especially those who are taking it online. I think that is not enough.
So are you
because we don't even have enough facilities.
1 year is not enough?
Pardon?
Are you saying, you said that they just give the certification to someone that has a training within a year or in a year. Are you saying that 1 year is not enough time to acquire the skills that you need as a teacher?
Yes, I'm trying to say at length so you can listen up. It's not just for the ones they do online. We still have the ones they do in teacher training colleges or institutions. And I'm saying that all of those things are not equipment that is not there, and lack of commitment on the part of government. While I'm saying that, I should also say that some teachers are being graduated half-baked. The reason is that people who are trained, normally it starts from the beginning, from the scratch. The people that go into education are people who have tried admission into other sectors, and then probably they were disappointed, and they now flood them into the education faculty. And when the recruitment is like that, they still get poor people to teach, and those who are to teach are not well motivated by government. In the end of it all, they will not be able to impact enough, in the children, and that is why we have quagmire in the society. It's already wrong from the beginning.
Okay, so what exactly are the main objectives of teacher training programs?
Thank you. The teacher training program main objective is to churn out a teacher that has gone through proper education training to handle children using philosophy of education. The teacher who is knowledgeable about the culture of the society, the teacher who knows all it takes in the areas of what a child needs in line with the global best practices at the time. The teacher goal, a teacher education goal, is to train a teacher that is able to know the needs of the society. And that needs of the society will be translated into the child by way of inculcation. And it now translates into enculturation and acculturation. Maybe let me just say into, socializing the children on the culture of the people. That is the way we do things. And acculturation by bringing in foreign cultures, whereby maybe a teacher will tell you what is happening in the US, what is happening in Europe, what is happening in other parts of the world. So the child will now get all this. So a teacher training is meant to make a teacher to be holistic in the training, to be able to handle any situation, to be a problem solver, to acquire enough skills and ideas to handle children enough and meet the needs of the children.
Okay, I understand that there are two different training programs. You have the pre-training program and the in-service training program. How does it differ from each other?
All right, beautiful. Of course, in the process, I already handled the first one. The pre-training program is that if you like to become a teacher, you get trained in an education institution. Education institution, like I told you earlier, has to do with either Teachers Training College, TTC, College of Education, Government Technical College, if it is education inclined. Then we talk of university, that is BED, Bachelor of Education. Faculty of Education gives a certificate for that. And the person will now train up until masters, where the person will get MED. MED, and the person will train up until the person gets PhD in education. That one is called pre-education training, and it depends on the level you want to teach. If you want to teach in the university, PhD is necessary. In secondary school, degree is necessary, first degree, and in the lower basic education, I'm talking of upper primary, junior, and junior school, and of course the primary school junior, then you can end up in College of Education. So all of those trainings are called pre-education training. But then when you're already into the service proper, that is what we call professional educational training. A teacher can go for symposium, a teacher can go for workshop, a teacher can go overseas to have the idea of how other teachers teach. A teacher can be trained to handle certain tasks, maybe the use of the newest technologies in education. A teacher can be called for review of a curriculum. A teacher can be called to be part of other decision making so as to enhance or improve on the curriculum. That is the one we call in-service training.
Okay, so since you have highlighted all this, what are those basic skills that you would see in a teacher and you would say this is a properly trained teacher? What are those necessary skills that should be looked out for to identify a good teacher?
Thank you. A good teacher in the first place should be somebody who has at the tips of his or her fingers the needs of the society. How do I mean? Nigeria at the moment needs to develop technology-wise. The teacher should be computer-friendly. The teacher should also be somebody who has a way of solving problems, especially security matters. Then we talk of philosophy of education. When it comes to that, the teacher should be equipped with where we are going. Every nation has a focus. Every nation has a goal where they are going. And for Nigeria, it is enshrined in the philosophy of education, which was churned out in the 80s. Now, this philosophy, and it was reviewed as far back as 2014. That was the last review. And every teacher should know that. Then a teacher who is well-trained should be empathic. That teacher should be able to feel, to imagine the pains or the needs of a child so that he will be able to address that child, or she will be able to address the needs of that child at that material time. Then a teacher should be able to give children personalized training. You see a child, and this child needs attention. You approach the child. You have known how that child behaves, because everybody has individual differences. The way you behave, the way you react to issues is quite different from the way I do. Even among your siblings, you are unique. So a teacher should be able to know each child according to each person's personality. That is required of a good teacher. Then, above all, a good teacher should be the master of that subject area. I'm talking about content mastery here. You should be resourceful enough to know what is needed in that area, and you should be able to handle it perfectly. By that I mean, a good teacher shouldn't be one that should now get confused along the line. The teacher should read and be well informed ahead of the learners. And that is why he is a teacher. He is to teach. He is a guide. He is a counselor. He is somebody that shows the way. That is why it is imparting knowledge. You are enlightening the other one that is less knowledgeable, in order that that child or the student should now develop her potentials. So a good teacher should be resourceful enough. That's what I mean. And a good teacher also should be somebody that can apply different strategies or methodologies in the course of imparting knowledge. It could be questioning method from the beginning. A teacher can adopt a role play, and in the process of that, engage those children to be part of it, not a teacher that will be churning out like a lecture method. At the end of it, you ask the children, do you understand? No. There is this aphorism that when you say something, the child will understand only 10%. When you demonstrate it, the child will understand 50%. When you allow the child to be part of it, the child will understand 90%. Therefore, it is advisable that the teacher should engage the child to be active, to participate actively in the whole process of the teaching. And at the end of it all, you assess them. So a good teacher is one who engages the children actively in the process of learning. And at the end of it, you test them. You also test them in the process. It using the first method, and some may understand it using the second method, and some could understand it using the third method. So a teacher shouldn't be straitjacketed in the process of imparting knowledge. Do you understand? And in the whole of it, watch the attention span of the children. Add humor to your teaching. Make it dramatic. Make it fun. Make it concrete. By being fun, it should be interesting. By being dramatic, the children should be able to watch it and see the action involved. And you should be passionate about it. And they will be carried away by that. And they will enjoy your teaching. These are some of the things I am expecting of a teacher. And that teacher who does all of this is a motivated teacher.
Since Nigeria's return to democratic rule in 1999, the political landscape has largely been shaped by a two-party structure. However, recent political trends suggest that the country may be edging dangerously close to one-party system, an outcome that threatens the essence of Nigeria's democracy. The growing dominance of the APC, the fragmentation and internal crisis of opposition parties like the PDP, and the pervasive monetization of politics are converging to create a precarious political environment. If this political trend is left unchecked, this could erode political competition, deepen ethnic divides, and weaken institutions meant to safeguard democratic governance. Nigerian President Bola Tinubu on Thursday, June 12th, Democracy Day, denied that there were plans to turn Africa's largest democracy into a one-party state, pushing back against the claims that he is using the state mechanisms to convince high-profile opposition politicians to defect to the governing party. Several governors and federal lawmakers have left opposition parties in recent months to join Nigeria's All Progressive Congress Party. Abdullahi Ganduje, the governing party chairman, has also said that there was nothing wrong with Nigeria becoming a one-party state, angering many in a region threatened with shrinking democracy space. The question that many Nigerians are asking remains, is Nigeria tilting to a one-party system? And to have the conversation on Nigeria tilting to a one-party system is our guest on Zoom, Honorable Hyacinth ENUGU, who is former parliamentarian and former APC Southeast Publicity Secretary. Good evening, Honorable Hyacinth.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for having me.
Okay, the pleasure is ours. Just as our conversation is Nigeria really tilting to a one-party system? Bearing in mind what Gandhiji had said earlier, that it wouldn't be a bad idea if Nigeria is tilting to one-party system, and the president said that it's just because the APC is doing a great job and people are recognizing it and also tilting to join the defecting from their parties to join APC. The way it is looking with the chaos going on in the opposition with the opposition parties and their internal crisis, do you really see Nigeria tilting to a one-party system?
Well, thank you once again. I don't see that happening. I don't see that happening at all because no one political party in Nigeria as of today can convert Nigeria into a one-party system. Not even the coalition movement that is currently going on. Even if that happens, certainly it will not turn Nigeria into a one-party system because there are other parties. Just like you said in your intro, political parties are highly competitive. They are in competition with one another. So that a party is trying to garner more membership for them to be able to win election. That does not translate that that party is making an effort to turn Nigeria into a one-party system. Party membership.
Okay, go ahead.
Party membership is what gives political parties credence. So I would rather advise all political parties to mend their internal fences. If they have problems, they should, as much as possible, resolve that quickly and start mobilizing. Find a way of holding tenaciously to what they have, the membership they have, and build upon that to have more membership so that they can always be competitive enough to win elections.
With the situation of things right now in the country and APC looking like it is unopposed, because it doesn't seem like PDP is ready, neither is Labour Party looking ready for the 2027 elections. And the APC has already, started taking steps ahead of them in making sure that they're dominating the political space. With all these things happening, don't you see a sort of diversion of the citizens from, not really having a choice but to vote in the current party, the party at the center currently?
I said it's competition. Parties should be examination. When students go for an examination, and those that we fail, will they blame it? So in politics, majority comes from membership strength of the political party. In 1999 elections, they won almost all the elections. They managed that their membership. Then APC came on board. And I want to state something here. Why APC is making waves. If you recall, and they won that election free and fair. They won the general election 1993 free and fair. Now, the winner of that election, presidential election, MK Abiola, died. With his demise, there were serious problems in Democrats' camp. That was why in the year 1999, when we returned to democracy, because of the division. Because the center couldn't hold again for Democrats, they found themselves in different political parties. And one of those political parties they found themselves in were the PDP, which by all standards is a Republican party. Now, with the emergence of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in APC and winning the presidential election and being a key figure in the democratic camp, now all the Democrats in Nigeria today are heading home to APC, which is the home of the Democrats. So it's just like homecoming for those that are moving from other political parties to APC. If I were the PDP, I will now cool down and start going back to history, because we have the Republicans too scattered here and there. They should just cool down and start gathering them and building a strong political party that will be able to wrestle power from APC. It's not about complaining, but if they want to choose to be complaining, crying wolf where there's none, then the party is not ready. And the party that is ready will keep mobilizing, and whenever election comes, they will win. And winning does not translate the country into one-party system, because at each point in time, there are other parties that will win election. National election is not like state elections, the local government and councilorship, where the governors, if you're a governor of a party, the party will win all the seats at the local government and at the councilorship levels too. If there is any move to make Nigeria a one-party system, which is not possible, I think that move started in the states where the governors
hold on, Honorable Hyacinth. You just said that you don't think it's possible to make Nigeria a one-party system. Why do you say so?
I'm saying so because principally the politicians in Nigeria are Democrats and Republicans. So there is no way all the Democrats and the Republicans will come together to form a political party. It is not possible. All the Democrats that are moving to APC today were Democrats in other political parties. And they were there because the Democrats were scattered after the demise of MKO Abiola. But now they have found a leader, a progressive leader, a Democrat, in the current president. That is why they are coming home. Believe you me, there are some Republicans in APC today that you may see moving to PDP or other parties tomorrow. So it's a kind of moving in and moving out. So with that kind of moving in and moving out, there is no possibility of creating a one-party system. You may be able to create a dominant political party. I can assure you that is also for a while, just like it happened between 1999 and 2014. There was one strong political party in Nigeria. But by 2015, others came around. APC was born, and they wrestled power from them.
Okay.
That PDP was so strong from 1999 to 2023 does not make Nigeria a one-party system.
Okay, let's look at the balance of political power in Nigeria. How have, rather, defections have been going on from one party to the other, cross-carpeting, even a coalition, and so many other things. Has this actually affected the balance of power in political parties? What impact has this had on these various political parties in Nigeria?
Well, it is the trying to balance. It is trying to balance the political equilibrium. That was what happened in the past and is still happening now. So the movement that we are seeing, just like I said before, there are some elements of Republicans in APC. One way or the other, they will find themselves going back to PDP. And this movement will continue until there is an equilibrium in the political parties, and it will come back to strong two parties, just like we have in other climes. America, even Ghana here, you have two strong political parties and other small political parties. So what is happening today in Nigeria is moving towards establishing two strong major political parties.
Looking at other opposition parties, we have the Labour Party. That we understand that Labour Party became so strong during the 2023 election because of the influence of His Excellency Peter Obi. And then we had the NNPP, who is also a strong opposition party, and PDP as well. Looking at the strength of these opposition parties, PDP has come a long way in the Nigerian political system. I mean, it's a party that has produced different presidents and vice presidents as well. What internal issues have actually brought these parties to this standstill, has actually weakened their strength in the political sphere?
Well, I'm not here to speak for other political parties, but by experience and inference, what others see happening, I think they have internal crises. PDP has internal crisis. The Supreme Court has tried to give them a leeway to solving that internal crisis, but I don't think they understood the leeway. Don't think they agreed to that. That is why that lingering problem continues. Labour Party, the same thing. They have leadership issues. Until they at courts also have said something. Courts have ruled in favor of one or two things. What they ought to have done is to come together and study the court judgment and then bury the hatchets and move forward. But ignoring court judgments and imposing your will on the people and on judiciary, your problem will continue. And there's no political party that will come to solve internal crisis of another political party because they are all in competition. The more other political parties have problems, the better for the ones that do not have problems. So that is the position.
The Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 election, Peter Obi, said that governance structure in Nigeria produces poverty. Nigeria is rich in land, people, oil, and natural gas, and other resources needed to bring out hard development. In spite of these abundant resources, majority of the people are still wallowing in abject poverty. The problem of governance readily comes to mind as Nigeria needs not to remain at the present level of underdevelopment at this stage of her national life. Therefore, lack of good governance has continued to be a missing link in Nigeria's development efforts. Nigeria has all it takes to guarantee a bright future. If more of its wealth are channeled to the development of the people and to the productivity use of the land and other resources. And to have the conversation on governance structure and poverty in Nigeria, our guest standing by on Zoom, Comrade Anselm Eragbe, who is a former National Youth Leader, Labour Party. Good evening, Comrade.
Thank you. Good evening, Signature Television. Comrade Rugby Anslem, the immediate past National Youth Leader of Labour Party in Nigeria, and a member of the NCC, which is the National Caretaker Committee of the Labour Party. It's my pleasure.
Okay, welcome to the show. We are glad to have you join us. Just as what was read earlier, P2B had said that governance structure is the root cause of poverty in Nigeria. What is your take on this particular thought of his?
Well, first and foremost, let me recount the cliche of Mr. Peter Obi. He had insisted that we need to move from a consumption to production. Now, basically, this is his cliche, and that is the road or the route Nigeria needs to take, ideally. Nigeria is a country blessed with over 250 million people and with a land size of over 723,000 square kilometers of land, arable land covering over 70 to 80% of that land size. So what that presupposes, we are a country that's extremely blessed by God, endowed with all manners of natural resources, minerals endowment. There are about 108 elements on the periodic table. Nigeria has most of these elements in large quantities, in commercial quantities. So, but what we have found is a situation where we have deliberately refused to take advantage of our natural endowments. We have rather waited for PTAPs. Corruption has been the order of the day. The governance structures, like Mr. Peter Obi said, has been the bane of our national development. Now, talking about governance challenges or issues, corruption is a major factor in Nigeria. Nigeria is perceived as a highly corrupt country, ranking 149 out of 180 countries with respect to the 2020 Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. And that scored Nigeria 25 over 100. So basically, governance structure is a key issue. We have what's called the ineffective leadership structure. We are in a country where leadership has failed to a very large extent to address the systemic risk we are faced with. Issues like terrorism, issues like the herders farmers conflicts in Nigeria, issues like the police and security brutality in Nigeria. All of these factors have exacerbated poverty and insecurity because ideally there is little or nothing you can do in a situation of conflict. So look at most part of the country today. The insecurity has spanned from the northeast to the northwest, to the north central, down to the south-south, southeast, southwest, virtually pervaded the entire country. Only recently you saw the happenings in Benue State, with over 200 people killed over the night. So how do you intend to grow? So these are issues that have to do with governance challenges. Again, we have the issue of the weak institutional structures. Nigeria institutions are virtually plagued by poor governance and management issues. All of these issues hinder poverty reduction efforts. So we must consciously, as a people, do things in such a way that we can address some of these challenges. So I bother to highlight this point to let you know that, yes, governance issues or structures are the bane of our national development in Nigeria. And I bother to highlight issues of corruption, ineffective leadership, and weak institutions. So I thank you. God bless you.
Okay, so how exactly does the role of fiscal responsibility play? What role does it play in helping to, reduce the rate of poverty in Nigeria? I'm referring to the fiscal responsibility.
Well, fiscal responsibility basically have to do with fiscal policy. Fiscal policies refer to the use of government spending and taxation to influence the overall level of economic activity. So basically, this is the role of fiscal policy, where government expenditure becomes very relevant in the scope of things. Now, it is ideally used by government to achieve economic objectives, such as promoting economic growth, reducing poverty, and stabilizing the economy. So this is what that does. When government spends a lot of money, of course, it has its pros and cons. But there are key components of a fiscal policy regimes. First, I'll talk about government spending. For instance, the government can increase or decrease its spending on goods and services, on infrastructure, on social programs to stimulate or slow down the economy. So this is one way fiscal policy is being used by the government to regulate economic progress, or otherwise its retardation in the country by its own spending, government expenditure. Now we have the aspect of taxation. Now the government can adjust tax rates and taxes based on so many factors. And all of these factors have influence on the amount of disposable income available to households and businesses, which can affect consumption and investment decisions. For instance, in every family, it is the amount of money available to the family that will determine the kind of meal or the standard of their living. Basically, you cannot go beyond the amount of money available. So that way, should government policies make enough funds available to the citizens, now the standard of living, of course, will be high. So, of course, we have what called the high standard of living or improved standard of living. Otherwise, it will be very low standard of living where the goods and services available to the citizens are very marginal. So some of the objectives of a fiscal policy in any regime, in any country, would be one for economic growth. So fiscal policy can be used to stimulate economic growth by increasing government spending or cutting taxes, which can boost aggregate demand. Of course, you know, the forces of demand and supply have everything to do with how stable or viable an economy can be, and the people. For instance, inflation is an issue. Inflation is a high, sustained and persistent increase in the general price of goods and services. A situation whereby so much money chased after very few goods. So that's the situation Nigeria found itself, a country of over 250 million people, where the disposable goods and services are so marginal, such that even the available resources will have to chase after these small goods. So you have all of this. The so-called the inequilibrium or the disbalance in economics of trade. Nigeria is virtually importing so much and exporting very little. So this imbalance in the trade also causes this high inflation. So all these are government policies, productivity, and otherwise another issue. Nigeria is virtually a consuming nation, as it were, today. We virtually consume all manner of imported goods and virtually produce little or nothing. Price stability. Fiscal policy can help control inflation by reducing government spending or increasing taxes, so which can reduce aggregate demand. So these two factors, taxes, availability of goods, services render, the number of persons that are engaged in productive activities are all matters that have to do with fiscal policy. Now, there's the component of poverty reduction. Fiscal policy can be used to reduce poverty by increasing the amount of goods and social services that are available. Government infrastructural development that benefit low and medium income earners or households. So these are some of the factors that have to do with fiscal policy as to how they affect the overall well-being of the people and the economy of a nation. So what that to suppose ideally is to say, should Nigeria wishes to get it right going forward, the government must make a very conscious effort to determine the disposable income available to the citizenry. For instance, the minimum wage in Nigeria is about 70,000 naira. And you agree with me that 70,000 naira can neither take you home nor bring you out, ideally, when you consider the prices of goods and services in Nigeria today relatively.
Even the 70,000 naira, is it being paid? Because it's obvious that the government had, instructed that this become the normal minimum wage. Is it even being paid to every civil servant out there?
Now, normally there's ideally what is supposed to be called a living wage. And a living wage ideally is supposed to be an aggregate of the expected expenditure pattern of the lowest income earning person to give him an average standard of living in a country. Now, you and I know that the 70,000 naira will not take you anywhere considering the prices of goods and services. But the bigger issue here is that so many Nigerians are not being paid even this 70,000 minimum wage. The federal government itself is lacking in this respect, let alone the state government, who are not even able to pay, notwithstanding that subsidies have been removed and they earn so much monies, but these monies do not get to be used effectively. So these are part of the issues we are suffering from as a people in this country. So in all of this, the types of fiscal policy that we began to talk about, we have what we call the expansionary fiscal policy. Under this arrangement, you have an increase in government spending or a cut in taxes to stimulate economic growth. So if whatever we are doing does not directly impact on economic growth, then we are doing nothing. We have the contractionary fiscal policy, which is a decrease in government spending on an increase in taxes to slow down the economy and the control of inflation. So these policies, even though they are not academic in the Nigeria context, we really need to begin to apply them in such a way that first and foremost, we emphasize on productivity. For instance, I said earlier in my introduction that Nigeria is a country blessed with over 923,000 square kilometers of land, for which 70–80% of that land is arable, and these lands are lying fallow. The lands are not cultivated in plants, in animal husbandry and processes. So we are not adding value to our natural endowment, and there is so much hunger in the land. So we have insecurity. We have insecurity both in terms of security issues and food crisis. The average Nigerian does not even eat a balanced diet. Of course, a balanced diet is that which contains the essential minerals and elements in a food per time for intake. Nigerians are virtually eating so much gari. Of course, gari has become even so expensive. So we eat so much of carbohydrate and very less of protein, minerals, and some other essential nutrients that are necessary for the normal body growth and development. So these are issues. So we must deliberately sit back as a people and work out how best we can move this nation forward.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello again. Welcome to Political Circle. Ebonyi State Governor, His Excellency Francis Nwifuru, recently said that he was not worried about the coalition of opposition parties in the country. According to the governor, politicians should be expecting opposition at all times. Observers are wondering why the governor became one of the first governors to react to the coalition. Also, there are claims that there was attempts to hijack the coalition in Ebonyi State. The question on the minds of observers are, why the quick reaction? Why the attempt to hijack the coalition? Is the governor not comfortable with the coalition? This and many more we will be finding out on Political Circle today. I am joined by Barrister Ogbonnia Okoro, a human rights and constitutional lawyer. He is also the Executive Director, Center for Nonviolence and Social Justice. Once again, our topic is coalition fever in Ebonyi State. My name is Luke Mbo. Barrister, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure.
I will start immediately. And my question will be, why did your governor, His Excellency, Mr. Nwifuru, reacts so quickly to the coalition of political parties in the country? Could there be any reason for this?
I consider it as panic. Panic is the major reason why he reacted before every other person could react, because he knows the implication of this coalition if it succeeds. Because Ebonyi State is 80% pro Obi, Peter Obi, and Peter Obi being in that coalition is a grave danger for the political calculation in Ebonyi State. So it is the panic that drove you into that reaction.
Thank you very much. But how do you see the coalition itself? Is it standing? Because you know that there are many actors in that coalition with different interests.
Well, the coalition is in the works, and we are watching them keenly to know how they handle the issue of primaries that will produce the presidential candidate. It is the choice of presidential candidate that will determine whether the coalition is dead on arrival or whether the coalition will succeed. And the excitement that greeted the coalition in Ebonyi State specifically is because of the personality of Peter Obi and the Peter Obi's announcement that he is part of the coalition. That was what created it, and that was what caused the panic, because the governor of Ebonyi State knows that if Peter Obi is produced as a presidential candidate for ADC in the 2027 election, that he is done for. Not personally, but his party, ADC, APC, is done for in Ebonyi State.
Oh, well, there is this allegation that there was an attempt to hijack the party in Ebonyi State. How true is this?
Yes, there was an alleged attempt to hijack the party. Immediately the announcement of coalition came on board. And the manner of the hijack, or alleged hijack, is a premature of the former governor, David Umahi. Because Umahi has a peculiar kind of politics to stay in his party and take over any party that will portend the danger to the survival of his party. So what the Ebonyi State quickly did was to announce a civil servant, one Jennifer Adibe Nwafo, whom everybody knows to be a civil servant in Ebonyi State in the Ministry of Aviation. Under David Umahi as governor, she was appointed SA to the governor on inter-party relations. As currently is a civil servant in the Ministry of Aviation. So there's no way a civil servant can be a chairman of a party, a political party. But then she was declared the chairman of political party unilaterally, without any contribution to members of the new coalition and without directive from the national structure. We all know that the structure of RAF Nwosu in the national structure of RAF in ADC was dissolved to give way to the new leadership of the coalition. That is David Mark and Ale Bashar as secretary. And so we in Ebonyi State as opposition figures are waiting for directive from the national structure of ADC before we can now begin to set up structures in the state, in the ward, in the local government. But as we speak, the Adibe Nwafo led ADC that was imposed by the government of Ebonyi State has already started setting up structures in the state, in the local government, and in the wards in Ebonyi State. And these structures, or membership of these structures being set up, are members of APC. So effectively, the government of Ebonyi State is taking over the coalition that is yet to take effect or yet to stand on its feet. They are taking over across the local government, across the wards. That is the extent they have gone to hijack the coalition.
But how can they hijack a coalition without relating with the main actors at the national level. How possible is that?
The intent is to cause confusion. When the national structure of ADC finally comes down to direct, maybe formation of state and local government structures, so that the people will be thrown into confusion as to which of the structure is the real structure. Is it the one that has been set up by Adi Benwafo, that is the structure of ADC, or is it the one to be set up on the directive of the national structure of ADC? That will be the confusion they want to feed on. And that is the confusion they want to use to throw spanners in the works of the ADC coalition in Ebonyi State.
But from the way you are speaking, are you part of ADC?
Yes, I am part of ADC, provided the ADC produces Obi as the presidential candidate. If they make any mistake of producing any other person as presidential candidate of ADC, then the coalition is no more viable, and I will return to my PDP. Because I am a member of PDP, and I am part of the faction of PDP in Ebonyi State that has left or about to leave PDP for the new coalition of ADC, provided they get their mathematics right at the national level.
So you have interest.
I have interest. I have serious interest. My interest is for a better Nigeria, a new Nigeria, which I know that P2P represents. P2P is a unique character that is different from the people that parade themselves as leaders in this country, that are not interested in the welfare and security of the people, but only in what they can grab, snatch, and run away with from the national table.
Yes, talking about what is happening in Ebonyi State, there's allegation that there is a lot of political apathy within the state. How true is this?
Well, I must say that there is no political apathy in Ebonyi State. Ebonyi State is politically vibrant. Ebonyi State is politically vibrant, and Ebonyi State loves their governor. Because their governor, Governor Francis Nwifuru, is filling the void that former Governor Dave Umahi left in Ebonyi State. The void in human capital development, the void in welfare package, the void in health and educational sectors. He is carefully filling them because former Governor Dave Umahi's government was characterized by delivery of what I would term the hard copy of governance. But this present governor is focused on delivering soft copy of governance.
Could you expatiate?
I will expatiate by saying that under David Umahi, no pensioner received his pension or gratuity from 2015 to 2023 when he left. Many pensioners died in agony and in pain. Teachers never, no civil servant enjoyed any promotion for 8 years that Dave Umahi was in government. No promotion whatsoever. Those who were promoted did not get any commensurate review of their salary. And no civil servant in Ebonyi State under Dave Umahi knew what would be his take-home pay at any month in time, because he has the discretion to take it up or bring it down.
So serious.
Yes. So there was no salary scale under David Umahi. So you don't know what you are taking home. Under David Umahi, the health sector was in total collapse. He did very well in infrastructure, but most of this infrastructure did not impact on the socio-economic needs of the people. But what did this present governor did? He left infrastructure to fill that void created by former Governor David Umahi. And that's what I call soft copy delivery of governance. He started by paying every pensioner from 2015 to 2023. Every pensioner received his gratuity and his pension, those who survived David Umahi's days. He also started by giving every civil servant his due promotion and reviewed their salary to be in line with the new minimum wage. Under David Umahi, the health sector, the entire Ebonyi State has 13 general hospitals. only 5 doctors were in charge of the general hospitals. It was a terrible situation. But he was busy fencing the whole general hospitals and painting the fence. But the inside of the general hospital, the only effective facility in any general hospital in the state was the mortuary. There was no doctor, there was no nurse, there was no pharmacy in any general hospital. But this man came, the first month of his position as governor, he declared the recruitment of 3,000 health workers, yes, including governors, including doctors, nurses, and pharmacists. And he bought SUV vehicles for all medical doctors in each general hospital. So if you go to any general hospital today in Ebonyi State, there's a doctor, there's a nurse, there's a pharmacist, there are medical personnel to attend to you, and they work 24/7. And it's no more the mortuary that is functional, and people are very happy about it. In education, there was, of course, constant retirement of teachers who reached the retirement age, but there was no recruitment throughout the 8 years of David Umahi administration. So we started by recruiting 3,000 teachers in Ebonyi State, and every state, every local secondary school today have teachers, many of them more than they need. So this is what I mean by soft coffee delivery. And it's not only that teachers are employed, their welfare package is good. They are in line with the current national minimum wage that has just been approved by the National Assembly. And once in a while, during festive occasions, he gives largesse. He gives what Nigeria calls palliatives by way of food materials, money. Last December, he gave every civil servant 100,000 naira. Take home, free. It's not part of the salary.
That's good.
And he also paid the 13th salary. 13th month. So, people, that is why I say there's no apathy. But there is only one setback.
Which is?
There's only one setback in the administration of Governor Wilfred. And that is what he inherited from the former administration of David Umahi. David Umahi recruited, I would say 99% of his cabinet, his commissioners, were all appointed by David Umahi. And of course, you know, he's a product of David Umahi, with whom he worked harmoniously when he was the Speaker of the House of Assembly for 8 years. So he found favor with David Umahi, and he used the kind of Nigerian kind of politics, by fire, by force, to make him the governor, for which he remains grateful today. Most of these cabinet members, the commissioners, the SAs, appointed by David Umahi, do not show adequate, proper loyalty to the governor, but to their benefactor, the former governor of David Umahi. And so the direct impact of this on the administration is that they do not share the drive of the governor, Francis Nwifuru. They do not share his passion to bring development to the people. Okay, another factor that the people regret is that in the issue of development, in allocation of resources, in the issue of allocation of projects, he chooses old retired politicians who left PDP when they lost the election and joined APC because they want to be at the table to feed. These are people he trusted with government projects. And once they collect mobilization, that is the end of it. Many of these projects are either abandoned or uncompleted. And so that is why for the past 2 years now, the governor has no project to commission.
You don't need that.
It is not because he did not give out these projects. It's because people collected money and refused to deliver on these projects. And because of his nature, he's not a gra-gra person like David Umahi. He's not an aggressive, he's not a rude person. His nature, his good nature did not allow him to go after these politicians who are taking money and refuse to deliver on projects. And so you see so many uncompleted projects across Ebonyi State, and for the past 2 years, no signature project can be attributed to the present government of Ebonyi State. That is what we regret, and that is why it will appear that people are less than satisfied with the government.
Are we now to say that in the process of avoiding what happened in River State, he's now having this fever, coalition fever, afraid of the coalition, because to a reasonable extent, he is not, most of the projects he awarded are not commissioned. And again, there is also the issue of not wanting to fall into the same kind of waters that the former River State or River State governor is passing through now.
Yes, after his first year in office, there was this rumor that his benefactor, the former governor of Ebonyi State, was raising another person to succeed him for second term. And if you know David Umahi and his politics, if he says it, he means it. But he will come publicly and declare support for you to divert attention and for you to lower your guard.
Okay.
And we know that it is a senator that also comes from his own zone, which is Ebonyi North zone, whom he, former governor, also made senator.
Okay.
So there was this rumor that he was nursing the young man to take over in 2027. Being somebody who worked with Umahi for 8 years,
he understands.
He knows it was an existential threat. And that was why he could not muster the courage or political will to discipline any of his appointees, because that could draw the angst of former governor, his benefactor. And that is why he could not break down on all these politicians that took money for projects and did not complete these projects, or some of them did not even initiate any of these projects. He could not go after them because of the fear of his benefactor. But I believe that in his second term, if he's allowed to get it his second term, he will do more to drive the passion he has for Ebonyi State.
Time is not on our side.
All right.
Let's talk about taxation issue.
Yes.
Briefly, before we sign off.
Nigeria, Ebonyi State is overburdened by unregulated taxation. Unregulated in the sense that all manner of people are in Abakaliki City and across Ebonyi State local government areas collecting tax from everybody. And if you know our governor, he comes from a very large family. His family is a community of his own. And so everybody from Izzi is a tax collector. Izzi is the enclave where the governor comes from. You see, governor has pronounced that he doesn't want to tax market women who put their wares on the ground to make a living. But these touts ignore him and go ahead to collect and extort money from everybody that puts anywhere on the ground, either in the street or in the market, in the way of sale. So that is the cause of overtaxation. And here in your shop, those in the international market have been complaining, and many of them are leaving Ebonyi State, relocating to other states, because all manner of people come to collect tax today. The next day, another group will come and say that the other group that came did not have authority to collect tax. They are the authentic ones. So this unregulated taxation is what is killing the state, and the governor appears to be at a loss on how to control these things.
Oh, well, from what you have said, I think we can deduce that the governor is doing well.
Yes.
He's a very kind person.
Yes. Very empathic.
The problem is just that there are people distracting him.
Yes.
So
there are people sabotaging him.
To that extent, we'll say that there is no proper coalition fever in Ebonyi State. Since he's empathic, he's good, and he's doing well.
The people are not happy that the legacy that Dave Umahi left in Ebonyi State is dying. If you came to Abakaliki under Dave Umahi, everywhere is well lit. Everywhere is well lit with street lights and signature projects. But most of these signature projects are not maintained.
Thank you very much, Barrister Obonia Amos.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure having you.
My pleasure too.
Thanks for coming.
Thank
on
you.
This very note, we want to thank you for joining us on the program today. We pray that you join us again. I am Luke Mbo. Nigeria, we heard thee. Bye-bye for now.
Welcome back, and that's all we have from the political cycle. We are sure you had a great time joining Dr. Luke Mbo on that particular segment. And that's all we have from Signature Evening. Thank goodness it's Friday edition. Don't forget to follow us on all the social media handles. We're always live on YouTube 247 and on SLTV channel 265. I am Quincy Rowland. Do have a good night's rest. And of course, we will meet again on Monday, 7 p.m.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Eva is the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queenette Nkunta. So today's Tuesday, and yes, the month of July is fast approaching. It's almost coming to an end, and a whole lot of people are having so many emotions going on that, oh, they've not achieved what they're supposed to, they've not done this, and they've not done that. No worry. This is coming from me to you. You go make them, no worry. So yes, I have interesting stories, I have guests, and of course, I have social trends for you today. This show is going to be very interesting and you don't want to miss on that. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Big Brother Naija Season 10 took an emotional turn after housemate Coin broke down in tears following a heated argument with fellow housemates K-Bobo. The confrontation began in the kitchen during a discussion about sharing food. Tensions flared when K-Bobo accused Coin of disrespecting him, sparking a verbal clash that quickly turned personal. Koyin, visibly taken aback by the accusation, attempted to defend himself, but the exchange escalated as both housemates raised their voices. Despite efforts by other housemates to intervene and calm the situation, the emotional impact lingered. Not long after the confrontation, Koyin was seen in tears in the garden area. Visibly shaken by the argument, several housemates gathered around Koyin, offering comfort and support as he tried to come to terms with the emotional fallout of the incident. Now the question is, so someone shared this to me on Snapchat. Actually, someone shared this to me on Snapchat, and the question, she was asking, why would a man be crying? Why would you be crying for your fellow man? Is this supposed to be crying for his fellow woman? I don't understand. But I mean, I think there are people that have different ways to express anger and pain and all that, especially if they know they can't do anything to you. All right? Don't forget, this argument started in the kitchen over food. Food. This food was the cause of this issue. Because me personally, I had to look at it in a different direction, and I'm like, food is the cause of this problem. How? Of course, food is not the number one foundation of Nigerian problem, you know. But on the second thought, this is Big Brother Niger house. There's food in the house, and you can always grab something to eat and all that. Of course, yes. The head of house gave a strict warning, and I think he assigned 2 people to be in charge of the kitchen. So, but I don't know. I've not been following him. Sorry, I don't know if this happened because they didn't let him go into the kitchen to get his own plate of food, or they didn't let him get something for himself. Because K Bobo, on the other hand, was really yelling at him and telling him, you know, it was very heated. It was really heated. But why were you crying? That's the question. Why are you crying? Some people said, this is a strategy for him to gain attention in the Big Brother house. This is a reality TV show, let's not forget. Real life, right? But of course, the question is, Oga, why are you crying? Alright, let's move forward. Popular Nigerian actress Iyabo Ojo has opened up about her past, describing her failed marriage as a sacrifice for her daughter Priscilla's future happiness. The emotional revelation came during Priscilla's baby shower, held in Canada on Sunday evening, in a heartfelt moment, captured in a raw viral video. Iyabo prayed for her daughter, expressing her deep hopes for a lasting and successful marriage. She said, even if her own marriage didn't work, her daughter's marriage will, drawing cheers and emotional reactions from guests. Iyabo, who has been a single mother for over 2 decades, following her separation from her ex-husband, Ademindu Ojo, shared that her personal struggles were not in vain, but rather a foundation for her daughter's brighter future. And that's a mother talking. I think that's why they call her Queen Mother. You know, she always brings prayer to literally everything, right? We could remember when Priscilla was about to, walk down the aisle and do her marriage, her traditional marriage and all. Iyabo Ojo literally called her children, because they were not together, on video call, like they were praying on social media. The intentionality when it comes to your children, it's what gives us the goosebumps, right? The interest to always want to be glued to what's really going on, right? This whole thing started when we got to find out that she's pregnant, and if you listen to the video, she came up and she was like, why are you hiding? This is a bundle of joy. This is this and that, because we all were surprised. But the good thing is she prayed for her daughter. Of course, there are people, haters, that have been giving comments and laying curses on her and all. Okay, let's move forward. Veteran entertainer and activist Charles Oputa, popularly known as Charlie Boy, has lent his voice to the ongoing debate over the ownership and identity of Lagos State, asserting that the city does not belong to any particular tribe. In a recent interview, Charlie Boy backed the widely debated notion that Lagos is a no man's land, drawing a comparison between the Nigerian megacity and New York City in the United States, a place known for its diversity and openness. Charlie Boy's remark comes in the wake of his dissatisfaction with the remaining of prominent bus stop in Lagos, previously named after him, to Olamide Bado, in honor of Nigerian hip-hop star Olamide Adedeji. The change was carried out by the Briga Local Council Development Area, LCDA. Now known for his bold activism and leadership of the Our Mumu Don't Do movement, Charlie Boy, also referred to as area father, criticized the Lagos State government for what he described as tribal politics and accused them of being jittery in their handling of public affairs. His comments have sparked renewed conversation about identity, inclusivity, and governance in Nigeria's commercial capital. This have been hitting for a while now. All right, let's move to the next story. Let's move to the next story. Yeah, still talking about Big Brother Naija. In a surprising twist during Monday's eviction nomination, Big Brother Naija organizers placed all 28 housemates on the chopping block, leaving fans and contestants stunned. The housemates, who were just introduced over the weekend, had just been called into the diary room to nominate 2 fellow contestants for possible eviction. However, in a dramatic turn, Biggie discarded the nominations. After initially calling out Sabrina, Mide, and K-Bobo, Biggie paused and instructed every housemate except the head of house to stand. He then announced that all of them were up for eviction. Adding to the tension, Biggie warned the housemates against campaigning for votes or discussing potential voters, declaring such behavior a punishable offense. The first eviction show of the season is set to take place on Sunday night, and with all housemates at risk, the stakes have never been higher. I'm scared on their behalf. I'm scared on their behalf. Okay, let's move on to the foreign scene. Members of a preview audience in Taiwan watched the first episode of Taiwanese TV drama 0 Day Attack. The series kicks off with China sending military boats and planes for a blockade of Taiwan after a Chinese warplane goes missing near Taiwan. Then chaos ensues on the Straits of Taipei just after Taiwan elected a new president. Members of the audience expressed support for airing a TV topicalizing conflict with China, something they see as a timely wake-up call for Taiwan's public. For years, a war with China was considered a topic too sensitive for many Taiwanese filmmakers and television show creators due to fears of losing access to the lucrative Chinese market. The show is set to premiere online and on Taiwanese public television on August 2nd. Streaming in Japan and other countries is to follow soon. Take a look.
请问你们全家都放弃美国国籍了吗？
这个问题我们已经回答过了。然后其实 Oliver 其实。
中共的一架运发侦察机是在今天早上10点越过南海，在东台湾太平洋坠海消失。接着，共军就以搜救的名义出动大批海空军往东海以及南海挺进。目 前，大批的海空军形同包围台湾。
全台网络断讯已经超过24小时。哎，这是飞弹吗？
你去问资讯部，你去问国防部，看真的假的。
MV 对不对？对，因为我们在台湾拍戏，其实所有的犯罪的探讨都会跟犯罪的形成都会。
That the series is close to reality is exactly why it should be filmed, because if you avoid talking about these issues, it doesn't mean that it will not happen. Presenting such a situation of conflict can lead to more discussion about what we should do if it really turns into reality one day.
继承者里面跟那个民方要去做间谍一样那样，就是说就是这个哪一个是？
本日攻击的制作人郑欣妹，好。接下来是，
所以不一定你是台湾人，看到这个作品才有感觉啊。这个就是我觉得这个作品最好的地方，就是如果它当中有娱乐性的话，这个已经很足够。
90、100分，那你就没有任何其他的理由。就是讲到，明日攻击的时候在
I have been paying attention to the Zero Day Attack series when it was first launched. The preparations for this started maybe 5 or 6 years ago. I have been paying attention to these issues, and regardless of blue, KMT, or green, DPP, regardless of politics, I think that the liberal democracy of the Republic of China, or Taiwan, must be maintained.
As for this drama series, the motivation...
Alright, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, I'll review my social trends to you, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. Here comes my social trend. So a whole lot of drama has been happening since the Big Brother Niger show started today. We'll be going through comment section concerning Sultana's statement about Dede, which have been trending on socials. Sultana had a conversation with some of the housemates, stating that whatever is fascinating about Dede is what you see on her, and that's it. So let's go over to the comment section. Here comes my first comment. So this person said, but Sultana is low-key right. I have not seen Dede's personality aside from people shipping her with every guy. Okay, let's see the next comment section. Sultana has the right to talk her mind about any housemate she wants. We are not canceling anybody this season. Talk your talk, pretty girl. I mean, Sultana is actually a very pretty girl, if I must say. This person said, fine girl, but you are hating on all the girls because of men. Which one is Dede has no depth? Auntie Sultana, give yourself sense. I wanted to throw... Okay, I mean, let's check the next comment section. Everything Sultana said about Dede was projection. Imagine saying you see girls that do makeup, girls that wear strong perfume. Me, I can wear makeup. My makeup artist is the best. Like, girl, you had to put Dede down to make yourself look good. Ah! So this is what I wanted to say anyways. Now, the next comment section is, we can all agree Dede is carrying the show. And that's the truth. It's just not even doing so much. Like, but attention is focused on her. All right, let's do the next comment section. Dede already said in her intro, though, if I'm doing too much, maybe you are doing too little. Laugh emoji. Maybe, you know, unquote. Let's have the next comment section. Inferiority complex, unfinished Sultana. Just hating Dede because she looks good and dresses good. I mean, she actually does. And anyways, let's have the next comment section. This person said, also, you've seen Dede with and without makeup. And I'm glad to announce to everyone that she eats both faces. Let's not even cap. I mean, Dede is that girl that wears lip gloss and glasses. Let's have the next comment section. Dede doesn't even know that much has been said about her. Laugh emoji. Baby girl just want to look good and be happy. I mean, let's see the next comment. Sultana, whatever is fascinating about Dede is what you see on her, and that's it. There is no depth to her. You know, same with people that wear too much makeup and use strong perfume. What are you hiding? Wahala. Because what do you mean by someone is trying to look good and you have a problem with that? Someone is wearing a nice perfume, you have a problem with that. Someone applies lip gloss and you have a problem with that. But again, this is the Big Brother Naija house. Everybody have the right to say whatever they want to say. It is a reality TV show. So, but I'm happy they're keeping us entertained with drama and all. So, congratulations to them. Yup. Next on my list is conversation with one of my guests we've had in one certain time. So we felt we could have him again. And, you know, we'll go on a short break and I'll review him to you. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Live here with me is Chioke Kosiso, aka Makati. He's a traditional musician. We'll be talking about Ogene as a vessel of Igbo tradition. So thanks for joining.
Good day.
Yes. All right. So tell me in few sentences, what's the impact of Ogene in Igbo tradition?
Yeah. The impact of Ogene in Igbo tradition. Ogene have created like so many impacts in Igbo tradition. One, Ogene have served as a means of communication.
Okay.
Yeah. Back in the years.
Right.
When there were no mobile phones, Ogene have served as a means of communication from a community to other communities.
Okay.
Yeah. Two, Ogene have also served as.
All right, sorry. Let's go on a short break. We'll return in few minutes, so stay with us.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
Oh.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. So back to you, Chioke Kosi. So you were telling us the impact of Ogene in the tradition. No, Igbo tradition rather, sorry.
Impact.
Continue.
The number of impacts of
Yeah.
first and foremost, Ogene have served as a means of communication in the time when there
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
right, over to you again. Go on with what we're saying.
Okay. The number one impact of Ogene to Igbo tradition is that Ogene have served as early means of communication between our forefathers, which we use in communicating the community or alerting them for a vital information or any necessary information in the community. Okay. So the first impact of Ogene to Igbo land is it has served as a typical means of communication between our forefathers. So secondly, Ogene, in the musical aspect of it, the impact it has created in Igbo land, which we are doing today. Ogene is the root of Igbo traditional music. The root as the number one Igbo traditional music is Ogene, which has created much, let me say, it has also created employment to some of our youths today, and also used in entertainment, in festivals, churches, many places, many occasions. So spiritually, Ogene have a spiritual impact too. Okay. In Igbo land. Spiritually, Ogene serves as a means of interaction between human being and spirits. It is used to alert the gods. In Igbo tradition, Ogene is very, very important and is an inherited traditional music that is from our forefathers till today. Is still in existence.
Actually, I agree with you. All right, so in few seconds we would have he and his crew members to entertain us with you.
That's the musical aspect of it.
Yes, the musical aspect of it. So stay with us.
We are local.
The international community is observing
When the main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on the Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, so we have Ogenu Umubo of Africa live here with us. So they're going to play and we'll listen to them. So over to you guys.
Why
ye bi na wa yo yo yo. Nwa muru no bi ego. Wa yo yo. Esi no kwa na na ma di fe ni ke. Wa yo yo. Ndi mo ma ho ye ku e bi ku ho. Wa yo yo. Ka tu mo nre ni no tu ko ya na le. Wa yo yo. Na ka mo mo ya ku. Wa yo yo. O ti mo se na ndi mo ga mo do. Wa yo yo. Anga bo no so cha lo ba go ba. Wa yo yo. Ko mu bo cha be be re mo ku. Wa yo yo. No se ni so le. Wa yo yo. Gbogbo ejì n'aka nwayọ yọyọ ọmụmiri na-egbu a na-egbu uchi ọgwụ ọbụzọrụ na ọtụtụ agha nwayọ metara nwakwụ ọya ọrụ na nsogbu ọkachasị bụ otu na-ewu ya eji ebe emechiri ụzọ azụrụ ife ndị otu nke ha na obodo sa a ga-etezo ndị mere ihe mana ọrụ ezi na ọkụ a ga-esi na mmiri onye na-asị nwoke kwa n'elu ya onye akọwa ebe nne ha si nke mmụọ mmiri atọrọ n'ọzọ bụ na
Thank you so much. High five, high five, high five. I had so much fun, and I'm sure you did too. I'm sure you were dancing, right? So yes, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow, same station, for more exciting stories. I'm breathing hard, I've been dancing. Alright, that's all I have for you in the E-Vibes Entertainment Show on Signature TV. Thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your day.
local.
The international community is observing every
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Nigerians are crying. Benue is bleeding. Who do we run to? These are the questions we'll be asking Nigerians today on the state of Abuja.
How can a fellow human being take his own brother's life and yet live happily with his own family? It is really alarming. If our leaders that we trust, that we voted, and we gave our mandate to represent us, they cannot represent us. It's not by force to be there. The best thing I will advise is, if you know you are not capable, you resign. Then let someone that will be ready to defend us, because our security is one of the main things that we want. If you as a leader, you cannot defend the citizen, then you are not worthy to be a leader. We should be able to sleep with our eyes closed, having you there as our commander-in-chief. So to me, what is going on in Benue State, the state government need to come in, the federal government need to come in, the security, all the chief of army forces, everybody need to come together. It's a collective responsibility. If there is love, if there is oneness, if there is unity, we are to put hands together and fight this thing to a stop. Over 230 people will be just a death, just a one day, particular a day. Then if our politicians are not going to take action, then we as the youth, we have something to take action by ourselves, because we are not going to continue to be living on all this kind of action. No job, nothing. The killing of innocent people is much on this country. Plateau, Benue, some of the northern parts, all these killings much. So our government not supposed to know what are they going to do for us, because there's no time. There's no time. It is hungry. When Nigeria start their own, don't say that the youth are so. No, they're supposed to take the action right now.
As you say that they give youths, like, some people are graduates now and they don't have work. As you some people study police, all this kind of police force, navy, they don't give them work. As you say, government give job opportunities. I know say the youth self go work hand in hand to support the community. So let me say the government really needs to give job opportunities, safety, and more securities. And the government too, our Baba Tinubu, let him improve the job opportunities and make sure they help you.
For me, I blame.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Signature Show, and I'm Vin Martin Obiora Ilo. Today I have a special guest on the program. I have Professor Augustine Okereke. Professor Augustine Okereke is a professor of English at the Medgar Evers College, City University of New York. He was a former provost and senior vice president of City University of New York, the equivalence of a vice chancellor in Nigeria. He was also former dean School of Liberal Arts and Education. He is a professor of African and world literature. But the unique point about it all is that Professor Augustine Okereke is from Arondi Zogo in Imo State. Professor Okereke, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. I'm happy being here too.
Yeah, it's really a privilege for me to be having you in our studio because I've heard so much about your work in the United States, but I know your journey started in Nigeria.
That's correct.
Especially your academic journey started in Nigeria. But before we talk about your academic journey, how did growing up in Nigeria, how has it influenced who you are today?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. I mean, for those of us who grew up under the tutelage of certain parents, my father was a civil servant, a very senior servant for that matter, and an academic. He went to, CKC in those days, and his vision every time he will drop that into me is that I have to be a university graduate. When being a graduate was, almost the the topmost of all. And he really wanted me to get a PhD. So from when I was young, I was always thinking of getting a PhD. And again, growing up from my civil servant, not very rich, but very, very comfortable, I kind of know I will need a title to my name. And those who were invested with chiefs and also were in those days were people who were either rich or have done a lot for the community, when it was really very well respected. And so I said I will have a title, and that title will be doctor in my name. And so I always have hope that I will get a PhD. And secondly, I have always liked teaching. I like teaching. And I have always wanted to be in the teaching profession. So I worked to be that, So that is how I got into academics and into teaching. And of course, being a teacher also gets you involved in so many other things too. And now I became so much involved in the community. I like to help to develop my community, to work for the community.
You're from Arondizogo. Yes. Did you grow up in Arondizogo with your father being a civil servant?
No, I did not. We grew up in the city. My father was actually moving mostly outside of Igbo land, actually in Port, Egema, at times in the north. So we're moving from city to city. But that was unique in its own way too, because you have this idea of a wholeness of life, perspectives from different experiences, different cities, meeting different people. And so that kind of have a world view that is kind of complete in itself, through these experiences.
So, at what point did education start for you with this mobility in your dad's career? So, were you moving from one secondary school to the other and all that?
Yes, that was before the war and after the war. Okay, before the war, moving from one primary school to the other. But immediately after the Nigerian Civil War, before the war, I was kind of primary 3, 4. And so what happened was that immediately after the war, due to my academic achievement, I jumped everything. I went into class 1. So I was in the same class with my elder brother then, my father wanted me to be that. And so, I went into secondary school in Olo, stayed just then, BSc, Bishop Shanahan College, Olo. And that was where I stayed my secondary career. And then, then achieving secondary school impacts a lot of knowledge, a lot of learning in you, and going to certain secondary schools. And so that formed my perspective of, I've always wanted to be an academic in my life. I was never thinking of any other thing, so I said, this is what will happen.
Did that inform your choice of what you went on to read in the university?
Yes, that's a very kind of similar story. The Bishop Shanahan College is mainly geared towards science, majorly, all right? So most of my classmates went into medical, medical doctors, geology, scientific this thing. But, I'm kind of a little bit different for the one reason, though. And this reason is kind of will be a lesson. It's a lesson for how I educate my children too. So I have this physics professor who was very, very strict, very close friend of my father, very, very close friend. So anytime I mess up in class, he will give me lashes and lashes and lashes, And so the fear. So after class 3, I said, okay, I will drop physics. I will not take physics again, so that I won't take him. And you know, so then, you know, you have to have certain subjects to be in the science. Physics must be there. Chemistry must be there. Biology must be there. So when physics wasn't there, there was no other science subject I would take. And I am an avid reader. Then in secondary school, I was reading all Hadley Chase novels. I was reading all these romance novels from one lady. So we read, if I was reading Shakespeare, you know, in school. So I said, okay, I will go into literature because that kind of interests me. So that is how I went into literature, you know, branched off into the arts. Quite different from the training, from the education we get from BSc, Bishop Shanahan College, although then. All right. So after secondary school, I attended the College of Education Worker to the very first set that was there. And then I was the first set that had the agreement with UNN and Albany Ikoku College of Education Owerri. So I received my bachelor's there, but it's UNN, you know, degree, because we had that, you know, collaboration with Albany Ikoku. So after that, you know, one thing too is that, you know, in those days of politics, there were some names you hear, the way they sound, the way they look. Chuba Okadibo, they would say Dr. Chuba Okadibo. You know, as a young child, then
you loved it.
Iken Nzimiro, Dr. Iken Nzimiro. You know, Dr. Bisi Oku said, I am going to get a PhD. I'm going to be a doctor. That's just that, you know, it suited doctor. You know those.
So
those role models,
you were like, you had role models.
Yes, exactly.
Even as a young boy.
Exactly.
People you wanted to be like.
Yes, exactly.
Which unfortunately we hear is so absent these days.
Yes. And I can tell you, you know, I have two boys, 33, 31, and I know what it means to have role models. I know what it means to be friends in a way, to work with them, to also, you know, let them respect you too and look up to you. I have a daughter who is 27 years old who, like I'm her property, but she talks about her father as her role model. So if we have those role models, you know, that will really help these young kids. And at the college where I teach, you know, predominantly black institution, you know, we know the importance of guiding those young kids, particularly in Brooklyn, you know, Brooklyn, where you have, you know, these people going astray and all those things, you know. So role model is so important, you know. So I took after, I will always remember him, Dr. Chuba Okadibo, you know, very, very sweet.
Well, you didn't go into politics, or you have not gone into politics.
Yes. No.
Because Chuba was a politician.
Yeah, I knew I would not go into politics because of the way we saw politics practiced. You know, it's something. I mean, in those days, it was, you know, my time. We have the legendary Dr. K.O. Mbadiwe, you know, but, you know, when politics becomes something that is not of service to the community, then you say, no, you cannot survive in politics there because they will outrun you because you are there to work while the other ones are not there to serve the community. So I knew I would not get into politics. It's not that, you know, I mean, people take political appointments, you know, to do service, you know, but really, education is really what I like to do.
But let's do a fast forward. For so many years now, you live in the US. Yes. So how did that happen?
Okay, first of all, I lived in Germany. That is so. I was a lecturer at the College of Education Worker, all right, and I was to attend study leave to further my education. First of all, I went to University of Port, started 1 year, and then had to leave. But, you know, it's not circumstantial, but it's a deliberate choice. People were going to the US, people were going to London. I always like to do something different. So Germany was different for me in terms of where people go to. And I had this professor then, I just knew him through belonging to the African Literature Association. You know, we started communicating. He was interested in African literature, and he wanted to get people to come to get their doctorate through him so that he will also learn too. So I said, okay, I'm going to go to Germany. So I went to Germany for my PhD, and I spent 10 years, you know.
In Germany?
I spent 10 years in Germany from 1991 to 2001. Then I had to apply. I'm one of those who rarely get a kind of job outside of the year. So I got the job into the City University of New York after my PhD.
While you were in Germany?
Yes.
Did you teach in Germany?
Yeah, we thought, Germany has a kind of different system. So I was working under the professor. Professors in Germany are like an institution. So they have a whole host of private docents and all those people outside them. So they offer courses and I get us to teach. So I was teaching the African literature course for him, even though it was under his name. So I had, after my PhD, I had that experience, before.
So you applied and you went over to the United States?
Yes, and two things influenced my moving over. Number one, my children particularly. I had my children, all of them there. My two boys were only 7 months and 1 year old in Nigeria when we came over. My daughter was born there. And so they were having no black experience. Where I lived, I was the only, black person around there totally. And so something happened very funny. I went to Essen. We went to visit some black family. And for the first time, we entered inside the room and there were up to 10 black men there. My two boys, one of them was 3 years, the other one was like about 4 years then, ran away from the room because they saw black men like that for the first time.
And they couldn't understand what that was.
Understand what that was. Because in the school, they were the only black, the only black fellows, the only black men. So I said, no. I can't have my children not to grow, at least, if not outside of Nigeria, but to grow where they will know who they are. It's very, very important for you to know where you are from and who they are. And so I said, the best place to go. Coming back to Nigeria, Nigeria is, you can never condemn your country, however, but, with all what's going on, it may not be your first choice of educating children, of living. So I said, okay, I'm going to apply to see if I get position in the US. And I did. So they came over. And it was a good experience too. They are coming over. Something funny happened the first day. And when they came over first. I was still in Germany. So the first day, the two boys went to school, the primary school where they attended. So they were told to, Kenneth, the first son, wait for your brother after school. Your mom will come and pick you up. After school, the boy went home. He didn't wait. So we asked him, why didn't you go home? Why didn't you wait for your brother? Why did you go home? So he said, why wouldn't I go home? How can I recognize my brother? Everybody looks the same. That at the back of their head, he couldn't identify his brother again because they were all black folks. But over there in Germany, they were all white folks, so he can see his brother from very far. So you see, the lesson there for me is that it's always good to kind of get people to understand who they are. You want to educate people. And so that was the movement there. And of course, I got there are opportunities there. Unlike in Germany where, there may not be as much opportunity for academic growth for a foreigner like me then, at that age too.
Okay, so you ended up in the US. Was it at the City University of New York?
Yes, that's right.
So that's where you've been all this while?
There, yes, 20.
And what an exciting career. You rose, you were former dean, you were former provost and senior VP, vice president, which is like vice chancellor in Nigeria.
Correct.
That's quite a high height in the United States.
Yes.
What made it possible for you?
Yes.
What were those qualities that got you to that level in a very competitive environment like the United States?
In the first place, to get the appointment, to get a tenure track position first, even outside of the US was very competitive. But it's hard work, hard work and dedication, loving what you do. So when I came in there, after spending 2 years only there on tenure, I was appointed to lead a program, they call it African Democracy Project, to get students to be civic-minded. These are the kind of things I would like to do, or kind of seeing how we can do that in Nigeria too. So that program got me into the university, got me to know the professors, got me to have a wider perspective of how things work in the college. And I did it so well that I gained recognition, both academically and within the community too. So after 7 years, I was appointed chair of department and dean of school. So with that, and then establishing programs for students, I was really dedicated to doing that, to promoting students, to getting them to be civic-minded, to working on the curriculum, making sure that the curriculum is kind of responsive to the needs of the students. So I was elected to be chair, and then appointed to be dean, and of course senior vice president. But it's hard work totally.
An Igbo man, a Nigerian, a black man, rising to this height.
Yes.
How do you relate it with a lot of our people, Nigerians, going or getting to the wrong side of the law? What do you think makes that possible?
One thing I will have to say is that, most Nigerians, almost about 99.9% of Nigerians do not get on the right side of law because they know their purpose, they know their reason for being there. And particularly for the Igbos, it's really hard work. There were quite a number of Nigerians in the college too. And when I came in newly, one person a former colleague at the College of Education worker, was told me that there is no Nigerian, there's no Igbo man who has come to the university and is not tenured. Because after 5 years, then now it's 7 years, you have to be tenured. So you have to work hard to be tenured. So let me not be the first that is not tenured. So you have to work hard. But it's challenging though, it's challenging because of the environment you are. So many competing factors, of course. There's race there's ethnicity in everything that we do. It's quite ingrained somehow. But like I said, it's kind of hard work. You have to read, you have to write, you have to learn to work with people. I just learned to work with the community to do that. I recall after 7 years, I was elected chair of the department. All right. And so the very first day as chair of the department, coming into a different system and everything, so that very first day, lost students lined up trying to change program, trying to sign this, trying to sign that. So I was sweating. But I was signing anything in front of me. Sign and go. Since I did not sign myself into problem, after that day I was saying, okay, I will survive. Then you learn the system. You have to understand the system. And so what happened as provost, the college went through a certain, turmoil. We have this in all high institutions. And so they appointed a new president to the college. So this new president came, spent about less than a year. He called me up to his office. I was surprised because I don't expect him. He was quite well known before he came to the college. He was chancellor of schools in New York City. Dr. Rudolph Crew is his name. Called me up to the office. He said, I would like to appoint you, dean. And then you go to, I said, dean? I said, oh. I said, okay. That one is quite close to being chair. So I became dean, to go through the process of being permanent. He called me up again and said, I would like you to be the provost of the college. I never thought about that. So I told him, but let me ask you though. He said, yes. He said, you've not known me before. I wasn't here when you were chancellor of schools. You've not met me in Adam. What made you think that I can do this work? Then he looked at me. He said, look, Augustine, can I call you Augustine, not Dr. I said, call me Augustine, yeah. He said, people's work speak for themselves. That I've heard about you.
That's great.
Yes.
People's work speak for themselves.
Yes. People's work. That I heard about what you did with the Democracy Project. I heard what you did with the chair of the department, as a chair of the department. So I was dean for less than a year. And then I became provost and went through the interview. So I told him, look, let me tell you, Dr. Crew, since you have invested this trust in me, I'm not going to disappoint you. And we didn't, because we did a lot of work, both locally and internationally. We even came to Nigeria to establish joint relationships with the Avani Kuku, and went to Abuja too to do that. He came with me to Nigeria, and he loved that. He loved coming to Nigeria, coming to Africa for the first time, and he saw the potential of being Nigeria has, and he also saw the challenges too we have in Nigeria, and it was sad for him with the challenges, because he said the black man can do it if the black man wants to do it. So, I recall we flew into Abuja, we flew from Abuja to Port Harcourt. And when we landed in Port Harcourt, that time, their receiving area was like a tent. Can you imagine that international flight with Air France, like a tent? So we landed into port, and he saw the tent, and we moved from Port Harcourt to Were. We had the programs with the Bad Road. After 4 days, we flew down to Abuja. So when we landed at Abuja and drove out of the airport, he called me. He said, Provost, do you see how Abuja is? Do you see the roads here? He said, a black man can do it if they want to do it. You see?
So he had seen the other places you guys were.
Yes.
And suddenly he sees this. So, and he thinks that the potential is there.
Yes.
It's just that we don't want to do it.
Yes. Why can't you do it? Why? We just don't want to do it, but we can do it. It's not rocket science. He just touched me. He said, Provost, look at the beauty, look at the flowers, look at the beauty. I don't know if they sustained it though, but he said, this was in 2018. He said, a black man can do it if they want to do it. And that is it with Africa. That is it with Nigeria. We can do it. It's there. No rocket science.
So how long did you serve as the vice chancellor or the provost?
For 8 years. 8 good years. When I attended the orientation for being a provost, I went 3 places in the country. And they said the average life of a provost is 4 to 5 years. That is, you serve. That is when they serve the most. Because being a provost is a very, very tough job. You are in charge of faculty, curriculum, students, affairs, managing the budget, internally, because the president goes out to seek for funding for us to spend. So it's a very tough job, And so mostly 4 to 5 years. But I served for 8 years. I tell them, get surprised, Just that, with a new president comes a new provost too, because the other president I served with wanted to move on, and so he moved on to some other things. So a new president came in, and usually
chose his own team.
Choose your own team. That is the life, But we introduced programs then, programs that will, kind of help the students.
So when you look back, what would you identify as the high point of your tenure as provost of a city University of New York?
The curriculum that we revised, we revised the curriculum, all right. The programs that we established new programs. What I did then was, the health care, the health sector is really, the sector that is booming, growing, job opportunities. And as immigrants, coming into the U.S., my college is actually kind of majorly immigrants too, And so we had to, I tell people, I know I'm professor of English, but I have to help the students. The world is very, very competitive. And if you are a nurse, if you are in lab tech, all those things, the jobs are already there waiting, good paying jobs. And so we introduced programs in that field, to help those students to get employable jobs. And then we did some career-driven skills acquisition training for students, because career-driven programs are the programs that, it should be the way. In fact, when I discuss with universities here, I want to kind of see how I could guide, how I could help them to introduce career-driven programs. Even in the English department, an English student could be self-employed through the kind of skills you impact in them. I mean, the internet is blooming, the social media. How can they use social media to help their economy. Instead of going there just to joke, you spend time on it. You can use that too. And then the universities could train, educate students who will now infuse some level of education, academic importance in social media. We know anybody now who has, you have a cell phone, they can do things, do sketches. But once the university taps into it and starts educating students, I had written a grant with Cole City University here to come into the English department to change their curriculum to infuse skills acquisition, particularly in social media, with the Carnegie Foundation, even though we're not getting that grant. But it's something I want to have further discussions to see how I could use my knowledge to assist universities here to help our students once they graduate. The level of unemployment is very high, but there are opportunities for career development, self-employment.
What you have called career-driven
programs
yes. Or courses.
Courses, yes. In fact, every course should be infused with that in this present stage.
Because there's no employment.
There's no employment, and then you have to face the reality. Every course should be infused with that. And even if there's employment, it's low paying. So you can use that to further your education. It will help to kind of bring these students out of crime, So you compete with the criminals in keeping these students focused in developing a career.
I'd like to talk about a lot of Nigerians leaving the country because they're in search of greener pastures. Some people have called it brain drain and all that. I'm going to talk about it. But I want to spend a little more time with you on what you have called career-driven programs and what I would also call viability of institutions, educational institutions in Nigeria. And what I mean is, for a university owned by the state, you find out that almost everything they do is subvented. Government has to give them money. Universities are not rich, but a lot of foreign universities are wealthy. They generate money. How can we, from your experience in the United States, at that very high level, how can you advise Nigerian universities to achieve some kind of financial autonomy or kind of financial independence or sustainability, alternatives for Nigerian universities? Because that's a big challenge which has affected even the quality of the students that we produce.
Before I give you the answer, I will have to say this, people have to think. Not that they're not thinking, but I understand bread to eat is the first thing, but the professors have to go in and think of ways that they could generate funding. But I'll give you a practical example of what I've started doing, but we've not had traction yet with 2 universities in Nigeria, with UNN and University of Ibadan. There's what you call executive leadership program. Many of our politicians, even though they prefer to be that's why they will get some dollars, they go to Harvard, they go to Rutgers, they go to all these big universities to acquire a certificate in leadership. All right. So what I have, that is where my friendship with Dr. ENUGU started. We brought him in at the college to develop a leadership program where we get people from outside to come and take courses in leadership. The former president I referred to is an excellent educator in leadership. Excellent. And so our goal with the universities here, that is one thing a university can do, establish a certificate program in leadership where you get the politicians, the bank executives, the businessmen who are wealthy, bring them into the university. We can work with their time, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and pay to get that certificate instead of going to Harvard, going to London, or offer opportunities for developing the politicians. Newly elected government chairman, the governor could say, okay, go to UNN, spend 3 weeks, I'll sponsor them to be able to acquire leadership skills. Mind you, they are coming into that chairmanship with no leadership skill at all. But once you impact them, I benefited from one of those courses as provost before I became provost, and that helped me throughout my tenure. So get them to Nsukka. So Nsukka, any university at all, will organize leadership program and raise funding from there. But you have to be able to sell it to the governor. You have to be able to sell it to the businessmen. The need for such certificates. So that is one aspect. They could generate a lot of funding doing that. We've tried to do that with UNN, with even Renaissance University here, with with University of Ibadan. But our people's mindset to get them to see the value of that, not that they don't know the value, but they want to travel to where they will get it and get some money in their pocket, going abroad, all those kind of things. But that is one aspect of doing that. You see, many of these young men, roadside mechanic, want to acquire skills. A university could do not think only of the bachelor's degree program. If you get to a market, many of those businessmen, many of those traders there may want to acquire skills that will help them to become better traders, better communicators.
So create more courses.
Create courses for them to
weeks, months.
You can even bring it to them. Establish a center in ENUGU here, where they will come and get a certificate, a career-driven certificate to expansion, how to expand your business. The thing is that we have skilled businessmen, but with education, you could develop. And how will that help the society? The more education you acquire, the more you live happily in the society. So the Onisha trader will now have a modicum of behavior, all right? When he is driving, when so all those things will have an effect on the society. That's education. And then there's the pride that I got this certificate from this college. So the universities should be thinking about that. Even particularly, I understand the private universities here are struggling. But for them, it's even easier in the sense that the bureaucracy is less in private universities to establish such kind of programs, to help people to develop their community too, to educate the community too.
So in essence, what you're saying is that a university could look at almost all aspects, because I had opportunity of doing a fellowship at Harvard.
Yes.
And one of the things I used to tell my friend when we walked to school is that I pass doors and see courses I've never heard about.
Exactly.
You understand what I mean?
Exactly.
And when I made inquiries, these were people's developed programs.
Yes.
Need
based,
programs. Either, a community comes. So, in essence, what you're saying is that the universities should think more of those low-hanging fruits to make them less dependent on just taking school fees and increasing them and all that.
Another example I could give you, they can go to the bank. It could be any bank at all right? Speak with the MD, develop need-based courses so that every 3 quarters, every 3 months, every 6 months. And also, this is from doing this, you can get endowments. Somebody might come to say, okay, I want to endow this chair so that you'll be able to
that
train
is actually
these kids.
An area I'd like you to talk about.
Yes.
How could the universities change the mindset of rich Nigerians to be able to support the universities through this kind of endowments? Because I learned that most professorial chairs are created by endowment, by families, by organizations. What would be your advice to the universities in Nigeria to tap into this?
Yeah. My advice first is that you have to have a track record. You have to start doing things in an area that might interest that rich businessman, that rich person. So if you are developing community youth, offering some courses, impacting skills in them, and then you go to this person. We have very benevolent, rich Nigerian businessmen. We have very many of them. So when they see things that you are doing, when they see that track record, they will say, okay, I will invest $100 million. this year for you to train youths in my community. It could be targeted to a particular community. So establish a track record. Do something that you used to sell to say, look, we are doing this, but we want to expand. So if you can help us to endow a chair, a professor, whose job will be now to do this. So do something first, establish a track record, and then sell it to the businessmen. One thing is that our mindset is not, we think that those things are not that necessary because it is not impactful in the community. But show the areas that you have impacted the community, and go to the businessman and tell him to redirect your thinking, your funding towards what we are doing. And so you might endow a particular chair in this field, and that chair, that person, that professor will now undertake it on himself to develop the area that you want him to develop. It won't be easy though, because our mindset, the way we think. But once you do things, you go to the businessman, you go to the bank executives, you go to governments, you go to corporations, I think, achieve some measure of success in doing that.
I know that there are a lot of universities in the United States in technology, engineering. They come with patents for inventions.
Yes.
Is it not something that can be done here too?
It can be. That's what I'm saying. You have to establish the fact that you can do it. You have to prove that you can do it. As provost of Medgar Evers College, the State University of New York, most of the money, discretionary money that I can spend, comes from that kind of funding. So you show that the community is in need of students who drop out a lot, or in need of some kind of civic duties. And so we get money, we apply, we write a grant, and say, okay, this is what we want to do, and you demonstrate that you can do it. All right, and so that is something that the universities are not tapping into. We tried to run this program over there with Dr. Okwu at Ibadan, if I outreach to the speaker, if somebody went to the vice president, you have the House of Assembly, a whole House of Assembly. These people come in with no leadership skill whatsoever. At times, it's the much they know. I say, come, just 1 week, we'll offer some leadership skills, impact it in them. But of course, you have to pay, which is peanuts to what they can do. But it's kind of difficult to get traction to do that.
Because sometimes I look at this Igbo boy system.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if a university would create a program because most of them would have done secondary school.
Yes.
To do that, and create a program where they can be certificated for 6 months or 3 months, and fine-tune the practical thing they have done.
Yes.
That kind of program would be, will bring a lot of money for universities.
When you talked about need-based courses, need-based programs, that is what the community has been doing. All right. So one thing with our development is that it just stagnates, just there. But the university could take that in, as you just said, then infuse some academic, some learning, some practical things into it, and elevate it, and it grows. So that is what a course that could be brought into the university to develop, and then look at other areas, to other things that we do in the community, bring it into the university. That is actually what the university should be doing for the community. Bring it in, and then get that not only for those ones there, even for your graduates. There's a program we established at the university there, where any student who graduates from this college must get a certified job-seeking program, a certified career-driven program. Even if you are an English major, you have to take a career-driven program that you can, branch into, that will lead you into immediate employment. Even though, as I left, provost, it's not the priority of this, so I do not know where it is now. But it's something also the graduates too, your graduates could also take that course, because when they go, it will be part of expanding their horizon in terms of job seeking. And English students can even start in the community organizing such things that you just said now, that Igbo boy system. There are many things that the Igbo culture has that we can use to make money, sustain the university, and develop the community.
Okay, I wish we'll have hours to talk with you.
Yes.
But let's see what we can get in this little time that we have. Brain drain.
Yes.
The economic situation in the country, the high level of unemployment has made a lot of our graduates, our best brains, look for greener pastures. And some people think it's even affecting our development. What are your thoughts, and what will be the best approach to stop this brain drain in Nigeria?
I mean, and that is when you go to see the achievement of Nigerians, of Igbos outside of the US, you will marvel. The highest educated in the US, you go to universities, those who are making money, you go to whatever area of business, of life, they are all there, all right, and they are doing very well. The thing is this, so the answer is just right there. The government has to develop a system. The government has to be efficient. The government has to create opportunities. It has to do the work that they are set out to do. All right. So if you create an environment where there are opportunities, people will stay. I wouldn't have left but for the opportunity, and nobody will want to not go where there are opportunities. All right. And so government has to create an enabling environment for people to stay and to work and to earn a decent living. That is one very major thing. The government has to, once you create it, one thing is that, in places like Nigeria, we depend on government for 100% funding. I'm not saying that government has to fund everything. Create an enabling environment.
What can people like you do to point most of these brains outside back to Nigeria? Like a solution-based initiative. Yes, Nigeria has its challenges. Yes, Nigeria does not have the good environment. Yes. How can people like you, with the kind of expertise and experience you have, how can you start pointing our people back to direction? I mean, to in that direction of we need to help our country.
Yes. They know this, and I can tell you they want to come back home.
Because a lot of them have made all the money they need to make.
Yes, but the environment, that's what I said, you have to create an enabling environment, an environment that will enable them.
Give me an idea.
So many of them have...
Give me an idea of what
for example, within the universities, or within the area. In fact, one example is right there, insecurity. Let's just play that. Somebody wants to establish a business in Nigeria, in Igbo land, in my hometown. How can he? I mean, that is basic. How can he? It's quite impossible. I came home for a burial ceremony. I can barely stay. I hide. So how can you invest in that? So that environment. If you create it, some of them have come back home, but after 3, 4, 5 years, they'll be so frustrated they will rush back again. So that environment is not. People really want to come. Part of my outreach now is to see the universities I can work with. I want to come and stay for 1 year sabbatical leave, and that will be a precursor for me to want to start coming back home. All right. And so if the environment is there, if there is insecurity, if there is the opportunity, for them to come back, you give people the free hand to be able to help to advance the cause of a society. They will come. They will come. I can assure you that. And creating that strategic partnership, like the one we created with Alvan, but it's not sustained. Alvan University of Education. So it's not sustained. It's one way of doing that. And part of what I want to do is, I would like to do that, sabbatical here, creating partnerships with all those, with the universities and with Nigerians in the diaspora, so that they can come back home to be able to, invest. And once you create it, they will come. They will come. If you create that environment, create strategic partnerships for them to come home and to do work, they will do that. But like you said, practical solution. Yes, what is practical? What is practical?
I mean, like, is there way high-end people like you? Forgive me, but what I mean, it's people that have achieved the level of career that you have achieved. Is there a way people like you can formalize a relationship with the governments in Nigeria? Do you have like a body that it's trying to, partner with government to share some of these ideas?
Yes, there are some bodies, but like I said, that is really one of the goals. That is really one of the reasons why I come home very often now, to be able to, have that inroad into governorship. It's not easy in Nigeria to I do not know something that is so easy. It's made difficult. You want to have a connection with people in government. All right, it's not, you have to go through here, you get frustrated. By the time you finish getting that appointment, 3 or 4 weeks is over and you want to rush home. So it is a mission of mine, really, to do what you've just said, so that we get into government, let them see the opportunities, let them see the reasons why people will come back home to help to build the society, but not that to invest too into the society. But the government has to, like I always use this word, enabling environment. I've been trying with Dr. Eko to get into some top universities, get into government. We get into those people, but the sustenance of the discussion, the implementation is the problem. So after some time you get frustrated, you leave, but people like me are not getting frustrated. I see the hope in Nigeria, I see the potential in Nigeria, despite the insecurity, despite the corruption, despite the level of government decadence. We see that, but I see hope in Nigeria too.
Because I was actually going to talk more about the Nigerian challenges. I mean, for people like you in the diaspora, when you look towards home, when you visit, when you come up with great ideas that you think will be good for your country, what are the frustrations? What are the challenges? What comes to your mind?
Number one, the takers, the buyers of these ideas, as they think about your ideas, they are thinking of how will this idea generate money for my pocket. The level of corruption is so much. He's thinking of how can we. I know when I went to Abuja to discuss with a very senior government official, after discussing, he said, these things now you have to bring, when you bring this guy and all these things, you have to know how to put some money in our pocket, what will come from there, what percentage, that kind of discussion. I didn't come with money to invest. I came with ideas, all right? And so that is a very major challenge. That is a very major challenge. The level of bureaucracy, which is fueled by corruption, impedes progress, impedes what we want to come and do. And so you get frustrated at the end. Everybody is thinking of not the program, not the success of the program. They are thinking of
what they will get
from the pocket. And that is what is at the back of their mind. Anything you are saying is blah, 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 blah.
Okay, we are running short of time, but one of the accusations that have been made about people in diaspora is funding non-state actors that are causing mayhem, that are, funding killings, all in the name of agitation for one thing or the other. It's an accusation. So I'm asking, do you guys care to hear that most of you outside Igbo land, outside Nigeria, are the ones that are making funds available to non-state actors to make life difficult for the Nigerians that you, forgive me, you guys, like you say in the US, keep telling us that you're thinking about every day.
Yes. And that's I agree with you totally, not only making life miserable for Nigerians, for themselves too. Because when we hold these discussions, I tell them, you are funding this Biafran agitation, but you can come home. You cannot come home and sleep in your father's house because of insecurity, because of what you are funding.
So what would you think would be the best way to go about this?
The best way to go about it is for them to stop, we try to educate them, all right? Agitating for Biafra, this is not how to agitate for Biafra. You have handed over the thing to criminal elements, to hoodlums. They use you under the gap of that. So stop doing that. There are many forms of agitation. Those who have agitated successfully in Ireland did not agitate by killing their own people.
You're talking about the Sinn Féin.
The Sinn Féin. What they did was that I never heard of any Sinn Féin going to their own home base, in their own village, to kidnap people, to kill people that you want to free. You go to you create impact by those you want to wrest that from. So why are you funding this? So stop the funding. I understand now the funding is drying low, and that is why it will work.
So they need to change their style.
They need to change their mindset. They need to change their mindset. And then one thing that when I go back, I think about that. All those people who are funding this thing, get the awareness of the government over there that these people are promoting terrorism
back home.
And once they become on their feet, once they get into them, they will stop. It's not Nigeria.
Let me conclude by asking you, how do people like you, your families, the Igbo community, the Yoruba community in the diaspora, how do you connect with our culture? How do you connect with our tradition? How do you connect with our way of life?
As an Igbo man, we love our culture. We love Igbo Amaka. We love who we are. And so we organize community-based organizations. Despite my achievements, despite where I am, I'm the secretary of my local union, R&D Zogo Patriotic Union. I'm their secretary. I do a lot of community work. We organize Ikeji Festival. We organize things for we try to get our children, which is challenging to get into our culture. So we love our culture. We organize, we meet every month, all right? We meet every month, or every month we go to each other's homes, eat, drink, and commune with each other, and discuss security at home, discuss development at home too. And so that has helped that connection in Igbo land.
Oh, great. And how often do you come home to enjoy the original Ikeji?
Yes, I come home every let me just say every Ikeji since 2021. I come home every year. I didn't come home this last year because of insecurity too. Insecurity is a problem. Really, we have to tackle insecurity. It's really
in the country.
It's really killing development.
Well, we'll end our conversation. It's been really a pleasure.
Thank you.
Talking with you, Prof. Thank you. And one of the words I want to take away that I would want to push is this career-driven programs. Necessitated programs.
Yes.
Programs that can make graduates employable even outside what they have read primarily.
Correct.
Professor Augustine Okereke, I must thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's been really a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you.
Well, I've been speaking with Professor Augustine Okereke, who is a professor of English at the City University of New York, former provost, or what we call vice chancellor of the City University of New York. Former dean, former this, and as we say, former that.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Vin Martin Obiorilo in Enugu, Nigeria. Thanks for watching, and let's do this again very soon.
Thank you.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Good morning to you all. Today is Tuesday, the 29th day of July 2025. The month is slowly coming to an end. And, the country is also still celebrating the victory of the Super Falcons. It's a great win for us. But at the same time, we still have the issues that plague us as a country, one of which is our health system. Now, doctors have been threatening to go on a strike. I mean, just yesterday, they gave the federal government another 21-day ultimatum. You know, they have issues concerning poor remuneration, lack of basic facilities, you know, to even carry out their duties as medical personnel and help, you know, the citizens of the country. It's quite a sad one. And we are now seeing issues of, you know, politicians and other people who can afford it leaving the country to seek medical treatment, while the average Nigerian, you know, is in a situation of helplessness, as our health system is in a quite dire situation. I mean, if our own doctors can't heal Nigerians, I mean, who will? It's something that we really need to look into and find a way to solve this problem. Anyway, welcome to Signature Morning today. I am Uchenna Chimdi Oluwa. And up next is our newspaper headlines and review. Welcome back. It's time for our newspaper headlines. We'll be starting with the Vanguard newspaper this morning. On the headlines of the Vanguard, we have electricity, Ekiti, Ondo, Edo, others plan tariff review in line with Act on page 16. Tinubu gifts each Falcons player $100,000. National Honors House with riders allocates 3-bedroom apartments. Each technical crew got $50,000. Explains why he didn't want to watch final match on page 5. Our resilience saved Nigeria varsities from total collapse under Buhari. This is from ASU on page 11. Over 130 security agents killed in ongoing Katsina anti-banditry war. Bandits killed 38 hostages after collecting 50 million naira ransom in Zamfara. Alright, still on the Vanguard, Alausa unveils initiative to connect Nigerian experts at home, diaspora. 2027 coalition about Nigeria, not me, Obi, El Rufai, Amechi. This is from Atiku on page 8. All right, now to the Leadership newspaper. We have Ekiti endorses Tinubu Oyebanji for second term. Death toll in Adamawa flood hits 23. All right, Nigeria loses 17.9 trillion naira annually to hepatitis, says federal government on page 10. Trending, FG unveils loan scheme for tertiary school workers. Nigeria targets 2 million jobs from housing program. That is on page 2. We still have on the Leadership, crisis brews in Kaduna SDP as party bans El Rufai for 30 years. Northern Christians Lord Tinubu back Prof Yulwada as APC chair. Dropped luggage, foreign local airlines must pay $170, 10,000 naira compensation, says NCAA on page 25. Kebbi acquires 2.7 billion naira exercise books for schools. And finally, on the leadership, nurses, midwives set to begin 7-day strike. All right, now we're moving over to the Daily Sun newspaper. We have Ohaneze rejects bill elevating Oni Sultan above other monarchs. Describes move as discriminatory, harmful to national unity on page 6. FG raises bank reporting threshold to 25 million naira for individuals and 100 million naira for firms. AMPP bloc in APC threatens to quit, alleges marginalization of members on page 6. President Charles Super Falcons with cash gifts, national honors, others on page 30. Still on the Daily Sun, attacks on journalists growing under APC government. This is from MRA. Obi tackles Tinubu on failed campaign promises, wrong statistics. Says presidency feeding Nigerians with misleading, distorted statistics on page 26. We are deploying AI, climate tech to revolutionize food production. This is from Shetima. All right, that is it on the Daily Sun. Over to the Matrix newspaper. On the headlines of the Matrix, we have Tinubu mourns victims of both mishap in Niger, Yola's flood tragedy. Adamawa government hits Atiku over comments on flood disaster. 2027 PDP ADC fight over Obi with riders. Obi will run as presidential candidate under PDP from Modu Sheriff. No, he remains in the coalition regardless of what anybody is saying. This is from ADC. You can find that on page 2. Appeal court rules FRSC can't seize licenses, vehicles. Scrap Band A tariff, fix Nigeria's power security, Pat Utomi urges government. Lagos APC boils as members storm assembly, demand chairman's sack. All right, finally on the Matrix, WAFCON, Tinubu confers OON on Super Falcons. Officials team gets $100,000 apartment on page 22. Now to the Daily Times newspaper. Bandits kill 35 Zamfara villagers after receiving 50 million naira ransom. All right, EFCC arrests 7 Chinese, 4 Nigerians for illegal mining in Akwa Ibom. ICPC begins prosecution of El Rufai's aide, Jimmy Lawal, others in Kaduna. INEC committed to electoral reform, regional democratic consolidation. This is from Yakubu. You can find that on page 9. NCGC targets 100 billion naira credit guarantees to close MSME financing gap. And finally, on the Daily Times, Tech Fund inspects project execution at FCE Ebonyi. All right, now we're moving over to the Blueprint newspaper. On the headlines, we have Lassa fever claimed 152 in epidemiological week 28, 2025. This is from NCDC. Army DSS-backed force kills 45 bandits in Niger, lose 2 fighters. Over 20 million Nigerians live with hepatitis B, C. Nation loses 17.9 trillion naira yearly. With rider 4,252 die annually, Nigeria ranks 3rd with 325,000 cases 2022. All right, we have on the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian newspaper, we have poor digital retail offerings mar 85 trillion naira stock market potential. NMA threatens strike, rules exit of 30 doctors in Jigawa. 4 trillion naira legacy debt threatens power sector stability. Adela warns. Cement firms profit up by 229% on FX stability as revenue hits 3.2 trillion naira. Security forces kill 45 bandits in Niger, suffer casualties in Katsina. All right, and that is it from the Guardian newspaper and for our newspaper headlines this morning. And we'll be moving over to our review with Chris Maduka. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Uche, and good morning, good people of the world. You have joined us this morning for a newspaper review on Signature TV.
All right. One of the most interesting headlines today, Tinubu gives each Falcon player $100,000, national honors, house, and the technical crew as well got $50,000.
Very impressive. Very impressive. But you know, what baffles me about Nigeria is that, for instance, a president will go to a naming ceremony and give probably, let's say, $10,000 or $50,000. And nobody will ask question. Which budget? Whose money? Because there are certain level of expenses that require some approval. And this is going also to some of the people that are from presidency down to governors. We find that people in power in Nigeria make donations on behalf of either states or nations without consultation. For the young girls, this is just, they find themselves in a time where President Bola Tinubu wants.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, Chris, but we'll go on a very quick break, and when we return, we'll continue with the conversation. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. This is still our newspaper headlines and review segment with Chris Maduka. Before we went on that break, Chris, you were talking about the Falcons and
we say congratulations to the Falcons. We have been enjoying their success and the victory at the WAFCON. Everybody is proud of that. We also, they are one of the luckiest Nigerian footballers in the recent history. The people said 27 years, none of the footballers have received this kind of gift. Also, it's somebody will say, it's not me that asked God to create me and put me in the house of a billionaire. So some people are also created and put in the house of poor people. But what we are saying is that most of the Nigerian people in power in Nigeria make some donations without consultations. For instance, somebody has asked me, why should the donation be made in dollars? It is another psychological way of bringing down our naira to uselessness, making our money useless. So we spend dollar in Nigeria now. And the giving of the house, beautiful, national honors, good. But this call to action where when the big goat is chopping or chewing the cord, other smaller goats are watching. Governors are watching. They will do the same thing, go back to their state and make donations.
They step into anywhere and make donation on behalf of the state, on behalf of the nation, without due consultation. Is this constitutional? If it is, beautiful. Is this money coming from where? We should know where it's coming from. Because any money you spend must come from somewhere. When we know that this present government has borrowed more than anybody in the history of Nigeria, and they borrow it and be sharing it like this just to return and win election. That's all. The young girls are lucky. If they did not come back at this time where everybody is talking about 2027, maybe they won't get this. It's good. So another man's meat would always be another man's poison. So the Falcons will not think, we are saying, when you make a donation as a leader or governor or president in Nigeria, let's know where the budget is coming from. Because this unmanaged expenses is what kept us where we are. And let's move on. It can still happen. You see governors go to birthday ceremonies, make donations. Nobody, if you do it in some other society, somebody will raise hand and say, excuse me, His Excellency, whose money are you donating? Because this money should be our own. So we should be consulted, or the people appropriately be picked from a budget, or the constitution should say, whenever we are doing a budget for the nation, we keep the ones for legacy like this and gratis like this. It should be there. So that the president, each time he can decide that when somebody wins a hockey game, you decide to give the person all. And then whenever the budget cycle comes out. Because we are spending money like there's no tomorrow. And our debt profile, as at yesterday, somebody was saying 200 trillion. But if you see, and more are being approved by National Assembly for the presidency to be borrowing. Who will pay? It's not about borrowing. It's what plans do we have to pay? So giving donations to money, why giving it in dollars? Where is the money coming from? These are things. So when we are shouting and clapping, we should know whose money. Because at the end of it all, the goat that's lying on the ground is lying on the skin. You can't eat your cake and have it. When you put the money, they give all these footballers and their everything put together, remove it from national budget and see what is left. We at times are, I don't know, but it's beautiful. Good luck to the Falcons.
Good luck to them. And we're seeing that Nigeria is losing 17.9 trillion naira annually to hepatitis. This is a serious growing concern because it's appearing on almost all the papers this morning. You know,
hepatitis is it a native of Nigeria?
Over 20.
They're just bringing this to put us in hypertension. World Health Organization and the big world pharmaceuticals companies are coming to give us this figure so that everybody is like, hey, hepatitis D, is it a native of Nigeria?
Well,
is it a global epidemic? If it is, then let them bring out the vaccine and not put us in trouble. Nigeria is losing that amount. How much have we lost to insecurity? How much are we losing to malaria? How much are we losing to hypertension? How much are we losing to diabetes and kidney diseases and cancer? So once in a while, they just trump up this and everybody will be like, hey. People are dying because there's no health structure. When this will okay, nobody is hearing about. If you have, in one few cases, you have whether C, D, or A, whatever varieties that the world, the scientific world has put it on us. If we go safe, they will tell you it's tropical disease. But the hepatitis D, the scientists will tell you how it is, what causes it and what is it. So it's not a native of Nigeria. For us to be losing this, how much budget do the Ministry of Health, and they are coming up with this? That's what you can hear where P2B was telling the federal government, that they come up with data that have no relevance with our lives. Every day they come up with data to keep us all thinking, are they not part of this data? If Nigeria is losing that amount, what have they done? So you don't just every day trump up issues, Tell us the solution. What has the Ministry of Health? What are the Center for Disease Control? What are they telling the people not to get involved in this? What causes hepatitis D? Who is bringing it out? What are the situations? It just tell you how much we are losing. So Nigerian life, everybody in politics are just telling about figures, money, 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 money. Nothing about the people.
Well, here it says 4,252 die annually, and Nigeria is ranking 3rd when it comes to
beautiful. At least we are getting up. If we rank first in West African women football, WAFCON, we will rank, 3rd in hepatitis D all over the world, and they are seeing it. People in Abuja, they're not seeing it. Ministry of Health, they're not seeing it. The President of Nigeria, not seeing it. All of them that are talking about coalition, and are they not seeing it? Is it what they are discussing? National Assembly, are they not seeing it? Is it what they are talking? Did it come up in the agenda? We are deceiving ourselves, and we are waiting for 2027. If this number dies, if the people in power are thinking that they will return in 2007, with 2027, with this number of people dying annually, they will know it's their votes that are going, so they will do something. But because they don't care, as in Nigeria, the whole Nigeria can die and they still go back to Abuja. Abuja is cocooned. The little number of policemen we have are guarding them there. And this security is consuming people. Hunger is consuming people. Hepatitis D is consuming people. Hardship and hunger. Sicknesses of different types. People are dying. Go. These days, because posters are very expensive, you go in the streets before, you see posters of obituary. But these days, because to make one poster is even, so people don't even do anything like that again. So, yeah. But people are dying. If you want to know, go to the nearest morgue. Some morgue, after all, is this a place very near where I'm talking from. Over 2,090 something corpses were buried that the people did not come to claim. And people are moving around thinking Nigeria is not at home.
All right, now we're seeing El-Rufai has been expelled from SDP and banned for 30 years.
If you kill the doctor or the native doctor that is doing juju for you to survive, what of the ones who are doing juju for you to die? This is all calculated. It's coming from the same source, and they know. For even the bug to have beaten SDP, good luck to them. The bug has beaten Labour. Look at where they are. The bug started biting PDP. They have gone into pieces. He has started biting SDP now because they've looked around and said, it's like SDP is they now inject the bug. This is one is COVID-19 has that Nigerian COVID-19 virus beating all the political parties. That will tell you that all is not well. How can SDP, when El-Rufai didn't enter SDP, where were SDP? You know what happened? I was looking at it. Labour Party are messing up with Obi, and they are there now in Dodro. The SDP are messing up with El-Rufai, so so what next? We know where it's coming from, but woe betide any political party in Nigeria that will destroy themselves to please anybody. There is nothing you will do to your girlfriend's son to call you papa. All these people, you only chop the money, and then after all, we are in Nigeria. Nobody is asking them. Just collect money, do anything, destroy your house. You come and live in mine.
But I think it's because he's been identifying with the ADC.
Is he the only party that there was in there? Who has sacked their own? You see, when the Labour talk, they've broken into faction. So now is what they want to do. Somebody want to make SDP break into small faction. Well, another group will say, we support El-Rufai. Once they get that, they've gotten them. Because it happened to Labour. Labour, you know, the group say, hey, the other one say, they are talking nonsense and they are scattered until they are waiting for, they're just gauging all those betting, political betting. They are doing palm one, lose two, and all those nonsense. They don't want to consolidate and stay one place and know what they're doing. This is confusion. And we are watching. It's interesting. My concern is, this is not my issue. My issue is hunger and hardship. This is distractive. As far as I'm concerned, SDP is a political party registered in Nigeria. They can sack anybody. If they can sack themselves, they can go back to who registered them and say, we don't want to resist again. It doesn't concern me. Let them not come and bring these distractions. Sack anybody, sack yourself, and come back to me and live in my house. I have a political party.
Now, just before we go, because we are running out of time, on the Punch newspaper, U.S. birth tourism has cracked down, sparks Nigerian hospital reform call, saying that Nigerians can no longer travel abroad just to have children, just to give birth, and their children will have American citizenship. So once they find out that that's the reason you're going there, your visa won't.
They are not being fair. If I'm going to give birth to a child, why are they allowing the dead politicians to come and die in their country? Why are they allowing them to come and pay $3,700 pounds for a day in a clinic? They are not stopping those ones. They are stopping those who are coming to buy children.
So that their children
the international communities are complicit to what's happening in Nigeria. And it's unfortunate that Nigerians do not see it. They will decide, of course I don't blame them, the one that is more beneficial for them. Because if you come and die in their country, after a few days in the hospital, if you are able to stay 20 days, times it by 3,500 pounds. They will put that. Then they will put you in a cargo to send you back to Nigeria. And it's their airline that will bring you back. You pay all their customers to where bill you to here, to come to the cemetery where we bury you. That is, I don't blame them. So that's one that pays them. They don't ban it. The ones that you are going to be there, children, they have a way, they will give you some insurance, give you a lot of support. They don't want that because they're spending money. So that has shown Nigeria medical tourism.
Exactly.
I saw the viral video of it's a drama of some Nigerian politicians who went to India. They say, welcome to India. They go to the doctor, we treat you. They put the man. He went there, he was a Nigerian doctor. The doctor was looking at him like this, welcome. The politician woke up and said, hey, is there no other doctor here? Please come and sack this man. The man said, hey, you won't carry your wickedness from Nigeria to come back here. You owe me salary in Nigeria. We went on strike. You did not pay us all our allowances. I managed to come here, establish hospital. You carry your wickedness and come and stay here, they will sack me. You will not go back alive. The man started crying. When you look at the world where that drama was taking place, Nigerian politicians in that place were many. In fact, the man looked up and said, hey, minister, he said, no. He started speaking in India. I won't blame me. I'm not a Nigerian.
All right.
That's the drama Nigerian politicians have turned us to. They make mess of us. We become laughing stock in the international community.
Exactly.
And they're thinking they're running around. Somebody else will come and build Nigeria for us. Let them chop Nigeria. Somebody make a joke and say, sell Nigeria, let's share the money. If they had managed to sell it, some people would have started a smaller Nigeria with their own share. And then the bigger Nigeria can. But now, some people imposed that everybody must be in Nigeria so that they will be bigger chunk of what they chop. But it's not fair.
All right. Thank you so much, Chris.
We didn't say God bless Nigeria.
Yes, God bless Nigeria.
For those who deserve to be blessed.
All right. Thank you for the review this morning. And that is it for our newspaper headlines and review. Do stay tuned as we have more conversations coming your way.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges. Completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hops on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Welcome back. You're still watching Signature Morning on Signature TV, and we're still talking on the success of the Super Falcons on their 10th WAFCON finals. This is a great news, and everyone is very much excited. And we're still talking about it. So joining us this morning via Zoom is Erenayo Dorcas Koki, a sports presenter and journalist, to talk on the success of Falcons in African football. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
All right. Now, first of all, I'd like to know how you feel, you know, the victory and everything. Everyone is excited, but I'd like to know how you feel, you know, when we finally won that match. How was it like for you?
Well, I have been following the Super Falcons for a very long time, and when we won, it was like all over again, ecstasy. I knew that we were able to do it. In fact, the entire tournament, even before the final, I did say that the Super Falcons were going to be winning their 10th crown, and that was exactly what happened. So I was filled with ecstasy, though I had a job to do, so I had to ensure that I was a neutral until I was pretty much done with the job description. So I was running commentary at that point in time. So immediately after that, realization dawned on me that the girls have done it again, and the way they did it was what gave me the most joy, because coming back from 2-0 down in a hostile crowd, away from home, it was just really, really amazing. And the girls dug deep and eventually won their 10th crown. So I think it was an exciting moment to me, and till date, because fans are still happy, I am still happy. So the girls really did us proud.
All right, now, so how significant would you say that this this title, this Super Falcons 10th WAFCON title is when it comes to African women's football?
Oh, it's very significant. The thing is, it's not just for the continent of Africa. The Super Falcons are the first national team to win 10 titles. 10 titles. That's the first female national team in the world to win 10 titles. So they have just surpassed the United States women's national team, who have won their continental crown for the 9th time alongside China. And then Brazil have about 8. So it's really significant. And that's to tell you that the Super Falcons have been really dominant when it comes to the continental scene. No country so far have been able to stop us. Yes, South Africa in recent times, but it was just one time that they went ahead to do it. Equatorial Guinea twice in the course of this period. So the Super Falcons making it 10 is quite significant. And the entire continent knows that. CAF knows that. It's really big. When you look at the men's national team, the highest we've had win the AFCON is Egypt with 7, and the last time they won it was a very long time ago. So the Super Falcons have been very dominant. They've been the queens of the continent for the longest of time, and they did it again. The way they did it is just really exceptional to watch. So it is a major significance, not just for football, but also for football on the continent. Nigerian football also has to learn from this, that we can do this over and over again. So that's why I think the presidency, of course, had to celebrate the girls the way they did. So yeah, it's pretty much significant.
All right. Now, looking at, the players and, how they performed, who would you say impressed you the most when it comes to, their delivery and, the role they played, at the finals?
Oh, I have a lot of players. I have a list if you ask me. But there is one person that I will start with. And I was thoroughly impressed with her in the course of the tournament. And she was just only making her debut. And that has to be Esther Okoronkwo. Esther Okoronkwo, who plays for AFC Toronto in Canada. She was amazing. I don't know what else to say other than being exceptionally amazing. That was what she was for the team. In the course of the tournament, she had about 7 assists and scored 2 goals. That is just pure amazing for her. She was very integral for Nigeria winning their 10th crown, because whenever she was on, there was going to be assists, there was going to be creativity. She was really fluid with the ball, and that's what we love to see from our players. So first of all, I'll start with Esther Okoronkwo. And the excitement I get to see when local players step into the scene and do it quite well, it's really good. I'll talk about Falashade Jamilusi, the striker who now plies her trade in China. She used to play here in the NWFL with FC Rebel Queens before she left just about last season. So you look at that, the courage she had, and when she was called upon to play, it was really impressive to watch her. Also, Captain Rashida Tajibade, her leadership trait is just what you need to put the team together. You can see the unity in the team. And yeah, in the first 3 games, she exactly wasn't at her very best. But from Zambia to South Africa, from then on, from the quarterfinals, you could see Rashida being a major part of the team. So I think these 3 players especially stood out to me. And I can never forget Jennifer Echegini. She was also really good for the team as well. So I can mention quite a lot of players, but I don't know if time would let me continue. But yeah.
Okay, but these are the ones that really stood out for you.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you think that the Super Falcons are getting the recognition they deserve? And I'm not just talking about what the craze around them during this period. I mean, even before now, do you think that they have been getting the support and the recognition that they deserve even before now?
Not yet. We haven't seen that just yet. To be the most decorated national team in Nigeria, they don't get that recognition. In fact, some persons didn't even know that there was a final going on Saturday. That was how bad it is. But if it was the Super Eagles, everybody in the world would have known that the Super Eagles were playing. So I think because it's women's football, people aren't exactly in sync yet with it, especially on the continent. In Nigeria as well, some would tell you women's football is boring, women's football isn't there yet. Obviously, wouldn't be there yet, because you look at men's football, it started light years back, like 100 years ago. And we're having women's football just recently being played as well. So you look at that disparity, the gap is pretty much too much. So for now, the girls aren't exactly getting the recognition that we expect them to get. But I think